Compliments of the season from everyone at the European Cricket Network. Today is our last day of the season. 43-week season. It's been huge. 10 months of cricket action. T10 cricket coming to you. 1,222 matches, and it all culminates today in the final bit of silverware for the year. The FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore has been a highly entertaining series, and 4 teams are still in the running. So, well, don't forget, we will be back in 2022. Mr. Maximo here, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore, and it starts right now.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company on the final day of a very, very long season in European cricket. It is the culmination of 43 weeks travelling around Europe and bringing cricket to you. In fact, in total, we will bring you 1,222 games of cricket this year on the network. So it's great to be with you. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for ECN. I'll be joined by Rico Full very, very shortly. But first, we have some business, and we have 2 semi-finals and the final here in the final series of the year, the ECS Malta Encore, starting with match number 45, and it's the first semi-final between Mudda Day and Atlas UTC Knights. Let's go over to the match referee, Sir Rob Kemmy, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
All right. Cool. Heads. Heads is called. Call it. It's tails. We'll have a...
So it is Sam Aquilina of Malta Day that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. I think, speaking to both captains, I think they both wanted to have a bowl first, maybe because of the conditions. I think that perhaps the field may be a little bit wet early on, so we may see the ball travelling a little bit slower than a bit later on in the morning. But more about the conditions in a second. But Malta Day, they've really impressed me this series. They were top of Group A. They won 5 games along the way, and they do have some good talent in their team, including Azim Sathi, who's had a really good tournament. He'll probably bat somewhere in the top 4. And they've been bolstered by a couple of players on loan, Imran Amir and Anil Kadir, who have come over from Sweetie United. And look, also looking out for Pintu Ghosh, who took a hat-trick earlier in the series. And Malta Day are very well led, and they have their captain behind the stumps, Sam Aquilina. I think he's a really good stabilising influence, and we saw him man of the match yesterday for his exploits behind the stumps, because he had a hand in 6 dismissals. So you don't see that very often in T10 cricket. But Atlas UTC Knights, we know that they're a strong outfit. They've never got their hands on an ECS trophy. They won every game a year ago in the ECS, but then lost the final to Massa, and they were knocked out in the semi-finals in the June series by the all-conquering Super Kings. But we know that they've got some talented players as well. Look, watch out for Samuel Stanislaus and Basil George, particularly with the bat. I think they are the key, and they will be chasing in this high-pressure first semi-final. And well, also Justin Shaju and also Babu is probably one to watch out for. Nitin Babu, I think he's a good fielder, also delivers a bit with the seam. Now let's talk about the conditions today in Malta. Now it does look like we may have a delayed start. Rico will tell you more about that, and that is all to do with the condition of the field, because we did have some rain overnight. So we're still working on trying to get that up to scratch. But the good news is there's no rain forecast today. So once we get on, we should stay on. The news today is the wind. It's coming out of the northwest and it's pretty stiff, and it means that for a right-hander, it's basically coming from mid-wicket to third man. So it's going to be a bit of a game changer, I think. It'll assist the outswing bowlers because they'll have the breeze behind their back, and also the ball will be curving right to left, I think. So, well, that's a pretty comprehensive introduction to the start of the last day of the year. And here is a man that is always entertaining. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we head over to you, Rico. The news from the toss in match 45, the first semi-final, is Malta Day. They've won the toss and they'll be bowling first.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. And it's semi-final and finals day today. Everything to play for. Look, thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandhu, for giving us the update. Well, I can give you a further update. Unfortunately, because of the heavy persistent rain that never really stopped from that third quarter-final onwards yesterday. That meant the quarter-final number 3 between Malta Day and the Royal Strikers, and also the one between the American University and the Bujiga Blasters was abandoned. Now Malta Day and the University progressed because they were in the higher position in the table, but that rain carried on through the night. It never got any lighter, and a lot of work's been done around the ground here today. And the news is that this match will be a 3-over match. That is correct. So Malta Day taking on the Atlas UTC Knights, and as you heard from Vinny Sandhu, Malta Day electing to field. So the Knights batting first, 3-over match, the first over, only a 1-over power play. Malta Day, they were knocked out in the quarterfinals last time, where they progressed further than they've ever done in their history in the European Cricket Series. And now looking to see if they can register a place in the final. As we get ready to start, it's going to be Avinash Dilip and Basil George are the batters. And bowling the first ball will be Azim Sathi, who's been very good. We're just waiting to get started. The umpires, Lee Tuck and Aftab Khan, are out there. So semi-final number 1. Here's the first ball. 3-over match per side. First one hit down the ground and will be fielded at the long on position. 1 run. So really it's about making contact with every ball here, getting as many runs as you can. About the ground, look, the concern areas, as there have been throughout this series because of the rain, is going to be the third man area and also point. And you can probably see that from the top left off your screen. Also the batters have to be careful when they're running, especially there to the right of the bowler. It's very sticky. Sathi now to the dangerous Basil George. George hits this pretty firmly and well fielded once more. Really nicely done. Good bowling from Sathi. And the fielder, well, he's certainly doing his job very well out there. Edward Mahima. He bowled really well yesterday as well. Sathi. Short. Nicely played, but once again, finding the fielder, in comes the throw. But, Basil George does well to get there. It's worth mentioning as well that remember that the umpires and the tournament referee, Rob Kevin, have been monitoring this outfield and the conditions for a while, and this match is only happening because they finally felt that it's safe to do so. Nice shot, and this time it goes through, and 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And nicely played all along the deck. And one of the things that you'll see here, as this ball goes through, you'll notice that the boundary has been bored in by some 7 meters, and that was one of the conditions for this match. They decided, because that area is really sticky and wet, as we see this delivery, doesn't quite time it. It goes through to Imran Amir, who does the fielding. They decided to bring that boundary in, which I think is a good shout. A good opportunity here to also bring into the commentary box Mr. Vinny Sandhu. Hello, Vinny.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Hello, everybody. We've got some cricket. That's great news. Sathi with the last ball of the first over. Last ball of the power play. It's in the end. It could be a chance, and it is dropped. Well, he seemed to have that covered, Mahima. Good bit of fielding earlier in the over, but that was a chance to get rid of Dilip. In the end, it'll go down to single, and he will retain the strike after 1 over. Score is 9 for no loss, just 1 over power play in his 3 over game. And, well, we've got a guest in the commentary box. And hello, it is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo.
Hello, everybody.
I am here with the man himself, Rico Full, of course. Rico, you really pull that off. And compliments of the season to all the viewers. It's our last day of the year. And I know it's a bit of a delayed start, but it's good that we do have the players on the park now. This one starting a bit later, obviously, than we originally planned. But it's Mater Dei versus the Knights. And then coming up in semi-final number 2, should start on time. And we've got American University of Malta versus the host Marsa. That game is starting in around about 50 minutes from now. So stay with us, and thanks to all of our wonderful viewers. Also get involved with the live chat. We love to have you guys with us. And what do you think about Rico? I can see you sliding down a few chimneys this year.
Yeah, I mean, had a few beard issues with this win this morning, but look, no, I mean, it's the last day, it's a sad day, so we go back to the action here.
It's bittersweet, isn't it? Well, this is going to that short boundary we talked about. And how far is this going? Well, it's not going to make it. Yeah, that's a bit of a game changer, I think. But it's sensible. And you know what? Credit to all the players as well. They said to the match referee, they said, we want to get on there and we want to play a match. We don't want to. Neither one of us wants to either go through or go out by not being able to play. So, credit Mater Dei, especially. Of course, if we weren't able to get a game on, they would get a walkover, they would get into the final. But that's not the way that they want to do it.
No, I mean, yeah, everybody's worked so hard. All the players, all the umpires. And also Omar. Give Omar a big shout. He's been out there with his blower, the groundsman.
Gosh gets the second over. We're out of the power play now. And interesting they didn't open with Stanislaus, isn't it? They've decided to go for Basil George up front, and I agree with that. I would have thought maybe George and Stanislaus. But I guess the concern with Stanislaus is sometimes he takes a while to get going. But I think it's just a change in mindset. I think he would have to go straight away, which he'll have to do anyway if he comes out at 3. So, interesting tactics. At the moment, this is pretty good, isn't it, by Mater Dei? But everything could change very, very quickly. Oh, this one cramps in for room. Another dot ball. And look, in a 3-over match, in a T3, they are even more valuable than normal, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is one that he's missed out on. Look, he just he needed to stay where he was and just go with it with the bat. His legs in the way.
Either get a wide or get some bat on it. He didn't either. So George will be frustrated. And the left hand doesn't have the shorter boundary on the leg side. Goes offside then, and this one is going. It's going and almost pulled back. Well, the boundary coming into play. Maximo. Basil George doubles his score. It's a really good effort. He had to grapple with the sun as well. But Basil gets 6. Almost off the pitch when he played that shot.
Yeah, he did. This time he does the same thing. He goes down leg side, and the fielder here, well, look, he almost pulls off an amazing catch. And he does go for 6 after 2 dots. Gets the Maximo.
Now goes leg side. And this is 1. And Delete wants to come back. He's going to get run out here. No, he's not, because that throw's plugged and it's gone nowhere. And so they will get 1 in the end. Jeez, he's lucky to survive that.
Yeah, not really sure what Basil George is thinking here. Why he's not trying to get back, no idea.
And Delete says, all right, let's try it. Well, Basil George, he has to do-si-do around the slippery area. I think you're much better off trying to run on the surface like Delete is. In the end, because the field was a bit soft, the bounce throw came in and didn't really skip off the surface. Last ball, the second coming up. Leg side, and this will be 4. It is, and so it's a good finish from Delete, who survived a bit of a scare. And so second over comes to a close, and it's 21 for no loss.
Yeah, nice little shot. He waits for this. That's the difference, I think, between him and George. George sort of commits early, tries to give himself room before the ball's even bowled, but Delip waits for it, puts that away nicely. Yeah,
today's the last day of the year. If you didn't realise, we'll get to game 1,222 in the final. And then we have 9 weeks off, so it's hard to believe that in 9 weeks and 2 days, we'll be starting the 2022 season with the Bet2Ball European Cricket League. That is one of our showpiece tournaments of 2022. It's 6 weeks at the Costa del Sol. The best clubs in Europe coming together to compete, to be champions of European cricket. Can't wait for that. Hope you can join us on the journey. Keep an eye on our website over the break, europeancricket.com. And also, if you go to ecl.cricket, you'll find some information over the coming weeks about how you can get involved and actually join us for some Cartamania. Here's the third and final over. And it's whipped away nicely, and that's good bit of timing from George, who gets 6. Maximo! Bilal Khan comes out, just drifts onto the pads, and this is one that Basil George didn't miss out on.
Yeah, this is a beautiful shot. Basil George almost does the same thing that he did earlier. Goes the wrong way and gets his legs in the wrong position, but this time the bat comes through. The timing is good. A good pick-up, 6 runs. Nice shot.
Yes, I mean, you see the swing there from Bilal Khan. Just swing right to left. That's the way the breeze is going today. It's pretty stiff as well. Calling her up to the stumps. Goes leg side again. Now this one should be stopped, and it is. And will they come for 2? Dilip wants it. They go the long way, and oh, it's a rare miss by Aquilina.
Yeah, this one, not sure what's happened here. This seems to like...
Well, I tell you what's awkward about this is, well, it slows down off the surface, so he feels like he's going to have to rush when he probably didn't need to. If it hits the artificial surface, it skips on. But see, he's there too early and he grabs at it. And he had more time than he realised then. Sam Aquilina.
Yeah, it could be an expensive one.
Could be. 4 balls remaining. This is almost a stumping in the end. You see, just got a bit tangled, but he was alert to it and got back. So I would have said about 35 is probably what I would have said as a pass score. Because, yeah, still some issues. Yes, you've got the shorter boundary, but the actual field itself is pretty slow. Even though we had a haircut a couple of days ago, but with that rain overnight and yesterday afternoon, you can see it's not going to run as fast over the surface as yesterday. Goes leg side. Does he find the fielder this time? Oh, he's messed it up. He's run straight past that, and that is 4. And that's not a good moment for Mohamed Zubair. Every run could be crucial in this sudden death matchup. And this time they give away 3.
Yeah, I mean, Zubair, I don't think the ball's done anything here. I think he's just gone past it. He's overshot it.
I think he ran to the left, and yeah, the ball slows down a bit on him. And that's what fools him. So 2 to come. Knights up to 33.
Oh, this is hit really hard, and it's not going to be stopped by the fielder. 4 runs. Beautiful timing this time from George. Top shot.
It is. And it wasn't the worst delivery, low full toss, but geez, he absolutely nails that. Never mind about the slow outfield. That still races past Mahima, who's down at long off. Look at that. Everyone had to get out the way of that. Parts the Red Sea. Last ball coming up now, 37. Steps across, goes leg side. Will this be stopped? Well, that's actually a really good bit of fielding. It's hit him on the foot, on the full, but it seemed like a really difficult catch. And you could see that Pintu Ghosh just decided, look, I'm just going to get everything behind this, and he just becomes a human wall. He didn't want to know about it. But what he does do is he does save a couple of runs. They do scramble back for 2, but the Knights are going to finish with 39 runs off their 3 overs in this 3-over smash.
Yeah, look, that could be a really... Well, 2 things there. The 4 that went past the fielder, the misfield, that cost 3 runs. And this stop right at the end there, that could be so important in a game. Yeah, that's only 3 overs.
Everyone is important as we finally got on the park here on the last day of the ECN year. And well, they decided not to go for Stanislaus. They sent George and Avinash Dilip out there. George ended up facing most of the strike, 13 out of the 18 deliveries, and he scored 31 runs along the way. And Dilip, well, he kind of knew his role as well, is to try and get George back on strike at all costs. That was the percentages. And well, Basil got a bit lucky on this one. He backed away. This one almost pulled back into the field of play. Again, that one could be crucial as well. All of these little instances are magnified, aren't they, in a game of this duration?
Yeah, absolutely. And well, that was a really good shot. Picks that up beautifully. That sails over to the leg side boundary. And this one was right there towards the end, I think, the stop that was made.
Yeah, well...
No, sorry, this was the stumping opportunity.
Yeah, that was. He had a chance to run him out. And then Dilip still looking for more. They're looking for absolutely every run possible. Now, this is one that they probably should have stopped as well. He was upset with himself there. And that one probably shot of the innings for me. Absolute bullet down the ground. Crashes into our sign. one game, one family. Well, let's just say we've got a couple of skirmishes to settle in the family today on the field. And these players, well, they're so happy to be out there. There's great camaraderie between them as we have a look at the card. And only 2 batters required. Basil George ended up facing the majority of the deliveries on the way to 31 off 13 balls. And Dilip, just the 1-4, only faced 5 deliveries. Absolutely no extras, so I think that was also good from Day. That's something they've been really good at during this tournament. They haven't given away too many at all. They gave away nothing. So a clean innings from that point of view. And if we look at the bowlers they elected to use, you can see that 9, 12 and 18, they got basically doubled their score off the last over. So that was a handy one. But nevertheless, they've got some good hitters, Day. It's a lot of pressure, I think, to chase this many runs in 3 overs, but absolutely anything can happen in the second half of this match.
Yeah, anything can happen. I think you're absolutely spot on about Malta Day. They've been really good with their line and length. Not any extras there at all. That's going to be key. Well, what are you thinking with the batting here? You've got to think maybe they have to go with Imran Amir and maybe with Kadir, I would have thought.
Yeah, I think I'd be going with either Amir and Kadir or Imran Amir and Azim Sati. I think Sathi's another one.
As well, yeah.
I would probably go that way. I'd probably go Sathi and Imran Amir. I guess we'll find out in just a few minutes. We will be back in this abbreviated first semi-final. It's the Knights with the runs on the board. They were sent in as well, don't forget, by Day. Day, they will be chasing. See you in just a few minutes. We will be back for 3 more overs of excitement. Along with Rico Full, the new Santa Claus. We'll be back for more action shortly on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground in Malta for the resumption of play in this, the first semi-final. It's day 12 of action, the final day of this series and the final day of 2021 as far as ECN cricket is concerned. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Alongside me is Rico Full. And Rico, we saw the first half of this game. A big match because there's a spot in the finals up for grabs. It was the Knights that had to bat first up, being sent in by Malta Day captain Sam Aquilina. They put 39 runs on the board in this abbreviated 3-over contest.
Yeah, and 39. I mean, you were saying 35, probably a good score. I think, setting a target of 40, I think they've done their bit. Now the question is that how well will the Knights bowl? Will they be able to match what Malta Day did and not give too many extras away? And
they'll be a bit annoyed to be chasing 40 now, because remember they were 21 off 2 overs. And you felt, okay, if we can keep the last one to about 10 or 12, then that's low 30s. I feel that 40 is, it's a lot of pressure, because if 1 or 2 things go wrong, you can see wickets being thrown away and then new batters having to come to the crease and perhaps not being able to go at this kind of tempo. The other thing is, of course, 3-over game. Both teams get to bowl their best 3 bowling options. Don't forget that. So there's a lot of chat about how you can score faster in a shorter game. But we're pretty much already kind of maximum aggression in T10 cricket most of the time. But you don't get a look at those 4th and 5th bowlers like you would in even a 5-over match. Anyway, it's going to be Asif Shah to open the bowling. 40 to win. First one is a little bottom edge into the ground. They have gone for Sathi and they've gone for Anil Kadir. So they haven't gone for Imran Amir opening, which I thought they might.
yeah, that's a bit of a surprise. I mean, Kadir, we know, can hit it. Sathi, as you said, I think they had options. And they've decided to go with Sathi first up, Azim Sathi.
These are all going to be crucial, these little calls as well. And that's the first wide of the match. One thing that Malta Day didn't do is give away any extras whatsoever. So, I mean, I can see the tactic there, trying to just sneak one in the tram line, but he's not able to do it that time sharp. This one is another wide. Again, he's losing the battle with that wide line at the moment.
Yeah.
And I think, we saw Basil George getting away with it a couple of times, but I don't think I'd be backing away to leg and giving yourself room, because the bowlers are already giving you room. They're already trying to bowl in that little channel. So I think you need to be stepping towards the ball and then making a decision if you want to hit it or not. He goes straight at this time. Now, this is in the air. That is a short boundary. Now, 2 fielders are gathering, and it's going to be dropped. That was a tough catch, looking straight into the teeth of the sun. And so Santi gets off the mark. A drop catch brings 2.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of time to get in the right position, but doesn't end up getting under it. Just gets fingers to it there. He went too far back.
That's the wind. Okay, the wind is coming from mid-wicket to kind of third man. And so that's why he ends up short of where he needed to be. He kind of backed off. It's a pretty stiff breeze. Santi survives. This is a good ball from Asif Shah, right up in the block hole. They will scramble one. But, I mean, just have a look at that rate's going to go up pretty quickly in a 3-over contest. Remember, this is the power play over as well.
Yeah.
So if you can keep it single figures, I think you're really happy with where you're at in the match.
So Anil Kadir now to face his first delivery. He's a brutal hitter off the ball for sure. And they've got their long off is very, very straight.
Wild swing and a miss from Kadir, who can't make any contact. And this is where, I don't know, I start thinking 3-over match, you have to be innovative. Let's say that Kadir swings and misses a couple more. Maybe you retire him, you send in Imran Amir.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, you got to try everything, I think, to get close to this score. Another good ball by Shah. His length is spot on here. That one yorks the batter, goes straight under the blade.
Yeah, this is a good comeback after those couple of wides, beginning part of the over. Really good bowling, getting good movement as well. You see there the shape of that ball, but you've got to use your feet, haven't you? You've got to go to the ball.
Feet going away from the ball.
He's
again.
just standing still in his crease, moving away. He's got to go to it.
Yep. Last ball of the over. It's been a good one. Well, he does go, but he hasn't got this at all. Well, same fielder. This time he drops it again, and they'll get 1. I don't know. Maybe it's not a bad result because Kadia wasn't looking like hitting too many just based on the first couple of balls.
Yeah.
So I think that's Saraf Babu.
He's trying to take it the wrong way, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's trying to take it like this, as opposed to with your fingers open.
Well, again, it blew back towards him, so kind of away from him. So,
hello, everybody.
Anyway, hello to you. Merry Christmas and happy holidays, and wherever you're watching around the world. Hope you have a great holiday period.
A few beard problems this morning.
Yeah, I know. So Rico needs to have a shave. But yeah, I think I'm quite enjoying this. I'm keeping my head warm. You know, I've had issues with being chilly during the series. It's great to be with you on the last day of ECN Cricket in 2021, and hopefully you do join us again in 2022. And Maya saying in the chat that she'll miss our voices. We'll miss everyone in the chat and all of our viewers out there. It's going to be strange actually not to have ECN Cricket. Of course, I've done this 43 weeks on the spin, so I've really enjoyed it. But I'm looking forward to coming back bigger and better next year. Now Basil George gets over number 2, and he's a big reason that they've got this many runs on the board. He scored 31 of them in the 3 over innings. Hit hard, but hit down to Nitin Babu. This will just be 1 and ready. I mean, what are we down to? Basically now that's 33 off 11. So we're at 3 a ball territory. And so to do that, you need 2 boundaries and over as an absolute minimum. 2 6s and over. Dances and misses, and this one will be a wide.
Yeah, he's doing that little bit of footwork trick, trying to put off the bowler, and all George is trying to do is just get the ball outside the off stump. He's gone too wide there, pressure on, and you can see that all the Malta Day players are on their feet, they're nervous, looking to get into their first final. That's what they're trying to do
exactly
here.
Right. They're going to do it the hard way. He goes for it, doesn't quite get it. Catching opportunity for Stanislaus, who goes back and takes it. And just inside the boundary. Well, that's a wicket. So Sathi can't really get anything going here in the first semi-final. But more importantly, that's a dot ball that makes it even more difficult as Malta Day lose their first wicket. It's 8 for 1.
Yeah, very good catch there from Stanislaus. He came in a couple of sets first and then realised he had to readjust. A very good technique, and made sure he doesn't step over the rope as well. And it will be Imran Amir who now comes in. Now this guy, he certainly can entertain us. He's a really good character, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, they need something remarkable now. So that makes it 32 in 10. You got to get it down somehow below 20, I feel, at the end of the over. To do that, you need 12, 13 runs off the next 4 deliveries, and with a new batter on strike. But it's not just any batter. Imran Amir can be explosive. He's facing Basil George, and he hits this one, but it doesn't have the legs. Now 2 fielders converge, and it's taken by Babu. So Amir goes first ball. Basil George is on a hat-trick. What a game for Basil George. 31 not out in 3 overs, and now he's got 2 for 2. And surely it's too hard for Malta Day to come back from here, and you've got to feel for them as well, because they did top the standings in Group A, but just hasn't gone their way, has it, in this abbreviated semi-final. And now they're 8 for 2.
Very good catch there from Nitin Babu. He had another fielder coming pretty close to him, but he kept his cool, kept his composure, takes the catch and sends back the dangerous Imran Amir. And you got a feel for him. He knew he had to go for the big shot straight away. I think there he was played. If that ball was dead straight, that was the right shot to play. But because it was slightly wide, he tried to create something out of it, didn't get the full power.
I liked the shot. I think the difference is about 2 centimetres on the bat. I think if he gets that 2 centimetres towards the middle, let's go for 6. Zubair, the new batter, has to face a hat-trick ball. And he might be in a bit of trouble, I thought, but he must have just made it. Have a look at this on the replay. He just trots at the last moment. Ooh, I think he's gone there.
That might be in the air there, you know, Vinny.
I don't think there's an appeal, if I'm honest. Look, he's out. Oh, I think he's very lucky there's 5. But no one appealed. No one appealed, so let him stay there. It's not going to hurt you.
I think they were more concerned that this was going to end up being extra runs. It doesn't. They just take the single. And they could be, I think they are actually looking at this. But yeah, the thing is, was there an appeal? That's a very good point you make, Vinny. I mean, if there's no appeal, can you give him
I
out?
can see a shadow under the bat. I mean,
Yeah, I think the bat was in the air. And look,
yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's
but look-
gone. And that's no one. There must have been an appeal because it was referred. And yeah, I think he's gone. Yeah, no doubt for me. It's close, but you can see there's some daylight under the bat. So look, it's one thing that it's a wicket, but again, it's a dot ball instead of a single. So Mata Day, unfortunately for them, they've had such a good series, but they didn't get the chance to complete their quarterfinal yesterday. They didn't get a chance to really have any of their innings. It was washed out against the Royal Strikers when they were chasing 82, and it's just one delivery in the second innings. And look, yeah, I think he's gone. So, Hawkmoon saying, would that have been given out if the team had not appealed? And short answer is no, Hawkmoon, you can't be given out if there's no appeal. But remember, an appeal doesn't have to be a big shout. You just have to ask the question. You can ask it very politely and quietly to the umpire.
Yeah.
And you have up until the start of the next delivery to make the appeal. That's the other thing.
yeah, I think that would have just been a little, how's that?
Yeah.
Maybe from the
How is
keeper
that?
himself.
It's like, how is that?
Yeah, just, you know, you get that
One of these ones.
sometimes.
Yeah.
How's that, ump? And the umpire
No, I mean,
says,
without technology,
okay,
umpires
you're
would have
beating,
said,
you're out.
no.
Yeah.
Play on. Last ball, what an over this has been. Missed out. Now that's an amazing over because Basil George has taken 2 for 2. And let's just say that he will win the player of the match, but no doubt about it, because 2 wickets and he created another one with the run out off his bowling where batter couldn't get the ball off the square. So 2 overs down, 8 for 3, and with 32 required off the last over, we'd have to see something supersonic to see Mata Day go through. But, you know, credit to the Knights. I know these short games are a bit of a lottery, but you still have to play better, and they have executed their skills better in this game, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I mean, Basil George, star performer, star player, and showing once again his quality. Did it with the bat, and now done it with the ball. That is excellent bowling from him. 2 for 2.
So Hawkman saying even if the umpire thought it was out, it would still need an appeal. Yep, exactly right. You need to appeal. The umpire. No, I guess an umpire, you don't go looking for an appeal. You just keep your mouth shut. And if there's an appeal, then you make the consideration. As this one is thick inside edge. Probably come back for a couple here. Just going to pull up inside the field of play. So got Nazir out there now with Kadir. And so, yeah, the Knights look like they'll be the first team through to the final a bit later on today.
Panic of the bowler. She's hit pretty well, but straight to the fielder. Gets the throw in, back to the bowler. Good bit of cricket that. And the Knights, they're sensing themselves making it into the final. Doesn't get anything on there, straight to the fielder, dot ball. And, well, sometimes I suppose it is a little bit of a lottery, isn't it? When it's just a 3-over match.
But also they chose to chase. You know, it's pros and cons to both, I suppose.
Again, goes for the big hit, but just slices it, no power in the shot. It's another single. So, look, you have to say, well done to Mata Day.
Yeah.
They've gone further than they've done in any other European cricket series that they've played in. They're getting better all the time. I like the introduction of the new players in their team from Swihi United. And they played some really good cricket. A lot of good performers in there. We know that Imran Amir wasn't able to perform this time. He's been exciting to watch. And Kadir out there at the moment. But also their captain, Sam Aquilina. What a lovely guy he is. And he is 100% for cricket in Malta as well. He's worked really hard. His wicket keeping has been sensational.
It's been really, really good. Yeah, no, feel for them. They're very sporting as well. And let's not forget Mata Day. They said, you know, we want to play this game. We want to get on the park. Of course, they were disappointed that the second half of their quarterfinal was washed out against the Strikers.
Yeah.
So, even though we've only seen them for a short time, we really do appreciate their contribution to ECS cricket this year. First time we've seen them, don't forget.
So a ball to go. And then there'll be joy for the Knights. And here we go. And,
Yeah, they're going to go with a dot. And, well, it's unfortunate for Malta Day. They just couldn't get anything going in that chase. 3 really good overs as well. And Panica finished it off as well, only conceding 5. So that's just the cherry on the cake for the Knights, who win this one. Only conceding 6, 2 and 5 off the 3 overs. So 13 in the end for Malta Day. The score 39-13. Atlas UTC Knights, well, they're happy. And they get a chance to win their first ECS title. Don't forget, they lost the final last year, and that was after winning every match. So it just shows you that the universe has a funny way of squaring up. And here they have had a few bobbles along the way, but they do make it to the big dance again. That means that they will play the winner of American University of Malta versus Malta, which should be a cracking semi-final number 2. And that's coming up in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Hopefully you can join us for that. Still 2 more games in the year. As we saw the response, well, they needed 40 for victory. They had to bat well. And well, they had a bit of luck early with some missed opportunities. But ultimately, the issue in this 3 overs is they just weren't able to find the boundary even once. And as a result, they got nowhere near this target. And a couple of good catches in there. They lost 3 wickets along the way. Their hitters came out. They had to take some calculated risks, and that was one of them, Imran Amir. He tried to nail one down the ground. It wasn't a bad shot, but just didn't middle it. He got caught, and you knew there that unfortunately the ship was sinking for Malta Day.
Yeah, 2 good catches. Stanislaus taking one right on the boundary, and that one Nitin Babu coming in and taking it. And you just felt there, not just because of the wickets going down, also 2 dot balls. And the bowling, well, Basil George, he bowled so well, didn't he?
This sums it up as well.
This also, the run out there of Zubair. And Michael Nazir, he came in and, well, again, just couldn't get going. But by the time he got in, well, they needed a lot of runs just off the 1 over, and it certainly was going to happen. So a very happy team there. The Knights are through to the final here. It is the last series of the year. As we just have a look at the teams there. American University of Malta, well, look, they'll be happy because they've got Bikram Arora, the star of and captain, not only of the Super Kings, but also captain of Malta is in their team. And he was in devastating form.
It's been a really good
last time we saw him.
And I tell you what, this boundary, this square boundary coming in 7 metres could really suit him as well. But don't forget, Marsa, they are on a 5-game winning streak. And when these 2 teams met earlier in the week, it was on Monday actually, it was AUM that won both of those matches. So I think they'll be pretty confident, but Marsa, they don't look the same team as they look a lot better. And of course, they've got some big stars in their side as well. Zishan Khan's been in good form. Magal's had a really good tournament. Fanya Magal. Harun Magal always seems to come in and do the job as well with that. So looking forward to that one. It's coming up in approximately 20 minutes. We'll be with you for the toss in about 15. And the news from the toss, Marsa went on the toss, and they elected to bat first. So good confident move from Harun Magal. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And unfortunately, it makes for a pretty sorry reading. A couple of golden ducks in there, a couple of 3s. Yeah, the top score in the innings, only 4 for Nazir, who came at number 5. Look, 3 wides in the end. It wasn't too bad. Looked like they had a few problems controlling the swing early. The basic story of that whole innings was they just weren't able to find the boundary even once. And look, credit to the bowlers that we use. It's a very batting-heavy game, you'd say, a 3-over match. And you know the batter's going to come out swinging. They held their nerve. No one got away. And Basil George, 2 for 2. He was the start with the bat and the ball for the Knights in this one. Yeah, definitely player of the match performance from Basil George. And, well, the Knights, they're just looking good, don't they? Things are coming good for them. Remember, we didn't have to see something like Stanislaus in that match either. So, well done to the Knights. But what about this match coming up here now versus the University versus Malta? Yeah. And a very good point you made about that boundary. Now, that's going to be key because I think when you look at the batters of the University, 2 very strong left-handers. Now that means the boundary to the left-handers on the leg side hasn't changed. Yeah, that's right. The right-handers is being brought in, and I think it's going to favour Zishan and Fayan Mughal, because that's where they play their shot. So that could be key. Yeah, it could be. I just want to say a quick hello to Roger, who is from our crew, our CEO, Roger, who's
Hello,
tuned
Roger.
in. Roger, thanks so much for your kind words. And he said, just in case you don't realise, that ECN are world record holders for the amount of games we put in this year. So, well, thank you to you, Roger. And Rico, your face is looking remarkably warm. So I'm thinking maybe that's a good option. But no, beautiful sunny day now. We should have the 10 overs coming your way, 10 overs aside in the second semi-final. But thanks to everyone for your kind words in the chat. Compliments of the season to everyone.
Yeah.
We'll see you in about 15 minutes with more cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, along with Santa Claus, Rico Fall, and we'll see you shortly for more cricket action and excitement. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Hello and welcome back to Malta on a beautiful sunny Saturday. It's our last day of the year, of course, on ECN. And after the drama of that shortened first semi-final, it's time for semi-final number 2. It's match 46 on the calendar. And in this one, American University of Malta are going to take on the host club, Marsa. Now, I can tell you, do have some toss news, and that is that Marsa, they've won the toss. Haroon Magal has said, look, we're going to have a bat. I like that. It's a good, confident move from him. And they have been playing better, haven't they? Marsa had a really slow start to the series. They lost their first 3 games, but they have won their last 5 now, so they are on a winning streak. And no coincidence that has coincided with the return to form of their opener, Zishan Khan. I expect him to go out there first up with Fanyan Magal, who's a really attacking player. I think they'd like a bit more out of Kosler as well. Maybe this is the game where he will click. And I do think that they've got a pretty good opening combination. Fazil Rahman and Fanyan Magal like to open the bowling. Also Wasim Abbas, I think he brings a lot to the table. So looking forward to that, and who knows, we'll see if we'll see Johnny Grimmer behind the stumps again. I know he wants to keep on trucking, but the 62-year-old behind the stumps has done a really good job for Marsa in this series as well. Let's talk about American University of Malta, though, and I think they're the most improved side in the last 12 months. Now, a lot of that in this series is to do with the Super Kings that they have on loan. That's Bikram Arora, the national team captain, and Varun Prasad. But also, I think the Tank's been in pretty good form this series. Dasha Patanka, expect him to be out there opening the batting as well. And Arora, well, he hasn't played too much in this series, but when he has been explosive. Also, don't forget about their captain, Jit Patel, who I think brings a lot with his bowling. He's very reliable, but can he do it? Because they do want to restrict Marsa to as few as possible, which they did back in match 28 when they last met. They kept Malta to only 61, then they won in a rain-shortened DLS encounter. Before that, it was a last ball match in match 27 where AUM were able to get to the target of 74 off the very last ball with a pretty streaky boundary. So I'm expecting a really entertaining contest, and we will get the whole 10 overs in, which I think is fantastic. Let's go over to Rico Full now, who's in the commentary box. And the news from the toss in the second semi-final is that Marsa, they've won the toss, they're going to have a hit.
Well, thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu there. And liking the Santa hat, giving a very comprehensive intro to this match between these two top teams. And looking forward to an exciting match between the American University against Marsa. Marsa is going to be having a bat first, and they've done pretty well with the bat the last 3 matches. The openers have performed, put runs on the board, and as a result of that, we're not going to see any changes from them. They're still going to stick with Fanyan Magal and Zishan Khan, 2 men that have been in very good form. And Zishan, well, he's found his moji again, hasn't he, with the bat and also in the field with the ball. And first up to bowl to them is going to be the Swami, Shubh Patel. And the umpires for this match, semi-final number 2, going to be Tim Wheeler and Shubh Navjot Singh. So we already know that the Atlas Knights await the winners in the final. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be this very much strengthened American University team with the likes of Bikram Arora, the national team captain, playing for them, and also Varun Prasad, who's probably at the moment, the way he's going, probably got a good chance of getting the MVP as well. He's been bowling well and batting well. We'll have to wait and see what happens in this match first. Can Marsa get the runs on the board? There we go, first ball. In comes Patel. And this one, it's a good start, good areas. Magal, of course, has probably the more aggressive of the two batters. Here we eyeing up that short leg side boundary for sure. And gets a bit on this and not as much as you would like. Well fielded, good throw. So first runs. I think because of that short boundary, the two men that are allowed out in the power play 3 overs are on the leg side. And just in case you are wondering, this will be a normal 10 over per side match. So after the shortened match this morning, that was mainly because of getting the pitch ready and playable. We go back to normality. Patel once more. And it's well bowled. Zishan's got this little trigger, hasn't he? That kicks his left leg back and he comes back again before he plays the shot. But this one into the deck, well bowled. Good areas at the moment from Patel. Goes big, but the fielder's there, and oh, well, he's dropped it. He's totally lost this. And that's Varun Prasad. He doesn't normally miss. He's completely lost this. And usually got such safe hands. And you can see here, he's then thinking, where's the ball gone? So a big chance. Zishan gets dropped on 0. And Patel then loses his line as well as he goes down the leg side. What an opportunity that was. As we have a look at the run rates between these two teams, American University, well, they're always scoring over 100 and they're defending pretty well, keeping teams to on average below 75. But the key thing there to look at was the unavoidables, because Malta certainly have been having trouble. Look at that again, they see 13 runs. And those are, when we talk about the avoidables, we're talking about the wides, no balls, etc. And the American University, just under 8. Goes up and over, and this one will be 4 runs. So Zishan, after being given a life, now it goes big, hits it over the top of the man that put him down. One bounce to the boundary, first boundary of the innings, and it takes the score to 8 at the end of the first over. And look, a quick shout out to the ECN team: Barry Eaton, Mars Wolfie, Kate Holdsworth, Andy House, and Max By, and also joined by Charlotte Jones here today and Diana Horos. Every one of them worked very, very hard getting this pitch ready. They were out there with the old sponges, soaking up the water, buckets as well, as the water was taken off the covers before the covers were removed. And of course the teams this morning, Marta Day and the Knights, who were involved in that process, and Omar as well. Wonderful job, everyone. It's thanks to you that we're on. This one's played away nicely. Single taken. Marsa will probably be looking, I'm thinking, to get a score here around about 100, 110. I think they'll be happy with that, because once again the outfield is going to be slow, and 110 is probably feels more like 120, 130. Firmly struck, fielder has to get down, and he's not able to get enough onto this. It goes past him, it's 4 runs. And the captain won't be happy with that effort. It's the Swami, Shiv Patel, that lets it go through him. So 4 more to Zishan. A bit fortunate this time round. Patel once more to him. Gets this one through. That's been the problem here for Zishan. When he's at his best, he has no problem cutting the ball away. But we certainly noticed this time round, and maybe in June as well, that balls that he should be cutting are the ones he's missing out on. this one has taken the edge of the bat and flies away. Well, it goes into the quicksand area, and they're going to have to run. Oh, no! Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. This is incredible. First of all, this ball, do you think is going to the boundary? Doesn't. The man comes out, survives the quicksand, and then he goes down here. Oh, and as he goes down, he boots the ball over the boundary rope. Oh, that is such bad luck.
What a great time.
There.
What a great time for me to come back.
Oh.
Well, it is the season of giving, and this is a gift. It's an unintentional gift, isn't it? But this ball stopped.
Oh, that was just incredible.
At first, it should have gone to the boundary, but it bounces in the quicksand. You see there, and then so he has to find his way through the quicksand. That ball stopped, and then look, the little slip over the boundary. I'll say it before. I've said it before. I'll say it again. You'll only see this kind of action in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Gohil, the poor fielder there.
Right, fine.
In the air, this could be an opportunity. Varun Prasad, can he make up for the earlier one? Yes, he does. He gets the big wicket of Zishan. Well, Zishan, 13. Unlucky for someone, it was unlucky for him. It looked like he was living a charmed life. He was put down earlier when he was on 0. And then we saw that little bit of luck he had getting that boundary. This one, well, look, he doesn't play the best of shots, doesn't get the power in it. And good catch there from Varun Prasad. And this time round, he's thinking, well, I'm not going to have the shades on. But maybe that's why he lost it the last time. Maybe it was the shades. Takes the catch. Zishan departs, and they get their breakthrough.
Yeah, well, that's cricket. What the cricket gods giveth, they can take it away. And this one was just skied. And this time, Varun Prasad, he won his battle with the sun. And so, Zishan just not really on song in semi-final number 2. He goes for 13. And the score is 17 for 1.
Yeah, the captain, Jit Patel, he probably thought nothing is going to go his way today when he saw the drop catch first and then the misfield. Don't forget, there was the misfield from Swami first. Jit Patel, the ball went for 4. Then you saw that remarkable one when the ball first gets stuck in the quicksand. Player gets stuck, escapes, and then kicks it over. And this is nicely played out to point. But
well, that's the end of 2 overs. And so it's 17 for 1. Well, guess what we're going to show a replay of in this break? We're going to show you this again. There it is. So first, the player, you're right, he's stuck in the quicksand and he has to take a route, kind of go around. And this ball's probably, what, half a metre inside? He knocks it over.
The best thing about it is, rather than be disappointed or whatever, he just turns around and says, yeah, that's 4.
Yeah, it's 4, like his normal 4.
It's like nobody saw that. Nobody actually saw me actually boot it over.
You know, if you kick a ball over the boundary on purpose, that's a willful act, and that would be treated like overthrows.
Yeah.
Something tells me that wasn't intentional. So it'll just be the 4.
Oh, wow.
I love it when you see something that you think you've seen it all, and then you see something and just go, I've never, ever seen that before. A stationary ball getting booted over the line accidentally. I've seen people holding the ball and maybe their foot slips into the rope, but yeah, kicking the ball over is amazing. Anyway, Varun Prasad, he's going to keep the ball and he's going to bowl. And starts with the ball which just sneaks inside the wide line.
Interesting that Varun Prasad, left armer, has decided to come round the wicket. He normally bowls over. I wonder if that's to do with the conditions on that side. That's a shot for LBW, and the umpire had to thought hard about it and decided no, he's going to go on and miss the leg stick. And look, if you're going to give these for when he's coming round the wicket, it's got to be really full, and the umpire's got to be sure it's going to go on and hit. The batter, well, he is pretty confident because he didn't move. He just says, there you go, ump, I'll let you have a good look. No runs there, and it's Fahim Mughal has been kept pretty quiet here at the moment. He's been joined by Gurjit Singh, so they haven't gone with Khosla this time. Shot, and this one goes the distance. Volley, volley, volley. 6 carreras. Well, it was again swinging, going down the leg side. It was a full toss and dealt with beautifully. So Fahim Mughal is finally off and running. That's his first boundary.
Yeah, wasn't an easy one to get away. Low full toss, had to time it right, but he does. And we talked about how that boundary's been brought in on the leg side because it's unplayable. Oh, well, this one is unplayable for the batter, Miguel. He's going to be out the very next delivery. Prasath strikes back, and another early one for AUM. They have both openers now. Masa are 23 for 2.
Yeah, fine Miguel after getting one, a loose delivery, then gets a good one, and he plays the wrong shot to this. You need to be playing straight to this ball. Look, he's going across the line, and the stumps are knocked over. Jag their foot, their style. So Varun Prasath, he knocks the other big name over. So both men that have been doing damage for Masa are back in the dugout. And we now see, well, it's going to be Niraj Khanna that comes out. So not Kozla, they're holding Kozla back.
I like Khanna at number 3. I think his opportunities, for the most part in this, number 4 I should say, his opportunities, he's actually been pretty good. I think both these guys are very capable. Kozla still to come at 5. So, last ball power play coming up for Prasath.
Oh, that's well bowled. This could be close. He's absolutely plumb. And he's gone. And look at the celebrations. This is a big wicket. Well, Niraj here, he's almost falling over this one. Totally off balance. And this one was going to be knocking out middle stick.
Yeah, looked pretty plumb, didn't it? And it doesn't really get forward. Yeah, I don't think that's missing. I think that's crashing into leg stump. So Khanna, no luck here in semi-final number 2. Prasath's on a hat-trick, but he's going to have to wait. It's a powerful end to the power play for AUM, and they have Masa on the ropes, 23 for 3.
Well, what a great bit of bowling that is. He elects to come around the wicket where he normally comes over and fires it across the right-handers, but he's got this ball swinging into them, and he's caused all sorts of trouble. And despite that one delivery that did go to the boundary, the full toss on the leg side, well, he's come back with a bang.
Let's have a look at these two teams. And American University of Malta, they have only dropped the one game in this series, and that was to the Knights in Group B. Both these teams are from Group B, of course. They will have to chase, but they've got a pretty good record chasing, 4-1. And a high successful chase, 112. Varun Prasath has led their run scoring in this series. Jit Patel, the leading wicket taker. Meanwhile, Anya Nagal, the leading run scorer for Masa, is already back in the shed.
Interesting, they've gone for Numan Mahir to go out there. Now, one thing Mahir has done pretty well, when we've seen him earlier, is he hits the ball really hard. He's a good hitter, good attacking player. So they've decided that maybe attack is the best form of approach here, rather than go with Kozla. This one goes through. Dot ball.
Yeah, I think they've done pretty well is keep the run rate down. Curious to see what a winning score is on this field. I think, okay, it's a bit slower, but you have that short boundary. I think 100, you want 100. Will that be enough against some of the big guns? Big 3, I'd say, for AUM. You got the tank, and you've got Bikram Arora and Prasath in there, the key weapons.
Up in the air, doesn't really time this, and this is going to drop right in the middle of 3 men coming in. It's actually probably one that Prajapati is...
yeah, he doesn't realise he could have got to this.
Yeah.
And he just freezes, and when he sees where it bounces, he says, oh, what was I doing? I could have just gone through there, but it's a tough area to run through. But maybe he's just struggling a bit because now he's grabbing at his hamstring. Maybe this is just a bit of cramp. I don't know. He went down late there, didn't he? Which suggests it wasn't an obvious tear or anything like that. The cramp can be pretty painful.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the reason why he didn't sprint after it. I think he probably felt something and thought, I'll just walk it off. But it doesn't feel like he's going to walk this one off. He seems to be in a fair bit of pain, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
well, hopefully it's just one of those things that can stretch out. But, yeah, you want him to try and finish this over if at all possible. He's still grabbing at it. Yeah, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Let's see where we are as far as the finals day is concerned. And, of course, now we have our first finalist. We have the team, the Atlas UTC Knights team. They're in the final already. Unfortunately, Marta Day, they got knocked out in semi-final number 1, which is a 3-over affair. They'll play the winner of AUM Malta, which you're watching in this game right now. Prajapati's fine. He's going to continue, and he's going to disappear. And this is a supersonic blast. Well, any boundary, this is going to be 6. Don't worry about that. That one's rattled the scorers. They know it's 6. Maximal. Half a dozen to Malta.
Well, this is what he does, and he does it so well. Numan Meher is absolutely blasted this out of here. That is a big hit. And look at that. I think that's gone on the roof, has it? That was huge.
It was on the roof. Oh, I thought it was in the scorer's tent. Well, they didn't have to worry. And well, luckily their roof was stronger than ours earlier in the tournament. Remember in week 1, we had one burst through the tent and almost take you out. How was your bruise, by the way?
Hey,
was
go on. It was only a minor bruise, yeah.
Just a flesh wound. Prajapati goes the journey. And we talked about some of the right-handed options they've got. Yep, go find that one. Joy's on the roof having a look. It's Prajapati.
He goes for another, and it's back-to-back 6s. And this one goes over the ropes once more. And listen to the roar here of the Malta boys. The fight back is coming in the form of Numan Meher. He's got to just pitch this up, I think, Prajapati.
You cannot afford to bowl short to right-handed today. Because even if they don't get all of it, it's going to be 6. And those last 2, well, they were 6 anyway. I mean, they were big hits. This one not quite roof territory, but still comfortable for Meher. He's the man at the moment. He's got the hot hand. Malta counter-attacking.
Prajapati once more. Meher. And this one is pretty full. I think he could be gone. And what a way to strike back from Prajapati. And look at that. He's looking at the Malta players there. And I think he said a few words here to the batter. Oh, the old handbags are coming out here. Absolutely plumb. And there's Prajapati. I think he had a word or two to say to Meher. And Meher, well, he gives him the old, cut out the old chit-chat.
It's a bit naughty, especially with a final around the corner. Potentially, if they win this match, you don't want to get rubbed out for the final. But 6-6 and out. Meher, he's a shooting star, and he only faces the 3 balls in innings in the end. 36 for 4. What an eventful 4th over.
Yeah. Prajapati, just as you said, Vinny, we said he's got to pitch up, and he does, and he gets him plumb in front. So another wicket goes. So despite those 2 big 6s, Malta 36 for 4. They need somebody who can stay there. With this man, no Khosla can, and I think he and his partner at the moment, Gurjit Singh. Gurjit Singh, well, he's hardly had any strike, has he, Gurjit?
Yeah, Gurjit has been a spectator, hasn't he, for the most part. He's got one more ball to watch here.
Just plays this down. Nicely timed by Khosla. He's a very good driver of the ball. We saw him play one shot yesterday. It was just like a defensive push, and he went all the way to the boundary.
It's the end of the 4th over. So the score now is 37 for 4. Nice shot. You know, that LBW, I mean, to me it seemed like it was hitting the stumps. I mean, it was pretty full. And, of course, shout out to the umpires as well. They have a difficult job to do. Let's be honest. I think the standard's been good. We've had 1 or 2 moments like you will in any series and at any level of cricket. But I think that's one thing this year. The umpiring's been very good. Now, this one for me, yeah, I mean, that's umpire's call for me because hits him in front of middle and leg. It doesn't have that long to go. And remember, it does tail in. I think that's fair enough. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, I think that's going to probably just hit the base of the leg stick. So
yeah,
that's a good call. I don't think the ball's moving that much.
Yeah, you've got to look at that. Hit him on the back leg as well. So they're the things the umpire's weighing up. Anyway, Bikram Arora is going to bowl the next over. Turning to spin. Left arm orthodox. First ball goes down the ground for a single. So this is a great opportunity for Khosla, isn't it? And Khosla and Gurjit. So still 2 recognised batters at the crease. They just need to put together a partnership. Seems that every time Malta seem to be getting away, AUM have the answers and they pick up a wicket.
Yeah, this is a huge partnership now between these 2. Oh,
dropped.
This is a drop chance, and this is a pretty straightforward one. Arora, again, is it the shades? Yeah, look, it misses his hands completely, hits him in the gut.
Just wasn't expecting it, basically.
Nice shot. This will be 4 runs, will it? No, it's well picked up by the fielder. Good bit of work there by Shah. He's been... Arora gets the call before Shah. Shah's been very useful bowler for them early on. He certainly did a lot of bowling when Bikram wasn't in decide, but we didn't see him bowl at all the last time round.
That's really good fielding by Tarek Shah on the boundary as well. He anticipated that. That's why he got the jump start on it. He saw the way the batter was playing the ball to the front foot, that it was likely to go to his right. And so that's what caused him to make the stop, because off the bat, it did seem like it was going into the gap.
Good delivery, just slightly slower, just drifts this one in. And Kosler plays it pretty cautiously. On the legs, going down leg, not out. Kosler disappointed he's missed out on this. Yeah, this one's is always missing the stumps. They have got the man on the 45, as opposed to that inside the ring. And then the other 3 men on the leg side, all on the boundary. Square leg, mid-wicket, and long on.
All right, can he finish off his over? Only 2 off it so far.
This one will go to one of those fielders I just mentioned. And it will just be a single.
Really good over, though, from Bikram Arora. It's having a great series. Only 3 off that one, halfway point. It's 40 for 4.
Yeah, 40 for 4. It's those wickets will be the concern. Remember, it's the big guns out already. Zishan was the first to go on 13, you see there. And then it was Varun Prasad who knocked the stumps over Fire Mughal. And then it was he as well that got rid of Niraj Khanna. LBW off his first delivery. And then after Numan Mahir played some big hits. One ended up on the roof of the pavilion there. Prajapati finally got him LBW for 12, which brings these two together. Kosler goes straight. This is a nice strike, but oh, what a catch! Oh, get out of here! He's got no right to be catching this. And Prajapati, well, it's time to party maybe for Prajapati. What a good catch this is. Where did he come from? And look, this is hit very straight, and I'm thinking this is definitely going to split the 2 fielders. And Prajapati diving in there. What a catch, Vinny.
Really good bit of anticipation as well. And it was a challenge kind of a delivery from Zohaib Malik. And Kosler said, I'm going to take it on. But it was an excellent bit of fielding. Really, really good. And I love the way he takes it. And he just kind of turns his body, and the body takes the impact on the ground. Well, whatever they did to that hamstring when he was bowling, it certainly worked. Maybe gave him too much of the magic spray, because that was a little bit of magic. You see, this was earlier. That was Bikram Arora putting one down. But this is how to do it. And Prajapati comes from nowhere. And excellent, excellent catch. The next ball is just driven away over cover.
Yeah, that is world class. You saw there in that replay. And thanks again to Spring Productions there, Andis and Valentine, and also Kiriols for producing and providing us with those. But he was nowhere, and all you saw was this diving figure of Prajapati taking a sensational catch. Zohaib Malik flights this one up, and it's in the air, but doesn't quite carry to the fielder. And Prajapati, he's disappointed. Prajapati says, I would have got there. I would have taken it. Well, that was Jesse Singh. I don't think it was quite there for Jesse. And Jesse also is in a sticky part of the ground. You've got to take that into account as well. So flights another one up. And this time it just gets it over the fielder in the infield, but they've got a sweeper out there, gets the throw in. Nice work there from Dashit Patanka, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, the attack. I'm sure he'll be opening the batting for AUM in the second half of this match. Malik's kept the pressure on, hasn't he? Spin doing the trick in the middle overs.
Ooh, and this one goes right through. I think this will be buys.
Yeah.
Missed out by the batter, but also the tank misses it as well.
Looks like we've got Sahil Khan in the chat saying, going back to the ECC final, that cricket match was very interesting. It certainly was, wasn't it? Belgium versus England 11.
Hits this on the full toss. It doesn't quite carry to the fielder. Thought about it, Bikram Arora.
Yeah, he thought about it, and then he realised, okay, not going to make it. I'm just going to back off and keep it to 1, and then he's going to head to the bowling crease, because I think they're going to continue with this twin spin attack. It's the end of 6 overs, 45 for 5.
Yeah, and why not? Spin seems to be working at the moment. No pace on the ball. Remember, they got plenty of other good spinners in the side as well. I mean, Dan Shanik, Gohil can also turn his arm over, as can Tariq Shah. So spoilt for bowlers. But the bowlers used so far haven't done a bad job, have they, really?
Prasath with a couple of wickets in his over. They've used 6 different bowlers. But now they will go back to somebody for the first time, and it will be that man, Bikram Arora.
In the air, this is an opportunity. Oh, he's gone down, and now he's lost it. Oh, there. Well,
guess who?
It's all going wrong for the Swami.
No, that's Gohil.
Was that Gohil?
That's Gohil, the man who booted a 4 earlier.
Oh, it is, yes.
And I tell you what, he's got the ice skates on. He's the only one really having these kind of issues. And he can't blame the quicksand that time.
This could have been worse. It could have hit him on the head while he was sat down. And, well, no, I suppose no real damage done at the moment. I mean, the University are well on top. What's going on there with Gohil? I think he needs to invest in another pair of pumps. And he's gone. Oh, he's missed it. Well, the tank. This looked like a routine stumping. And you see there, just pops out.
Almost bounces back onto the stumps. Yeah, just didn't glove it. That's all I can say about that one.
Gurjeet gets a life. And then makes up for it as he hits this beautifully timed, and it ends up in the bushes. Big hit. Shaka Lagya.
Well, what a topsy-turvy kind of innings this has been. He's not scared to leave his crease again. He says, all right, I'm going to take it on. And he really nails this one over cover. 6 runs. And let's see if that missed opportunity comes back to haunt AUM. Gurjeet gets going with his first maximum.
Well, this ball has been swallowed up by some of the snakes out there. Haven't found it. And they've given up. So we get another ball. And he plays a lovely shot here, uses his feet really well. And it's another one that goes up and over. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras.
And so Bikram Arora comes at him and he uses the short boundary. It has come in about 7 metres because of the condition of the outfield there. That was the agreement. It certainly will be this way for this match, probably the final as well.
And this one just escapes Bikram. He's got unlucky with the bounce there in that bit of rough.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple of times, haven't we? But it means he retains the strike, and he is the man that is counter-attacking the spin at the moment. 7 overs down, and the score is 59 for 5. As we have a look ahead to the next tournament on ECN, the next time we'll be together at work, Rico. We'll be on the 7th of February. It's the first day of the 2nd edition of the European Cricket League, brought to you by Bet2Ball. We'll have Group A action, so we haven't got the fixtures confirmed just yet. If you stay tuned to our website, then you can find out the fixtures as they come to hand. Maybe we'll see Tunbridge Wells from England in the first match of 2022. It could be Svanholm from Denmark, or ACT from the Austrian competition, or Star from Luxembourg, Helsinki from Finland, and Dreux from France. In fact, Group A is interesting. It has 2 returning ECL teams from 2019 in Svanholm and Dreux. ECL is the Champions League of European cricket.
Prajapati comes back, doesn't start with a good deliveries on the legs, but it goes straight to the fielder. And that Prasath out there.
It was a big over to get on top of Aurora because he had such good first over. Could have had a wicket and probably should have had a wicket. Should have had 2 wickets really in that over. But they missed the opportunities. One was force majeure, I guess, with the slip from Gohil. But yeah, the second one, fairly regulation stumping for Patanga. He'll be upset about that. And then the counter-attack with the 2 6s. So maybe it just gives him a bit of a kicker. They're hoping to put, probably in the 90s on the board. 90 to 100 from here is realistic.
Abbas. Oh, this goes straight through him. And it was interesting that Bikram Arora ran up to Prajapati there and had a little word with him. I think what he said, because he, of course, knows Abbas really well. National team players, both of them. He's probably given Prajapati some advice where to bowl. He's probably told him, look, don't bowl short to this guy, full and straight. Abbas, he needs to be at his best behaviour as well, doesn't he?
With the boundary on the leg side, that's asking for trouble to go short.
Well, this is up in the air. It's a short boundary, but Fielder looks like he's getting under it, and he's fluffed it, and the ball drops. Or does it drop for 4 or 6? I think it drops just before the boundary.
Yeah.
And, well, the catch goes down. Not very sporting there, the Master boys.
Well, they're just excited. What about the towel falling out before he bowled the ball? Don't worry about that. You see, he's looking straight into the sun here, and this is the captain, Jit Patel, and their first bounce inside, then bounces over. So Luxa Fortune, they'll get a boundary for that one. So just a couple of missed opportunities for AUM. Prajapati was brought back. I thought they might stick with Zohar Malik and stick with spin because that had been working. Abbas gets some luck, moves to 8.
Goes again, and this time Fielder. Oh dear! Look, it's not easy on that part of the ground. That's why the boundary has been moved in. It's very wet and soggy under the feet.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why here Varun Prasad is not able to deal with this as competently as he normally would.
It's a bit of a lurch, isn't it, from Prasad? You can understand why. He's normally pretty solid, but it is difficult on that side. That's why that boundary has been brought in the first place. And so, Marsa fighting back.
Yeah, they are.
Jeez, he'd love to have a good game, wouldn't he?
Prajapati's been a bit in the wars, hasn't he? He normally gets hit for a couple, then he comes back with a bang. Will he come back with a bang this time?
2 deliveries left for him.
He gets it through Abbas, but you can see the line there. He's just a little bit too leg-side-ish. Abbas, if he stayed still, he could have been playing this exactly the same as he played the last 2. So it's straight down the leg side, needs to get his ball full and straight. I think if he does get it full and straight, he's got every opportunity of getting through the defences of Abbas. Abbas will go for the big shot regardless. Here we go. And there's the slice up in the air. Third man, he's in sticky patch there. Comes out of the quicksand. And this time, they deal with it pretty well. And
flashbacks there. That's not Gohil, is it? Gohil's been moved away from that area.
Gohil says, I'm not going in there. And the end of the over from Prajapati. Well, that was a nice little bit of friendship there between Abbas and Prajapati. Even though Prajapati's got a fair bit of stick from the Master camp. But,
well, I mean, it's a final. Don't forget, AUM, they're trying to make their first ever ECS final. Master, well, they did win a year ago, the first ever ECS in Malta. But then they fell to Sweet United in a big boil over. They topped their group in June, and then they lost to the 4th place Sweet United. So they know how much it means to them. And they had a horrendous start to this series, losing their first 3 games. Here's Prasad back on firmer ground. This one hits the pad. And you've got to run here. Probably 2.
The fielders. Oh dear. He knew that was going to happen there. Well, they should mix up here, but they can't get the ball back. But first of all, I mean, look how gingerly the fielders are running to get to this ball. You can see why, because that's what's happened. Look at them out of water there.
That's the part of the field that's trouble. And then they should have got 3 there. I don't know why Wazim turned Gurjeet back, because Gurjeet was the one running to the keeper's end.
Yeah.
And he almost runs him out, running the other way. I think they would have had a rare 3 there. I'm glad I'm not doing laundry.
That's well bowled from Prasad. Gets the Yorker length delivery, so they do get a single here. So it looks like it did catch a bit of the bat.
What over is it? It's the 9th, of course. It all happens in the 9th. Well, one of my favourite cricketers growing up, Jeff Marsh, known as Swampy. I think he would have been proud of the 3rd man area today. Son, of course, of Sean Marsh and Mitchell Marsh.
So this is up in the air, and fielders converging. Prajapati coming to it, and well, again, hands it. What's that? This ball is just bouncing. That was a bit, remember that game they used to play jacks when the ball bounces around and you pick things up?
There's a bit of curling about this. Look at this. Prasad in the end, he gets closer than he thinks, and then 3 of them just let this run a bit. They're all
Look at the evasive action. Who was that? Thinking, oh, I think that might have been our friend again. That might have been going.
So many highlights in this innings for me already. Gotta love this ECS.
Varun Prasad. It's well bowled to Abbas. He knows what he's going to do. And Bikram Arora gives him a clap. He has to get back in his crease. 2 more balls in this, the 9th. 73 for 5. And that's going to be wide. Just got a bit of beard in my mouth. Just sort the beard out for a minute.
You're committed to the beard. I like
Committed
it.
to the beard, yeah. It's
And if you think Rico's just wearing it when we're on camera, we're actually wearing it all the time. You look brilliant. I think it's a shame to cover that face. It's a lovable.
It is a
little face.
festive time of year, and it's it's our last day as well. So look, everybody, I know you're going to stick with us for the whole day, but you know, happy holidays.
Happy holidays to everybody. South over the wicket now. Swings and misses. And so, yeah, Martha, we talked about that 90 as a realistic target. Still think it is. I think, who will they bowl in the last? I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go back to Mullock in the middle overs.
Normally Jet Patel normally finishes.
Yeah, Jet would normally finish. But Mullock's over only went for 5.
Yeah. Yorker length delivery played out. They look to be trying to attack for the 2. Good throw, darting it straight in powerfully to the wicketkeeper's end. So that is the end of start over, and a good one as well, and a good spell from him. 2 for 10.
So Hawk Moon in the chat saying Rico looks like a mobile cobweb. I think that's a fair analysis. And Maya saying she loves how committed Rico is to it. Yeah, you look great, Rico. Yeah, go on. What do you think? Tell us your plans over the holidays in the chat. Always love to hear from our fans what they're doing. It'll be strange. It'll be a strange 9 weeks without ECN cricket, but it's great that we've had so many people on this journey with us, and more people all the time. That's the other thing. I think we've almost tripled our subscribers on YouTube this year.
It's been fantastic.
And really a couple of things going viral lately as well. In fact, I might try and put a few of those up in the second innings. Down the ground, gets past Jit. I think he would have had a certain run out had he fielded it. Now they're going to come back for 2, and they're going to go the long way. And this one just kind of drifts on the tank, and it's a really tough take because it actually bounces off the pitch. You'll see here they decide, okay, we'll take the man that's trying to pinch the strike, but yeah, he had no chance there, Patanka.
No, it wasn't the best of throws. It needed to be framed that. Maybe in the middle of the pitch, it would have been an easier take.
Yeah, just accuracy from that distance, letting him down.
Abbas has been good here. Hits this firmly. Bikram Arora gets underneath it, and he swallows it up this time. No mistakes, and a big smile on Aurora's face. Gets there and makes sure this ball is not coming out of his hands. So Abbas, when he does get the opportunity to show his captain, Harun Magal, that he can bat and he can score valuable runs.
Yeah, he wanted to pinch the strike back. He wanted the strike, and he got it, but he mistimes this one. If he gets this in the middle, then it'll sail for 6. But the other thing is, the wind today, it's a bit different. Whereas the wind was behind the batters and right to left, now it's kind of behind the bowler and right to left. So those kind of balls that get elevated, they're more likely to blow back into the field of play. That one never had a chance. Good catch by Aurora, catching out his national teammate. And Jit gets a wicket, 2 for 11.
Yeah. Captain to captain is this. I think it is. And Harun Magal goes in the air.
I don't know if you got Go Hill. Yeah, he's had such an interesting 10 overs. He has no idea where it's gone and ends up just looking the wrong way for the ball. It bounced about 5 metres behind him.
Stop picking on him. Leave him alone.
He's
Go
all
Hill.
right. At least he kept his feet that time.
He did.
Now here's Haroon trying to finish with a bang.
And he hits it fairly well, but it goes to the fielder. And nice throw.
Yeah, don't try it and take on the 2. I think that's all about trying to get Gurjeet on strike. And I think they've decided rather than risk a run out, a likely run out, and get a new batter out on strike for the last 2 balls, then let's give it to Gurjeet, who does have 2 Maximos in his score of 18 not out.
Patel. Oh well. 2 wickets for 14. 2 balls left in the innings. 80 is up.
Great question from Chrissy in the chat. Come back to that after this ball. It's a toe ender. Now, do you come back here? I probably would try. It would have been a run out, but maybe you could have got Gurjeet back on strike. But maybe Harun says, well, I'm a right-hander as well, so maybe I can have another go. Now, Chrissy wants to know about women's cricket on ECN. And is there a women's version of ECN? Well, yeah, we do try our best. We did show some women's T20 internationals last year. Of course, there haven't been too many games. We did show some this year as well, actually. Run out here. I think he might just be gone here. says no, and I don't think we'll get a better look at this because where he's running here. I think you've got to give the batsman the benefit of the doubt on that one. And so they will finish with a couple, and they're going to finish 83 for 6. Yeah, Chrissy, we did show some women's T20 internationals this year between Germany and France, I think, earlier in the year. And so it's something we'd like to work towards, of course. We'd love to have a women's ECS and women's ECL, women's ECC. That's certainly on the roadmap for European cricket. And you've worked a lot in cricket in Spain as well, Rico, as well. So that's something that I know everyone's working on. But right here, we're working on discovering who will meet the Knights in the final. And it was Master winning the toss and electing to bat. And they've ended up on more or less what's been a pass score in the series, but you wonder if it'll be enough to hold up against the strong American University of Malta batting lineup. Yeah, I mean, look, Master, they're pretty strong with their bowling attack, and I think they will feel that they've got to the 80s. We know all about the Grady 80s, but watch this first. How about this? You'll never see anything like that. And then it's got Gohill was in all sorts of trouble, and look, he's thinking, nobody saw it, just give it a 4, it's fine. But look, the other thing here you got to think about is that some of the catches that were put down, they were expensive for the university. I think they could have kept this score to probably, I don't know, maybe 72, that sort of mark. They dropped some key catches at key points, and particularly when you saw Abbas and Gurjit Singh out there. I mean, those two were able to get a good partnership going. It was a crucial one. Varun Prasad, he was on top form, bowled really well. This one was a great delivery. Well, the next one was pretty good as well. Just got that Yorker length going. And Niraj, he came and he went because he didn't know too much about this. Lovely delivery. Yeah, I think it was a good call. It wasn't plumb, but I did feel it was more likely to hit than not. And so Niraj Khanna, unfortunately for him, he was out there for a short time, not a particularly good time for him. And Prajapati just struggling with what looks like a bit of a hamstring cramp. That's Dr. Shub was on the scene, and he was okay to continue. We saw a couple of big blows from Mehar, who goes 6 onto the roof, and then another 6. And so you thought, okay, maybe it's his day, as he whacked 2 Maximos off his first 2 deliveries. But he wouldn't last too much longer. The very next ball, he was LBW. And again, that's another one I think is more likely to hit than not. Gets the decision. So again, that's another one that AUM did take that maybe saved them a few runs. Yeah, really topsy-turvy kind of innings. And the spin did the job, didn't it? Aurora, although he puts that one down, and he could have had more wickets than he ended up with in the end. But the thing is, he was assisted by Prajapati with that excellent catch. Superb, and his first over was really key. Only went for 3 runs. He wasn't quite as successful in his second over, but still he was creating opportunities. Yeah, he was. I think that's probably why I think Jit Patel elected not to continue with the spin. And he thought, well, okay, that's not working. He brought Prajapati back. But Prajapati, well, he had his troubles. He was the most expensive. And, well, a good partnership, as I said already, worth 37 runs between Abbas and Gurjit Singh. That was vital in ensuring that the Master did at least get a score on the board. But it's not going to be easy, I don't think, this for the university. But Master themselves, they will know that they need quick wickets. I think Harun Mughal has to be in his best form. Got to knock out these early batters of the university quickly. Got to get the 3 pillars, I think. You got the tank up there. You got Aurora, who's been in great form. Prasad, this is a funny one. Look at him. They don't know where it is. And then in the end, the batters consider 2, even though the ball's right there, because nobody could find it. And this one down the ground, well taken by Bikram Aurora. Catching that part of the ground was sublime from American University of Malta. In the end, okay, I think a few less than Master would have wanted, but they do have the score on the board in a crucial final. And we'll get a chance to look at the scorecard here. The main issue here, no one was able to reach 20, despite 4 players reaching double figures for Master. And you see Zishan didn't quite get going, although he did hit 3 boundaries in his 13. Gurjit Singh, the top scorer, 19 off 15 balls, but he was a bit hit and miss. Mehar looked dangerous, but he went 3rd ball after hitting 2 sixes. And Abbas had a little contribution, but still not too much more than run a ball. So yeah, very inconsistent is how I'd put that innings. And Harun Mughal, well, he managed to score 5 off 3 balls that he faced. And ultimately, you see the bowlers were able to keep it quiet for the most part. No one really went the journey, although Prajapati went for 2 a ball. Everyone else in single-figure economy. I do think that Aurora bowled pretty well, didn't take a wicket. The wickets went to Jit Patel, who took 2. 2 for 10 for Prasad. Pretty good from him. And the other wicket went to Zohib Malik, who we only saw the one over from in the end. So 5 extras as well. Look at that. Just the 2 wides and 1 by. That could be important as well.
Yeah.
That stops Master getting to something in the 90s, I think. So it'll be a really interesting chase, Rico. When we return, we'll see AUM. They're hoping to reach their first ever ECS final. And to do it, they'll need 84 off their 10 overs. See you very, very shortly. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo Vinny Sander along with Rico Full. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to finals day here in Malta at the Malta International Cricket Ground. A nice shot there of Johnny G. That's right, the Malta wicketkeeper and a man who's well known in Malta and well, a superb entertainer. And well, let me just say, while we have time, thank you to the Federation of Maltese Cricket, Indica Pereira, Lee Tuck, and also the likes of John Grimmer and Varun Prasad. They took us out to a lovely meal yesterday, and we also had the privilege of hearing Johnny Grimmer on the guitar, played a few tunes for us, and we had a little sing along as well. So thank you very much to Cricket Malta for dinner last night. It was a fantastic night, and it's always going to be sad to say our goodbyes. I mean, we've got a bit of a love affair with Malta. It's like a second home for me here as well. And not only are we saying goodbye to Malta, we'll be saying goodbye to European cricket for a while, for 9 weeks, but we will be back. Put it in your diaries. The 7th of February is when we return after the final here today, and it's going to be the Bet-to-Bet European Cricket League, getting ready for the start of this reply. So just to remind you, Marsa 83 on the board. Now look, I think it's a challenging score. Wasim Abbas bowling first up to Bikram Arora. They go for a single, and oh, it's a good throw. I think he's out. I think he's in the air, and he's gone. He has gone, and look at them. They're jumping up for joy. I reckon here, Arora, he jumps in the air to avoid being hit by the ball. Let's have a look. He doesn't put the bat down. Yeah, that is really poor from the national team captain. He's in if he runs straight. Why he started to run that way, I don't know. Probably to avoid the ball. And in the end, all he's done is left a nasty mess on the field. But he's also gets himself run out. Bikram Arora, the star batter, the national team captain, has gone. Oh, what a strange piece of events that was. All he's got to do is run straight and do the basics, slide his bat in, and he would have been in. He starts to run away, and all he's done is he's run into trouble. First blood to Marsa. The very first ball produces the first wicket. Arora goes. Look, if he runs straight, he's in, but look at the way he's holding the bat. He doesn't slide it in at all. Jumps in the air, and he's gone. Massive, huge bit of play that. Incredible. What a start. Fazil Rahman is the bowler. This is played out into the off. They will look to get two. Well fielded there by Niraj. What an excellent throw that was from Gurjeet Singh. Gurjeet Singh has had his Allu Parantas this morning. He did well with the bat. Scored valuable runs for his team. 19 not out of 15 deliveries, and then produces that moment of magic. But it's not one that Bikram will want to look back at. Rahman. Good pace. This one doesn't really come up. And the tank is out there now with Varun Prasad. Oh, really well bowled. Lovely bit of bowling. Have a look at this one. Look at the movement on that, and he gets the bounce this time. And that's got to be something that plays on the batter's mind now. He said one that doesn't come up. This one does. Doesn't really know where the next one is going to go. The appeal, not out. And they do get through. It was a leg by. Maybe the bounce. Just have a look at the rates. You see, yesterday, even though we had that windy weather, A bit of rain as well. We were going at around average 9 runs being scored and over. The best day was day 10. We had plenty of runs scored. That also was the best probably day weather-wise as well. There was no rain. It was dry conditions. And that was the day when the outfield was also cut. So the conditions were there for high scoring matches. Today, because of all that rain and hail that we had yesterday, this pitch at one point yesterday was covered in hailstones, I should say. It was just white. But it's recovered well. Here comes Rahman, last ball of the first over. And oh, this is a nasty full toss. And what has this hit? What is this hit? It's gone for 4. And has this caught the bat or did this come off the lid? Let's see this again. This is incredible. Let's have a look. Oh, look at that. It's come off the bat. That was a nasty delivery. So it's a no ball. So this is going to be a warning for Rahman. And it was signalled as 4. But he's down and out, isn't he? What a nasty delivery that was. And, well, look, it wasn't. I've got to say, I mean, I know this is a key. Well, it's been changed. I think 6 has been given. I thought it was signalled at 4 first. And, yeah, 6. That's an amazing. Look, it goes all the way for 6. Incredible.
I'm back. Another highlight. Another crazy
yeah,
when I come back.
Well. And this was the free hit as he's missed out on. End of the over. And well, he went for the big one, misses it. That's where we said, didn't we, Vinny? That's where sometimes his weakness is in that area.
That's the most remarkable 6 I've ever seen. I mean, he's trying to get out of the way, and he's accidentally hit a 6. He's accidentally hit a 6 off the middle of the bat. What are we watching, Rico? Just when you think you've seen it all, that is unbelievable.
He hits the set while being on his backside. Look, the one thing I didn't like about that, and I have to say, I know it's a final, semi-final, and it's a competitive match, but nothing from Rahman. No apology, and that wasn't good. I think that was a really nasty delivery. Get 6 for it. 10 for 1 at the end of the first.
Go back and watch a movie with Tom Selleck in it called Mr. Baseball. I'll tell you what.
Oh, there's hesitation, and Haroon doesn't pick it up.
And the reason I'm telling you that is he goes to play in Japan. He's like a Major League Baseball, and in America, sometimes if the pitcher throws at you on purpose, you can start a fight, right? So he goes to Japan, but he doesn't know that the customs there is that the pitcher hits you by accident, they'll tip their cap.
Yeah.
And and so on this occasion, but he doesn't know that. So this guy tips his cap and he runs and tries to fight him. So that would remind me of Wasim Abbas, who basically, by not apologising, what are you saying there? He's saying that was just to wake you up. It backfired. I'm not saying it was a deliberate from Wasim Abbas, but can you believe it hit the middle of the bat?
That was amazing. It really was. Absolutely, mate. It had me stunned because first of all, I know it was such a nasty delivery, and I wasn't sure if it'd come off the bat or was the helmet. That's what I wanted to double check on, but then it goes all the way.
If it did
6 as well.
If it did go for the head and went over the boundary, it's only 4.
It's 4, yeah. It's only would have been 4. In the air, it's an opportunity. Oh well, he had to dive to try and take this, and that's Wasim Abbas. That's a chance that goes begging, and the tank living dangerously. Oh, he does get there, Abbas, but not able to keep it in his hands. Well, we knew this match between these two top teams was going to be spicy. Well, that's exactly what we got here. What an encounter. Fahim Mughal disappointed. That's not taken.
Still can't believe they got 7 off that. That's 2 times they come back into the box. The first one was the kick over the boundary. Now this.
It's nicely hit, and this will be 4 runs. And the one thing you don't do is you don't give Varun Prasad width. Give him width, he will punish you. And that's, he can play those shots all day with no trouble at all. Get them angled into him. That's if you're trying to get it in between his bat and his pad. Then he has difficulties. 4 valuable runs. They just need to, with the shock of that first wicket, Aurora going for a golden. They need to just compose themselves a little. More width. And similar shot, misfield, but will be stopped. And they only take the single.
I mean, I know people that have played cricket their whole life and never hit a 6. The fact that you can hit one without looking to a ball that's head high while you're sitting down, I'll be hating that.
That was that one is, look, I mean, you know about all these clips go viral. That one definitely has to. That is going to go viral.
Already told them to put that one up straight away.
That is going to go viral.
Anya McGall.
He's played that with a bit of caution and no risk, and getting a good round of applause for the American University of Malta.
All right, now, this has gone viral again. I saw Cricket District put this up. Now, this is a year ago. That's Johnny G. Unfortunately, yeah, takes it in the head. Now, he is okay, but a lot of people that watch this online, I know they haven't watched it to the end because it takes a bit of a turn at the end. There's Johnny, and I think you were on the commentary. I think Barry was with you.
I was with
everyone's just
Bazza,
saying,
yeah.
look, just sit him down. Just needs to sit down. But this isn't what they meant when they said needs to sit down, because you'll see here at the end, it takes a bit of a turn.
Yeah, Mike Tyson.
Oh, wow. And so that's got about 1 million views, as that was put up yesterday morning. We can laugh about it now. That was Johnny G last year. Now he's back behind the stumps, which is good, and he's actually had a pretty good series behind the stumps. He's pulled a fair bit of magic off so far in the series. Wazim Abbas coming into the attack now, over number 3.
Just places down onto the onside. I think, just get the feeling that in that area, the fielders are just a little bit too deep. There's been too many easy singles taken there. And you've got a man, you've got protection behind you. I think you just got to have him a little bit closer. You're in the power play. This is the last over the power play. Try not to give these singles away. And now they're making a slight change. 20 on the board, wicket down. Goes for the shorter one. Hit firmly at the fielder. Makes a good stop. No runs there. And that was a loose delivery. But he's done really well. Really good stop there.
Yeah, really good. They're all going to matter, aren't they? They're defending for their tournament lives, Master. They're fired up out there. What a good start that was by Gurjit as well.
Abbas goes short again. And this one, well, what does it take? Hit something on the way through. Yeah. Keep an eye on the umpire. It
runs.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to signal something. It doesn't, so it's gone down.
I thought that was off the shoulder. That was just my instinct. Let's even get a look at it here.
Let's have a look. It's a bit of. It's got bat onto
you think
this.
It's bat onto shoulder. It's definitely shoulder.
Yeah.
Maybe an edge onto the shoulder.
Yeah, bat first.
So he got the shoulder, otherwise it's probably going to fly through to the keeper.
Asking questions, aren't they, Marsa, of the university? Marsa, no, this is the partnership they've got to break. Oh, beats him outside the off.
The tank is just a bit off, isn't he, the tank?
Yeah, he's
They bowled well to him, though.
Finding it difficult to get going. Yeah, but what about that run out? Wasn't it peculiar how he just changed his line as he was running?
Yeah.
He was more concerned about the ball hitting him and forgot completely that he could be run out.
Yeah, exactly. He took that risk.
To the fielder again, so joining up the dots here.
Is there. I mean, no one likes getting hit, but he's got protection. He's got the helmet on. He's got the pads on. He's got the box on. You just got to run the shortest distance possible and slide. And the other thing is maybe you dive. Maybe it's safer on the ground. I don't know, but he also ran into a really awkward area just off the pitch.
Well bowled, and they do take the single. Johnny G diving to stop it.
Yeah, looking for another one, but they're not going to get it. End of the power play. 22 for 1. And yeah, basically the rate they need is about 17 per 2 overs. So they want to be around about 34 off 4. And it just gives you an idea of how they're tracking at the moment. And we talked about the three three big fish, if you like. Aurora, the tank, Patanka, and also Prasath. You've got one, but there's a couple out there that can take the game away from you. And they do it pretty quickly, especially when you think about Prasath. He can actually hit over point pretty powerfully, and that's the short boundary. So even though he's left-handed, what I would say about the short boundary to the right of screen when you see the bowler bowling is that it is into the wind as well, though. That's something to think about as well. And that wind's probably worth a few metres. And the wind's really quite strong coming right to left. Here's Fanya Magal to bowl over number 4.
Yeah, they're going with the fine. They're bowling him out. They know that they need
Santa's left the building. Then we've got Rico now. And now you're an elf.
I'm an elf.
I just realised I don't have my little pom-pom up. There you go.
Santa's gone for lunch.
Yeah, so we've got the elf and...
The elf here.
What's Santa like as a boss? That's what I sometimes ask elf-looking people. You look pretty good there.
Plenty of candies. Gives you plenty of candies. He looks after you.
What do you think?
Loads of hot chocolate
Rico's got
as well.
all the outfits. I'm sticking with this hat. It's perfect for me. It's just keeping my noggin warm, as we'd say at home. Anyway, here's Magal. Left-hander to left-hander.
Oh, he's got him. And it was a slower delivery, but I think this is a full toss. He's played all around it. That is massive. And look at the celebrations. They know how key that wicket is. They've got the 2 big guns. And yeah, I think this is a slow delivery. It is. Look, he's absolutely cooked him. Hits the base of the stumps. Yes. Really well bowled.
Only
clever.
Slightly slower, though. It wasn't a real obvious one. And Prasath, I think he's gotten lucky during the series, missing a lot of balls that seem to have missed the stumps. This time, it was not missing. And Fanya Magal gets the second of the big 3. Although, of course, they do have some other threats. AUM, certainly one man they're happy to have back in the shed. As the Super King connection, they are now both out. The score's 23 for 2.
Yeah, that is for me, that's a quality delivery. It really is. You know, as a bowler, you're trying to think, okay, what have I got? What have I got up my sleeve to try and get this big batter out that can take this match away from us? And he's pulled that one out, and he's done him hook, line, and sinker. That was superb, brilliant.
Well, Roger's in the chat. Roger, it's fantastic that you're not busy enough. You're the right amount of not busy to be in the chat with us today. And he's got a request. Now, Johnny Grimmer, you know, he's behind the stumps for Marsa.
Yeah.
As we see, the stumps have gone down somehow. I'm not sure what's happened there, but no run out or anything like that. But he's quite the musician as well, isn't he? No, helped with the European cricket song last year. And Roger's requesting some music. Well, I've got a bit of a treat for you, Roger, at the end of this over. Set that up in a second. Here's Magal. Paget Party is the new batter. He plays and misses. And Johnny can't find this one. I think he finds it in his pads eventually. But actually, we went out, and it was thanks to Lee and everyone at Maltese Cricket for treating us to dinner last night. And I know that, well, certainly, hopefully I didn't bankrupt them with the amount that I ate. And let's just say this is a little bit of a, I suppose you'd call it a Christmas party, end of year party. Wants to go, doesn't. And this will just be a dot. So, last ball of the over coming up. Yeah, so we actually had a bit of fun, Rico. And I don't know if you can remember, but we actually had quite a lot of fun.
Of course I can remember. We did have some fun. Look, Johnny G is superb. Great entertainer.
He's really good. And here's the thing. We're going to be quiet after this ball. And we'll actually show you what we got up to last night.
You didn't, did you?
There's this one. They won't run again. 4 overs down, and it's 23 for 2. Oh, take it away, Anders. Here's Johnny G and the crew. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. Don't much stand into the living, never let me goodbye. And do the whole world drinking whiskey and pie. Singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Bye, bye, Mr. American Pie. Don't much stand into the living, never let me goodbye. And do the whole world drinking whiskey and pie. Singing, this will be the day that I die. We're back Wasn't that fun?
it was a.
When Abbas is coming back.
It was a lot of fun. I didn't realise somebody. Who was that? Who was recording that? Then?
You can't go anywhere these days.
I don't know.
We're on camera during the day, on camera after the day's play. Thanks, Johnny. We had a lot of fun. And I tell you what, you didn't see on that was that after dinner, Rico accidentally picked up Johnny's guitar and broke it. Oh, I didn't break it.
I didn't break it. The strap came off.
He dropped it. Oh, Abbas pushes this one outside the off stump. Oh, there you go. He's a man of many talents, Johnny G. What a character. And he went viral again yesterday for headbutting the medic last year. But thanks to everyone at Maltese Cricket. And that kind of sums it up. We had a lot of fun with the crew last night. That was Shoob there. And yeah, apparently you are allowed to get away with dancing on the chairs for a little while at this restaurant.
I thought you were going to get on my shoulders at one point. I thought, what's going on here? Oh.
So there you go, Roger. You get some music after all. You're just saying, you have some fun off the field, why not? And look at that table. The table was a bit of a graveyard of bottles of wine and things. Yeah. We had a great time. Thanks so much. And
yeah, thanks once
Johnny
more.
G, what a character he is.
Yeah, and thanks to the
62
Federation of Cricket Malta once again for treating us. Up in the air, is this going to go to hand? And oh, that is sensational! What a catch! And there's only one man that can take a catch like that, Zishan Khan. That is fabulous. And Marsa, they take another big scalp. Zishan is the man and looks the part as well with those shades on.
Well, they're singing a happy tune now, and that's the three pillars gone. As Abbas just keeps it outside the off stump to Patank. And Tank couldn't get going here in semi-final number 2. Top 3 back in the shed, and it's advantage Marsa, 25 for 3.
Oh, this is a huge wicket. And, well, we've seen 2 massive bits of play in this match. It's not often I say this, but all 3 wickets have gone down to something outstanding. The first one, the run out, the throw from Gurjeet Singh, and then a magnificent bowling from Fahim Mughal, and then an outstanding catch from Zishan. University, they're in trouble.
Yeah, sure are. And someone else needs to stand up. Now, having said that, these 2 at the crease are very capable. Okay, now, Jassi Singh is out there. We call him Classy Jassi for a reason. And Prajapati, he hasn't fired with the bat during this series, but I know he can do it.
Yeah.
And the run rate, at the moment, the run rate required isn't totally out of hand. It's below 11. But they're going to have to gamble and play a few shots. They can't bat too conservatively here and let it get out of hand.
He's gone for the big one there. Look, the Marsa have thrown everything here early on. Look, they've got Mughal has bowled himself out. Abbas, he's bowling, he's second. They've still got Rahman, who's got 1 left. So they're going to have to go with some other options here. And that's maybe when probably somebody like Jassi, as he said, he does look classy at times, has to go. But he hasn't scored a big score. Well, what a time to do it in this semi-final. They need something special from him in this match to University. And playing and missing at the moment. And this one again. Look at the noise. This is the noise that's out there from Marsa is electrifying. They're like up for this.
As I was walking around the ground at the start of the second innings, they were pumped.
Yeah.
The noise was coming from all angles, and you think it's one thing to make runs in the group stages, but I think it levels up now. You got Marsa. They're defending these 83 for their tournament lives. At the moment, they're doing very, very well.
This is firmly struck. Zishan will do the fielding. He does. Keeps it just to the 1.
Said it before, but Zishan, I think he's been the best fielder in the tournament for me. Just consistently has turned half chances into wickets. So that's the end of the 5th over. 26 for 3. Not quite run a ball pace at this stage. And they're going to need 58 off the second half of this innings. Considering they've only got 26 so far in the first half, they're going to have to over double their rate. And again, not too many extras today for Marsa. It has been a bit of an issue for them during the series, but they've brought their A game here in semi-final number 2, but there's plenty of work to be done.
Yeah, now this is where I think there's maybe a slight opportunity, not taking anything away from the other bowlers now coming on. This is going to be Jawinder Singh. Look, Jawinder Singh picked up 3 wickets yesterday, so he's not going to make things any easier, but he's not quite the same sort of pace and ability of Abbas and Mughal. But still, the batters, both these batters haven't had too much time out there. Prajapati hasn't scored a run of 4 balls. Jesse's just gone out there.
Battle with Jay Singh's coming to Singh to Jassi Singh. Jassi gonna just bump this down the ground for 1. Albert Selman asking, can Enrico get drunk at the Christmas party? Well, I think we had a responsible amount for a Christmas party.
Yeah, and when this worked the next day,
yeah,
we've got to be good. Yeah, we were merry. We were merry. Yeah.
Well, I guess the 1 hour later start was pretty handy, just from my point of view. So I'm travelling okay. Here's Javinder Singh.
Drops the bat on this, and they go. Get there, and
think of a second, but it's not there.
There can't be any crazy run-outs here now. Good bit of shape on this delivery from Javinder Singh. Swinging in to the right-hander. Masa trying to book themselves in the final, trying to do what they did a year ago. Get there and go all the way. The Atlas Knights await.
Now, Hawkmoon said something. I'm just going back to the comments on the music video, which hopefully doesn't get us banned off YouTube. I'm just thinking about that. This one, it's bunted down the ground once again for a single. He said Vinny was clapping out of sync, but no, I was clapping in sync. I was clapping on beats 2 and 4, which is what cool people do. And I think you might have been clapping on beats 1 and 3. Now, you know I'm quite musical.
Don't get technical now.
So
just accept it.
I don't mind that you were doing that, but let's just be clear. I wasn't clapping out of sync, Hawkmoon. All right?
He was Hawk. Don't let him fool you.
We missed the last 3 or 4 seconds where I jump off your shoulders and go back and sit down like nothing happened. That's actually one of my favourite bits of video.
Is that when the teacher came back in the room?
James Stewart saying maybe just a tad too much of that whiskey and rye. Yeah, it was I don't say too much. I think it was fun. And we had a great time. It wasn't just us, obviously. It was the whole crew. They're there. They're all as into the dancing as we were.
Goes for the big shot, and he nails this one. And that's what they need. They need a few big hits. And finally, we hear some cheer from the American University of Malta guy sat back there. It's been a long time coming, a boundary, but they do get one here. And that's a nice looking shot. And Jesse Singh looking to see if he can get his team into the final.
Yeah, gets a little pat in the head for his trouble. That helps. Targeting that leg side boundary.
And now he goes straight. Balle, balle, balle. And Jesse Singh, classy Jesse, says, how about that? Yes. Swere allu paronta ka ke aaya ta shakke marna badde.
Shot of the day. That was absolutely murdered. I hope that ball doesn't have a family because it's not coming home. That was absolutely smashed. And Justy saying, don't worry about the big 3 because I'm here and I'm going to take us to victory. And who's to argue with him there? End of the 6th, 42 for 3.
Yeah, really, really good shot. Now this, well, turning point, because I think Harun Mughal has to now get somebody to get a couple of overs in. He's going with Niraj Khanna. He's had his difficulties. What a good time this would be for him to come good. We know what Niraj does. He tries to just float it up there. Every so often, it ends up being a full toss. And full tosses on a day like today, as the wind really picks up again here, especially with that short boundary on the leg side. Even though the wind is blowing from that direction, we'll hold it up, but I don't think it will stop it going all the way. So Prajapati is on strike to start off with, so that Niraj will be happy about that. So Niraj Khanna comes into the attack, just having a look at the field. 1, 2, 2 on the boundary on the leg side. They haven't gone for 3. 45 is inside the circle. Mid wicket is inside. Certainly putting the pressure on. They're inviting him to go for the big shot. Plays this one down the ground towards Gurjit Singh. Does the fielding. So Jesse Singh now on strike. Now will Jesse go for it? Will he be able to deal with the spin as well as he was able to deal with the seam? And just having a look at the field, they're keeping it the same, no change. Wide, outside the off stump, the quicker delivery from Niraj, and it's called a wide.
Tense times at the moment.
Niraj. In the air, and it's going to be well fielded by Zishan. He's doing it solo out there, Zishan. Comes round, keeps it to 1. A lot of chat between Niraj and Haroon, the captain, talking about the field. And Niraj just wants the rag to dry up this ball. Of course, when it goes along the deck like that, it does pick up quite a bit of moisture. Prajapati now on strike. And well, this is a good delivery from Niraj. Prajapati decides to leave, and he needs to be playing at those. I think that was the ideal length for that shot. Now gets floated up in the air and catch taken. It's another one that goes, and Prajapati, he left the ball before, and this one is a full toss outside the off stump, and he slices this straight to the fielder. Catch taken, and Jawinder Singh says, I've had my Parontas this morning as well. That would have been a wide, I think.
Yeah, I think so, and he just couldn't get going that whole innings, couldn't he? Ends up with 3 off 9. Frustration for Prajapati, who came up with a bit of magic in the field, but unfortunately his powers deserted him with the bat in hand as AUM lose a 4th wicket, 45 for 2.
Yeah, Kana gets the wicket. And you can see he was just determined and focused and keeping that ball out in the off stump. Even that one was full. On another day, it probably could have gone to the boundary. But today, things seem to be going Mars' way, dare I say. All started brilliantly with the first ball off the innings, resulting in a run out of the very strong Bikram Arora. And Kana floats this one up, and this has been beautifully struck. What a lovely shot this is from Zohaib Malik. And, well, welcome to the party, Zohaib. And this is what he does, and he does it well. Well, he's not feeling any pressure. Goes out there and hits the first one for a big 6 out of here. This one will be flatter and quicker, I suspect, from Niraj.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget about Malik. I mean, it's going to hurt them. The Prajapati burnt so many balls, but Malik, we haven't talked about him so much with the bat because of their big guns they brought into the lineup, but he's very capable. He's hitting the ball well so far. He wants to try nicely as well, but he'll just get a single. That's the end of the 7th over, and the score is 52 for 4. Game in the balance, and you can see right now we're watching semi-final number 2 between AUM and Marsa. Match 47 on the way, and that is going to be the final. The toss will take place just after this match finishes, and the final will be now delayed, of course, to allow us to get everything in place for that. And it will begin in around about an hour and a half. And at the moment, we can't tell you who will play the Knights. Knights taking out Mater Dei. And look, if Master can win this, that means both the top-ranked teams will be out of the tournament.
Yeah.
It actually will be 2nd versus 3rd from Group B, competing for the trophy. And if Marsa win, it will also be a rematch of last year's final. That Marsa knocked off the Knights after the Knights were undefeated in the first, all the other matches in the tournament.
Haroon Mughal, captain of Marsa, bowls the first, and it's well stopped there by Niraj Kana. Do like this field, it's attacking, it's set to take wickets. And Niraj just left his shades with the umpires. Says here, you can have them back. So Zohaib, short and hit firmly, but doesn't quite time this.
So lucky to get away with that short boundary.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a real risk. And I think he's just putting his hand up to everyone saying, yeah, that was an accident. I'm just going to throw this one out here. We haven't had one in a while. Golden ball, if we do have scores tied, it'll be 83-83. And we will have golden ball for the first time in a long time. Actually, haven't had one since Belfast LP in Spain, which is over a month ago now. Here's Haroon Mughal, vary his pace.
It's up in the air. This is an opportunity. Is anybody getting out there? Haroon says, I will. Oh, he takes an outstanding catch. This is brilliant. This is outstanding. Well, they're doing a little bit of the bunga out there as that catch is taken. Haroon Magal gets the classy chassis out. What a great catch this is. And look at Norman Mahir here. Look, first of all, Haroon, he knows he's got to get it. He goes running, charging at it. Gets the catch as he slides and falls down. And Numan Mahir is doing the Bhangra dance as well. That is incredible. What a wicket that is.
It's an unbelievable catch. An unbelievable catch with the wind blowing that ball around. And I thought he was on a suicide mission because I thought that the fielder coming in, that's Gurjeet, I thought he was the only one with a chance to catch that coming in towards the ball. But Haroon turned himself around, found a way to catch it. Geez, we've seen some fantastic catches in this match, haven't we? And that was a big one because Jassi looked like he could take them all the way, but he has to go for 16, and it's 53 for 5.
Well, that one is probably worthy of being the one that seals this match. That was a match-winning bit of magical cricket. Captain to captain. Jit Patel swinging and missing. And now I think the university are in a bit of bother. I think they've got to be thinking here, surely, of just trying to, the other batters now, the new batters, taking the single and trying to get Zoe Malik on strike. Cricket delivery, and this will be called a wide.
177 matches without a golden ball now. We wanted another one before the end of the year. I thought we were on track, maybe, for one here. Take by Johnny G. But yeah, you'd have to say with that wicket, certainly advantage Masters. That rate has crept over to a ball.
Oh, this is a nasty one.
Great stop.
Yeah, it's a good stop, but look, why aren't they running here? You've got to go as soon as that ball is hit, Johnny, and is going into that territory. You've got to go. You've got to try and get in strike. It's a brilliant stop.
That's really, I mean, in a game where everything can make a difference. I think he saved 2 runs there, Johnny G. He tastes the grass for his trouble.
Goes for the big shot. Fielder under it, but can't stop it. It goes all the way over. The captain, Jit Patel, hitting his opposite captain for a big 6. Oh, they needed this one. They needed a big boundary, and they get one. Jit Patel sends one over the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, so the wind just helping that one a little bit with the right to left on your screen. Can Captain Courageous do it? Jit Patel.
Plays this one down into the ground. He will get a single, but he will keep Zoeb off strike.
This is going to the wire. I mean, Zoeb's a good hitter of a cricket ball. Jit Patel, it's a minimum of fuss, but he's a really reliable cricketer for AUM. Leads them well. End of the 8th over, 62 for 5. So 22 required off the last 12 balls. What a cliffhanger we have here in the second semi-final. It's the game that these players deserved, and they've had their troubles with the weather during this tournament. We have gotten plenty of cricket in, and they've got some pretty good options to come back as well.
Rahman.
Don't forget. Yeah, they've got Rahman's got one, and then they can choose who they want for the other one. You feel like it'll be one of Javinder Singh or Niraj Khanna or Haroon Magal.
Yeah, Rahman is going to bowl this one. And I think it's important because this over, if it's a good one, it kills the game for Master. But if Jit Patel can negotiate something from these 6 deliveries coming his way from a man that I've liked the look of from the very first time I saw him, Fazil Rahman.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. But man, pressure's on him as well. He's having to deal with that breeze, that cross breeze, which will push the ball down the leg side of the left-hander. So something like a 5 wides or something at this stage could be really costly. They've got 5 on the offside to Jit Patel. I think he'll be trying to go with the angle because Rahman is round the wicket. He wants to go over mid-wicket. There's also no one back at square leg. 9th overtime.
And gets this one through, dot ball. Jit Patel's, he's got to get bat on ball. And I think, look, I know he's hit a 6 himself. I think bat on ball got Zoeb there, and that's probably what Zoeb is trying to say to him.
And the other thing there, I mean, if he hits that shot, he might get 4, but just couldn't get anything on it. There's a backward point, and there's a really fine third man in the circle. There's a big gap between them. Tension, 22 off 11.
He'll get the single. So now Zoeb now has just got to keep his cool. He can't be swinging wild.
Yeah, this is the contest though, isn't it? There's 4 balls left in this over. They have thrown their best bowling option here at the 9th. I think they maybe wanted Rahman to come on and bowl the 10th, but they brought him back an over early, I think, just to try and get ahead in this contest and take some of the pressure off that. The lucky or unlucky bowler will get to bowl the last now.
Oh, and he's done it with the pace. It should be an easy, straightforward caught and bowled, and it is. And, well, Fazil Rahman gets the wicket, and reluctantly Zohab has to depart. This is really well bowled. This is too quick, and he's backing away from it as well.
Yeah, it doesn't get inside the ball. It doesn't get in a position to hit this one. And with that short square leg boundary, that's where he's wanting to hit it. But you see Zohab, he's really upset with himself because in the end, it's just a bit of a nothing shot. Simple caught and bowled that one for Rahman. And Masa, you would say they have 1 foot in the final after that wicket. 63 for 6, but still an over and a half to go. And if the first 18 and a half overs of this game are anything to go by, we could see something dramatic happen just yet.
This really has been a great semi-final. Not a high-scoring one, but the tension, the drama, the excitement, it's all been there. This is what European cricket is all about. Frenzy of action and entertainment. In comes Rahman to Shah. And he's done him. Absolute beauty. Pitched up, knocks him over. And now Tariq Shah comes and goes. Backing away again, you see there. When you're backing away, you're not going to get there. And with the extra pace that is being generated here by Fazil Rahman, he got no chance.
Yeah, 2 and 2. And that's exactly what Rahman wanted. And that's exactly why they brought him back in the 9th. They said, okay, let's gamble. Let's put our draw card right here, right now. And he's delivered, and now he finds himself on a hat-trick. Hey, Wim, they're running out of resources. It's 63 for 7.
Yeah, what we got here now, he's got 2 deliveries to be bowled here. And it's a big ask for the new batter because you're asking him, Kuntala, to try and send 1, if not 2 of these to the boundaries to give themselves some hope, at least in that final over.
Hat-trick's on here because this ball will hit the stumps. Kuntala's going to have to deal with it. And even more, he needs to try and hit a boundary off it.
Hat-trick ball. And he gets bad onto it. He'll get a single. So Jit Patel will play out the last ball off Rahman's spell.
Right on the money though, wasn't it? Right on the money, that ball from Rahman, who's come back when the pressure is on. Look, Masa, if they do go through to the final, what a final that's going to be. Rematch of 12 months ago. Masa just clicking, especially in the field today. They looked a bit lackluster earlier in the tournament, but they've really stepped things up.
They've been amazing. They have been absolutely amazing in the field. And that's where they've won this match. You look at those catches that have been taken. The run out as well, the catch from Zishan.
They need a 6 here. It's all or nothing for Patel, I think.
Hit this fairly well, and will it go to the boundary? It does. It goes for 4. So they get 4 off the last delivery from up. But the thing with this is also, though it takes 4 away from what they need going to last. So I think they need now, what, 16?
That's all right.
Patel's not on strike.
That's true, but I mean, it's worth it to get the 4 runs. I mean, you'd rather have...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you'd rather be chasing 16 off the last with the quote-unquote wrong man on strike than have Jit Patel there chasing 19. They need something from Kuntala. Well, they need a 1-4 or a 6 off him this first ball. Yeah. And they're going for Haroon Magal. Well, this is risky because just thinking of the way he'll bowl, he'll float the ball into the left-hander, right into his hitting zone. So 16 off the last 6. We're going to the last over. The thing is, Kuntala can't afford a dot here. They have to run pretty much no matter what. And they've really brought in that mid-wicket really tight. Same with the cover. They've got Zishan prowling. They want to stop this single. Here's last over.
Oh dear. It was an opportunity. That's hit Haroon, I think. Well, they get the single.
Yeah, who does this hit? I'm just going to have a look at the replay. And
It's a batter on the helmet.
It hits Chip Patel on the head. Well, definitely running. It would have been a single anyway, I think. That's another good reason to wear a helmet. So, haven't we seen some funny things in this game? All right, game on here. 15 off 5. Need a boundary. They need to keep Chip Patel on strike.
Where's this one going? It's going towards Zishan, and Zishan takes a catch, makes it look easy, and the batters. Well, what's happened here? Well, hang on a minute. I'm not sure.
It's either 6 or what's happened here?
What's happened? I mean, if it's he doesn't drop the catch, so does he step over the line?
Unless he throws it away when he's falling over, in which case he might be run out. Look, what happens here? Zishan, is he falling over the line?
Oh, he steps on it.
6. That's going to be 6.
Well, that's why you saw that throw from Zishan.
So they are going to get a Maximo. I couldn't see because the scoreboard was in the way the first time. But that is Maximo time. And that brings it down to 9 off 4.
Yeah. I couldn't understand why they were running there and what the run-out thing was all about.
Because they thought that if Zishan had thrown it back into the field of play before he stepped out, and that's why he threw away, then the ball's alive. That's why.
Well,
but in the end, it is 6.
Patel just taking time to get himself sorted.
Small point of order.
Go on.
Morseman saying that it wouldn't have been out if it was a catch off the batter's helmet, but that's not true, actually. You've always been able to catch the ball off a batter's helmet. It was fielder's helmet that you couldn't, but even that's been changed now. So you can catch the ball off any helmet that's being worn on the field. Well, Johnny G, his wicketkeeper fingers at 62 were no good for the job of tying Chip Patel's shoelace, so he's gone for a second opinion. Wow. I mean, that one, it wasn't middled from Chip Patel, was it? And that is the long side now with the shorter boundary on the writer's screen. But yeah, Zishan, in the end, just ran out of real estate. 9 off 4 now.
Oh, this is a wide. 8 off 4. Now look, the captain's got to keep. Captain versus captain. This is what it's all about. The captain versus captain. One of the two captains will be taking their team in the final. Who will it be?
177 games without a golden ball. Will we have one here? It's on. 8 off 4 now.
It's another wide, I think.
Doesn't want to give him that leg side, does he? And this is why it was a risk, I think, bringing McGull back. I know.
7 off 4 deliveries.
Yeah, they could have gone to Jaminda. They
That's
could have
normally
gone to Niraj Khanna, but Niraj has been a little bit off the boil as well. I mean, they had no ideal options.
Goes for the shot. Where's this? And
they got to run. They got to run here. Oh, now they can. Oh, they're going to get 1. I felt like it was worth trying it out, but he spends too long ball watching. He has to put his head down and try and get 2. I know the ball has gone nowhere. But Johnny was alert to it, and then he throws and misses anyway. So if they had just run, they probably would have made it. So now 6 off 3 again.
Stick the golden ball back up there.
Cannot have a dot out of Kantala. Cannot have a dot. And that's why if you're master, you can bring him in tight and gamble for a dot. I can't see him lacing one, although he can win the game with 1 swing of the bat now. What a semi-final. This is the game that today deserves. It's a big day for us. Last day of the year.
This will be his quicker ball. That's what Haroon goes for. He's made a change in the field here now. 3 on the boundary on the leg side. Mid-wicket coming close. Nobody on the off. So I just get the feeling.
They'll be running no matter what if he hits the ball. All right, McGull to Kantala. Does his job. Does his job. Now this is where I think, regardless of what happens this ball, you need Chip Patel on strike. At any cost. At any cost, I think. So you need to, because if you, the way Kantala's looked so far, you don't just want to go a single. I think you're trying to get him back, even if it means you have to be creative to give him the strike bat.
The tension.
Yeah, 5 off 2. They can tie the game with a 4 now.
Everyone on their feet around the ground.
Biggest delivery of the match so far.
Chip Patel goes after it. It's just driven and it's taken. The catch is taken. Niraj Khanna, is he going to be the hero? Comes in, takes the catch. Chip Patel has gone. A ball to go. 5 still needed off 1. This is going to the wire.
Sure is. Sure is. Well, I was too busy saying he's watching the ball, but I know why now, because it hung up. How did he get there that quickly? How did he get there that quickly? I think he was a bit more, he was attacking a bit more to try and save it too. So Khanna just snuck in a little bit off that boundary. I thought off the bat that there was no way that it was going to be carrying to the man, but he did, and so that also means the new batter has to be on strike. Look, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because Kantala
Who's
hasn't
coming
looked
in?
like hitting a boundary. This is Gohill. Guess who? The old kicker. The old kicker from the first innings, and so now he can be a hero.
Can he be the hero?
What a catch by Kana. Haven't we seen some fantastic catches in
4
this game?
for golden ball.
4 for golden ball. Oh, man. And this is the thing. Gohill's also a left-hander, so he's got the longer boundary on leg side. The other thing is don't bowl a wide here. You know, don't bowl a wide. They're going 5 on the off. They've got a deep backward point. Well, I think that's a waste.
Oh, wow.
I think you've got to protect the boundary. I'd have 4 back on the leg side. They've got 3.
That's where Zichan's going
Yeah,
out.
they've got 3. They got a deep, fine leg. All right, well, they needed boundary to tie. So 4 to tie, 4 for a golden ball, 6 to win it. If the ball stays in the ballpark, Mars are going to the final, and we've got a rematch of 2020. What a game of cricket.
Wow, awesome stuff here.
Last ball coming up. Haroon Magal, the captain, he's removed his opposite number. Now they're just checking they don't have too many outside the circle because that's really important. Really, really important. They got 3 back on the offside and 2, so 3 back on the leg side, 2 on the off. Okay. Oh, there he is. I didn't see him at short dead man.
I'm not sure what Kuntala said to go here. It's just got to be hit it. Here we go.
4 to tie, 6 to win.
This is wide. Oh, it's a wide.
It's wide. It doesn't actually change things too much, except that makes the golden ball tougher.
Yeah.
Because they still need a boundary. It was probably worth trying to sneak one in there, I think. He's got to step across, I think. He doesn't want to let a ball hit him that would have gone down leg side. Last ball.
It's another wide.
No. Now look.
They could run.
They could have got one there. Now they're going.
Oh, his
bat's gone. He's going to be run out.
Oh, this is...
Wow.
The thing is, though, at least they do change strikers.
That's good, but they could have had another run.
Yeah, they were asleep.
And look how late they go here. It is a wide. And look,
You've got to go here. He's not looking.
He's not watching. Looking. And then look, he doesn't even bring his bat with him. He lost it. What a moment.
Oh, my word.
So, hold on. Where are we at? I mean,
3
to win. So now you can tie it. You can get a golden ball now with 2. But, I mean, that run's so important. How many wickets is that? That's 9 out. That's 9 out as well. So we are 81 for 9. Tie the game with a 2. Goes to a golden ball.
Gohill, the
3
man.
for a win.
Now remember Gohill. We shouldn't really bring it up though. He did kick the ball over.
He did kick and turn a 2 into a 4.
He turned it.
He kicked
exactly.
the ball
So
over the boundary.
He could really make up for that here. I mean,
wow. Oh man. Man.
Well, tension in the air. One big hit. But the other thing is, the batters have got to know whatever happens here, they're just got to run. 2 will take you to the golden ball.
It's like a golden ball to get to a golden ball. You need 2. Any ball that goes to the outfield, and you need to be aware of that, I think, if you're in the outfield. All right, here we go. 2 for the golden ball. 3 will win it.
Wow.
For AUM. Trying to get through their first one. And McGull can't bowl a wide here. This ball's going to drift right to left. He's got to be really careful. Here we go. 2 for a golden ball. 3 to win.
Here he misses it.
Oh, he's not watching.
They're not running.
He's
what
not
are they
watching.
doing? They've got to come back.
He's got to go. Oh, no.
Oh,
That's a tragedy. They're going to win by a run. Oh, unbelievable. And he's gone. That's it, Rico. What a finish. I've never seen a finish
Incredible.
like that. That is ECN in a nutshell right there. Oh, and so they're going to... Now, we can't give you a replay of the last one because all the computers just blew
what
up.
a time to go. So this is going to be tough.
I'm going to go back and find it.
This is going to be tough for the...
thing is,
yeah, go on.
he slipped. Okay, this is what I remember. Then you tell me what you remember.
Go on.
So he swings and misses. Johnny G throws at the stumps and he misses.
Yeah.
And then Haroon Magal's not watching. He's already probably celebrating.
Yeah.
And the ball went down behind the bowler's end. And then it was Gohill who slipped as he turns. And then the ball went back to the keeper. And then the last thing I saw was someone pulling a stump out with the ball, which is fine.
Yes.
Okay, you can either just knock the stumps over. Now, they might be looking, but because all the computers went down at that exact moment, it was given out on the field, so
yeah,
it's going to be out.
Yeah, it has
Here
to
we
be
go.
out. Here we go. Right, let's have a look. First of all,
Oh, man. So they're going to have a look at it.
have a look at Go, who'll go down here as well. Look. Here we go.
I see one bails off there. See, one
And
bails off, then he slips. So one bails off.
He's got to run.
And then
Oh, no, look. I think it's the other fielder is touching the stumps without the ball. Have a look. Now, I think they
can't
might
slow
have
this
got
down.
two. This could be a golden ball,
okay,
you know.
the bail blows off.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Oh, he goes down here. Now,
Yeah, and then we'll come to it. So look at this. The bail blows off. That's because I was like, how did the bail come off in the first place? And it blows off.
Yeah.
See? And then let's see if we can get this all the way to the end. And we're going to try and see. Now, who's got the ball here? Johnny's got the ball. And then
look what the fielder does. Oh, I think the stumps are broken
why
before.
is he taking the stump
don't
out
know.
and he doesn't have the ball?
I think that's a run, you know.
I think that's not out.
I think that's not out, and I think that's 2 runs. I think we could have a golden ball.
Yeah.
We could have a golden ball.
Because just Johnny's
What
got the
is-
ball, right?
What's the fielder do? Look, watch the fielder come here. He picks up this. Johnny's got the ball.
still got the
Watch the
ball.
fielder. The fielder picks the stumps up, and yeah, that's not out. I think that's 2 runs.
I think you're right. I think it's a golden ball.
We could have a golden ball. Look, well, I'm not going to celebrate too early because I was going to say I bought me golden top. Are we going to a golden ball? Keep an eye on the fielder that comes across here. Look, he grabs the stumps, and then the stumps have been broken already and lifted off the ground without. I don't think Johnny G is the one who's got the ball and the stumps together. Master, they're a bit anxious. Everybody is waiting here. Well, folks, bear with us. Well, this is the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Malta. And one thing that I always say is that, well, you're always going to see a frenzy of action, entertainment and drama. Well, there is drama out there right now. Nobody knows what's going on here. Let's see it again. Look, there's definitely one taken. Here we go. He takes one. Then he slides down here. And then the good thing he does, he never gives up. He keeps going. They make a mess of the stumps here. The question is what the umpires have to decide, and they're, of course, all having a look at this along with the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. What they're going to decide is that when these stumps are broken by the field, I don't know why that fielder, he's not only just touching the stumps, he's pulling them apart. And I think the man who should be doing that is the wicketkeeper, John Grimmer, because he has the ball in his hand. I honestly do believe that this is going to go to the golden ball. I really do. I think that's 2 runs. And that means we have a golden ball. The drought of golden ball could be over. I'm just waiting for confirmation here. The umpires are talking to the 2 batters. And I'm just going to have a quick sneak to see if I've got anything that's come through on this. And at the moment, I think they're still deciding. And it's been they're checking and double checking. A lot of conversation happening, and I think they're going through the motions here as well, saying this is what we think happened, Johnny. And they're saying, Johnny, did you have? And Johnny's saying, I don't know. Johnny's probably thinking, well, I can't help it if a fielder runs in and grabs the stumps. And my suspicion is here that this could be going to a golden ball, but I don't think. I haven't had anything clarity on this. I know Vinny's just coming back maybe with some more information as we see these tragic scenes again.
I don't have a lot more. My instinct is it's going to be not out.
Yeah, I think it can't be given out. I really don't think this can be given
We
out.
don't have a side
because
on.
of that man there. I don't know who that is. Look, he picks not only does he pick the stump, he then pulls it. Look, he puts his foot down and pulls the stump out of the ground. And I don't think Johnny G should be doing that because he's got the ball. This
but
has
does Johnny
got to
G
be
not
a golden
pull
ball.
the stump out himself? I think it's going to be a golden ball.
It's a golden ball. Yeah, we have got a golden ball. So, Vinny, talk us through it. How long have we had to wait?
177 matches. I've got to watch that. I've seen it so many times. I'm looking again. Yeah, see, look. Johnny doesn't get a chance to pull the stump out because someone's burgled them. That's so weird.
Okay.
He's like a mole. He's a mole. It's an inside job, Rico. All right, here we go.
Look.
That's one of the most strange things I've ever seen on a cricket field.
It worked. It worked.
I've got my golden shirt. All right, come on.
Come on, get him off.
Come on.
Golden ball.
Let's go.
Golden ball on finals day of the last series. Well, we've been wondering when it's going to come. I told you we'd have a golden ball in Malta. Here we go. Okay, right, let's assess this. Now,
so
obviously they can, any batter who hasn't batted can bat. Now, first thing,
here's the issue.
Are they making a change here? That's the other thing, because remember, they've lost. Well, I don't suppose they can they? Only number 11 can come in. They've lost all those wickets. They've lost 9 wickets.
Well, they've lost 9, so either one of
the two batters out there, or number 11 if they think number 11 can hit it.
Kantala's going to have to face it.
And any bowler can bowl it.
That was
and of
absolute
course,
chaos. I mean, what are the odds of the wind blowing off one bail as well?
Okay, now do you think the batters have had a chat and said, look, whatever happens, we're just going to run? Because we've got to run. We need 2. Because they haven't been communicating that really well, have they?
Talk about doing it the hard way.
Oh.
I mean,
scores are tied.
Master should have won this game already.
Yeah.
They're going to have to do it the hard way. I'll tell you something. We've never seen a wider no ball. Here's golden ball number 24. And the stats are 10 times won by the batters, 13 won by the fielders. And they've got 2 out the leg side, 2 out on the offside.
Rahman bowling.
Yeah, Rahman. It's going to be a handful. And let's not forget Kantala. He's 3 off 4. And he's out there with the Swami. I think you just got to bowl it straight and back yourself. Hold your nerve. Golden ball. 2 to win for AUM.
Rahman to Kantala. Kantala plays it out. They're going to have to run. They're going to just keep running no matter what. But, well, they're going to do it this time. And Masa are in the final. They have won the golden ball. Only 1 taken there from Kantala. And this time, no mistakes. Zishan, an easy little lob back to Johnny G. Johnny G does take the bails this time. Well, we thought we were going to see some drama in this final, in this semi-final. And Vinny, haven't we just? What a match.
My word, what a game of cricket. I mean, it's probably justice in the end. I mean, Master should have won that in regulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that everyone knows we've wanted to see a golden ball before the end of the year, but that's not the way that we intended to make it happen. They did have a chance. AUM, they had 1 more chance to win the match. They needed 2 or more, but the ball didn't escape the infield. And this time, Master do keep their cool, and they win it in a golden ball thriller, 83-83. But it's Master that advanced to the final. They'll play the Knights, and they do it by golden ball.
Well, what a match. And look, both teams should be congratulated. They produced an amazing match of cricket here for us. I think Master were incredible in the field. They did everything right until the last moment when they messed up that last run out there. And after a long wait and after watching it over and over again, we came to the conclusion that the 2 runs were achieved. We went to the golden ball. And, well,
Johnny, I mean, we
Tyler just couldn't get any bat on ball.
Focusing on the end of that last ball regulation, but Johnny throwing it in the first place, he didn't have to, did he?
No,
because they had one they could spend. But look, you know, credit to these 2 teams, and there's a lot of camaraderie between them, of course. But AUM, their run comes to an end in the semi-final stage. Well, strap yourselves in. It's time for the highlights package. Cue the music. And what it's done, it was seems like about a year ago, in fact, that we saw Bikram Arora run out of the very first ball of the innings.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was running nowhere. He just ran himself into trouble. Then this one, don't forget that. The 6. This is incredible. He's taken evasive action. He's lying down on the floor, but he's managed to hit the ball for 6. Incredible.
Johnny's face was classic. Oh, yeah. And we should mention also about that last ball of regulation. You know, the technology went down at the key moment, so we didn't have the side on angle, which would have been really handy. Yeah. And I think the right decision was made in the end. And I think justice was done, to be honest, on the golden ball. But how about this from Magal, who just really delivered? Fanya Magal, he removed Prasath, and there's this over that really got Master ahead in this match.
That was a beauty. It really was. I could watch that over and over again. Sometimes they're pace Yorkers that take the wicket, but sometimes it's intelligent bowling. And how about that for a catch from Zishan? Absolutely brilliant. But look, you have to look back also to that one he caught, but unfortunately his foot went on the line. That took us to where we got so many little things that made a big difference to this match, Vinny.
Really, it's a memorable match for so many reasons. And yeah, Kana came out and he was a bit lucky to get a wicket on that occasion. Was just sliced away. I think sure that Pajapati would be upset that he ended up burning a few dot balls. They would have loved those balls back at the end, although they were running out of batters as it was.
Zohib came in and hit that massive 6. And then this catch was incredible. How does he get there? How does Haroon Magal get there and take that catch? I'll never know, but that was incredible. All of these little things, you know, and I think that's commitment. Marsa wanted it. Did they want it more? Is that why they're victorious? Well, maybe they wanted it. They were passionate about it. They knew this was going to be a huge match between them and the American University of Malta, and that man there, well, the man with the Ludus, didn't he do well? The Cordon bowled, and that was a big wicket as well. And, well, just a little send-off maybe. But he'll have a word about that. But then I think that was the thing. Then he came back with this one. Absolute beauty.
Consecutive balls, wasn't it?
Yep.
For Rahman, who was on fire. He turned out to be a golden ball hero, but that was still to come. As AUM, they were running out of time. They were running out of batters, but it was the captain that did everything he could. Jit Patel, he kept them in this match in the final overs.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, that was a nice shot, wasn't it? And this one, well, he's almost knocked out.
Didn't miss a beat, though, did he?
No, well, that shook him up a bit, but then he went and he hit a big one. This was the one, I think, that was, the foot was on the line.
Yeah,
nobody knew what really happened. But when you watch it again here, you see Zishan just steps over. He knows he does, but nobody else knew he did. So it was another moment where we didn't really know what was going on until...
Wasn't aware where the boundary was.
No.
He's been so good in the field, Zishan. Now, this one, thought they might be able to get back for 2 here.
Could have run 2 here. All these little things. You imagine if they took those 2.
Yeah, that run could have been crucial. I think they would have gotten away with it.
And you said it.
2020 though.
Then you said it. Haroon bowling the last over. Remember the last over? It was 16 that were required.
But he got the wicket though. What a catch that was by Kana.
Yeah.
It was all just about to kick off though. And it's the game that the occasion deserves. As Gohill, what a day he's had. And then a couple of wides.
Yep.
Things got really, really tense. And then again, he throws his bat away. This isn't baseball. You can hold on to it. And that made it 9 down, 2 to tie for last ball. And then this is where the wind blows A-Bail off. It blows off Grimmer's hat. He's saying, why aren't you watching? Then he gets the ball back. And then he doesn't get a chance to pull out a stump. Look, it's a mess. And he doesn't. Everyone's pulling stumps out but him. And he says, what are you doing? But then the golden ball came, and Johnny G, let's just say, it's if anything was going to make him retire, I think dropping this return from Zishan, who turns out to be the hero, and Marsa. I want to see the final topping this. Huge moment in the ECN year, and it happens on the very last day. Marsa, the host, after a horrendous start to this tournament, they're on a winning streak, which is now worth 6, and they will take on the Knights in the final in a rematch of the decider 12 months ago. And that one is coming up in about an hour's time. We'll have the first ball. Gives us a chance to just take a breath, because that was, I mean, even by our standards, that was a crazy finish.
Oh, that was, in some sense, so many things happened in that one match. You could quite easily say, hey, easy, that's European cricket. That's what it's all about. That's what we see day in, day out. It was just sensational. But I have to say, the Marsa in the field were incredible. They were really good. And you also have to say, with American University, we're just watching the highlights there, how many times did we see singles that should have been 2 not taken? And in close matches like that, it makes all the difference.
So hopefully you can join us for that, and we'll have the coin toss shortly. If you stay in the live chat, you can check the coin toss news as soon as it comes to hand. That was an absolutely crazy finish to this one. In the end, 83-83. They tied the score with 9 down, though. They were running short of options on the golden ball. Kantala took it on. Look, credit to him. He did get bat on it, but not enough to get the 2 runs they needed for victory. Jit Patel, the top scorer, 19 off 9. Again, I don't think anyone in that game made 20 from either team. They had 3 double-figure scores. Also, Jassi Singh, he looked good while he was there, 16 off 10. Prasath with 13 before he was bowled. That was a game-changing moment. And the tank just didn't fire in this second semi-final. Disappointment for him. A few extras as well, I think helped them up to that total, because 13 in extras, including 9 wides and a no ball. But that no ball was hit for 6 accidentally by Prasath. As we look at the bowling figures, and it'll be Rahman that'll be remembered as the hero for this one. 2 for 15 off his 2 overs, and then restricting them to just 1 off the golden ball. Magal ends up with 2 wickets, but He was certainly a risky proposition out there, just struggling with his control a little bit in that crucial last over. He took 2 for 23, single wickets for Abbas, Funyan Magal that is, and Niraj Khanna. I thought Wazim Abbas bowled really well, only conceding 6 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, he bowled really well. Don't forget he served a suspension, then he wasn't available for the last couple of games, but he's come back with a bang, didn't he?
Well, how about that? And to top it all off, not only did we have that crazy finish, we had all the computers going out at that exact moment. So maybe whoever it was that pulled out the stumps, they couldn't even see who it was. Maybe they pulled out the cables as well because we couldn't get a side on replay of that last one. So it was a crazy finish. But look, we will be back and we'll have the final.
Look, I know one thing, that you would have asked Santa for a golden ball and he delivered.
Yeah, well, it's been one of those things. So the gifts are coming and we have one more gift for you, and that is match number 1,222 of the ECN year. And that's the final between the Atlas UTC Knights and Master. Join us in an hour's time for that one. You don't want to miss it. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo along with Rico on a very golden last day of the year. And we'll see you shortly for the big one. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series. Well, can you believe it? Over 1,200 matches in 2021, and it all comes down to this. This is the end of 43 consecutive weeks of live cricket, and by coincidence, the last match of 2021 is a rematch of the last match of 2020, the Atlas UTC Knights taking on Malta in the Malta final. Well, it's been a huge year for ECN, and we certainly hope that we see you in 22. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore final, and it starts right now.
Merhaba Malta. Welcome to Malta.
Hello and welcome back to Malta for the final time, and well, to ECN for the final time in 2021. This is the big one. This is the final of the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore. It's match 47, but it's match 1,222 of 2021. It's great to have had your company throughout our European adventure in 2021, and hopefully we'll see you in 9 weeks' time as we start the ECL 22. But right here, right now, it is going to be the final, and it's actually a rematch of the decider 12 months ago between the Atlas UTC Knights and Malta, the hosts. Well, we have a special guest to toss the coin of this one, and it is Charlotte Jones from the European Cricket Network. Well, it's great to have Charlotte out of the office and into the action. She's with the tournament referee Rob Kemming and the two captains for the bias draft coin toss.
Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. They've got a bucket. They're going to bet.
So it's the Knights that have won the toss, and their captain, Sujesh Apu, has elected to have a bat. Always a good strategy, I think, to get runs on the board in a final. This is the biggest of the matches that we've seen so far in this series, of course. And look, we know they've got some big hitters. They've got Samuel Stanislaus as well as Basil George, who had an excellent semi-final, didn't he? But also, I liked Avinash Dilip. I think he's had a pretty good series so far. And look, for the Malta team, well, let's just see how they pull up after that dramatic golden ball semi-final. It was absolutely crazy, wasn't it? And I really thought that Fanyan Magal bowled really well. He turned the game for them. Zishan Khan, he held his cool in the field, but there were so many crazy incidents in that match. You just wonder if they've had time to refocus. Now, last year in this corresponding fixture in the final, the Knights, they lost the only game of the tournament to Malta. So Malta have some silverware as far as ECS goes in the trophy cabinet, but the Knights don't, and they'd love to send off their captain Sujesh Apu in his final game for the Knights before he moves to the UK. They'd love to win this ECS trophy. Well, Rico, we're going to go over to you to for the final time in 2021 as we get ready for the final. The news from the toss is that the Atlas UTC Knights have won the toss and they will be batting first. Well, in the words of Malta, let's try and do this.
I like it. Really Sandu there. Well, I tell you, there's a lot of memories that we have, and that particular one that took us to a golden ball is one that we will remember for a very, very long time. So this is what we got. This is the final. It's the last one of the year, and well, Malta, they're going to be on a high after that victory. Things are going well for them. Remember, their first match was an abandoned one. They got 1 point for that. Then after that, lost 3 on the spin. But now, well, you can see they've won 6 on the spin, and they're looking good. What about the Knights? They've got some good players in there. They're starting up, opening with Stanislaus and Puloril. He's at the non-strikers end, and opening the bowling is going to be Fazil Rahman, somebody that I've been very impressed with. I know you've heard me say that a few times, but I think he's got some good pace, good bowler. Here we go, the first ball off the final. And it's a swing and a miss, but it's wide. And the customary roll from Johnny Grimmer. There we go. We know he likes his music. I think he likes the basically rollers. Certainly likes to get a good roll in. Does Johnny G. A lot of people been talking to Johnny G about why he released that ball. I'll tell you why in a minute. Better. Good pace from Rahman. See, slip in place. Kozla. Yeah, Johnny G said he thought it was 2 to win and 1 would have taken it to the tie. That's why he released the ball, trying to go for the run out. But we all know what happened afterwards. It's going to be another wide, just a little bit too much movement. And just see the movement on this delivery. That's a lot of movement. That's quite a close call, actually. The umpires for the final is Andrew Nowdy and Amar Sharma Nowdy. The umpire standing at the moment with his trademark shades on. And this one is gone through the quicksand pretty quickly, actually. Fielded there on the boundary by the man at third. Just a 1 run. First of the bat, Stanislaus off the mark. Remember, Stanislaus wasn't called upon in the 3-over bash this morning because of the weather. Their match was against Malta Day. It was just a 3-over apiece semi-final. And Basil George did all the damage in that one. Oh, that's really well bowled. Good delivery. And this is the one where you don't want it to do anything. He pitches this one right up. And if that just continued straight, that was going to be hitting the timber. Really good delivery. Yes. Pularial wanted to get good performance in here in the final. And this time doesn't get his foot across, does he? He's swinging and reaching for the ball. But you've got to get your foot there. You see, no foot movement at all. Straight through to Johnny G. Another dot ball. A very good over so far. Just a couple of wides let him down. That's another good one. Good pace, good accuracy, good movement. Batter struggling. Pularial. Can't get back on the ball here at the moment. 1 to go in the over. Welcome to everybody that's joining us, whether you're watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent or via YouTube. Oh, that's a good delivery. Nicely played shot as well. And the race is on, and Kookaburra wins the battle. Well, how about that? Gurjeet Singh. He was like an Olympic hurdler there. Doesn't catch the ball, unfortunately. So he's no good at the 100 metres. But he's pretty good at hurdling. And here he goes. Woo! Well, you see a better shot of it here. And now you see him. No, you don't. Nice technique. Bit of hurdling there for you as well. Good shot. Nicely timed shot. Pularial there getting a 4 of the last delivery. 7 with that loss. In this, the final match. This is the final. And as you heard in the introduction, these two teams back in 2020 were in the final, and it was Malta victorious that time. Fire Mughal comes on to bowl. What a semi-final he had. Terrific bit of bowling from him. And I think that's one thing that the Knights will probably be thinking to themselves, is they know they've got to get through 6 top class overs from the likes of Rahman, Fahim Mughal and Wasim Abbas. And then after that, it will probably be the spin of Harun Mughal. They'll probably go with Niraj Khanna once more as well. And they also can, of course, throw the ball to Singh. And well, this Farhan Masi as well. Doesn't really get hold of this. I'm a little bit concerned with some of the cloud that's starting to come over now on the right of us here, the right of your screen. Starting to see the blue skies to our left slowly, gradually disappear. And let's hope the forecast was correct, that we don't get any rain. Into the pads, no run. Very little backing up from Polariel as well. He needs to start backing up a little bit. Malta, of course, the home team, playing on their home ground, this beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. Short, and gets a fair bit on this, and with those boundaries shortened, that will go for 4, and it does. And it's the fielder that has the difficulty having to try and stop himself, and that's Farhan Masi doing the chasing, but can't get to it. Slightly short, and you see it's pretty soft under the foot there. 4 runs. So Stanislaus gets his first boundary. Hits him quite high up. I suspect this is also going on to miss leg stick. Leg by signalled by Sharma. And once again, thank you to everybody that's joining us in the chat. And sadly, this will be the last time for a while. But thank you all so very, very much for all your support over this year and all your comments. It's been absolutely amazing. And I know I've appreciated it, Rico Full. And I know Vinny Sandhu, who joins us, has appreciated it as well.
Yeah, I really have. Thanks, Rico. Thanks to everyone in the live chat for your contributions, not only today, but during the year. And yeah, I know that Luke's had to pop off, but big thank you to Luke Belgium as well. I know that wishing you and all your families a very safe and happy holiday season. It's a pretty good start, isn't it, for Marsa? And they've just been up in the field all day today in their semi-final as well when they were defending. And I thought there was a little bit of a risk that they'd come out a bit flat in the final, especially after I feel like drama isn't a dramatic enough word to describe the finish of semi-final number 2. Wasim Abbas coming on to bowl the 3rd over. Starts with the dot. This next one isn't a dot though, and that is going to travel all the way. Maximo! That is a cut, slap, 6. And well, the Gardeners had to pull that one back. Rico, that was right off the middle.
That is a superb shot. Absolutely brilliant. And look, that's Omar. And that's a man we should be giving a lot of thanks to. He's the one who's, well, thanks to a lot of his hard efforts, while we're actually playing today. He's been out there this morning with the blower, drying things up. So thank you, Omar. But what a shot that was. That was a super blast. Cracking shot from Stanislaus.
Abbas again. This time beats him for pace. This one bounces straight over the stumps. I mean, are you ready to move on? I'm not. I'm still trying to work out the mindset of someone that comes in and starts pulling stumps out that doesn't have the ball. Everyone was like a race. Like, you know when they open the doors in the big sale? Yeah. And everyone's running in, just grabbing what they can? Stanislaus goes down the ground, but does he clear mid-on? Well, he doesn't. Pratik will do the fielding. He started things in fantastic fashion back in semi-final by running at Bikram Aurora off the first ball. Yeah, AUM, you got a feel for them there. They're watching this game, of course, and some of the Marta Day guys as well. We don't have a bronze final because of the amount of sunlight available, so they'll have to go empty-handed, unfortunately, this year, AUM, but they certainly gave us a lot of memories, and
Yeah.
it's great to see their improvement. Same with Mater Day, for that matter.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of the other team players as well here. I saw Bilal Khan also watching.
Goes over the top. This one is going to fall safely. And, well, in fact, it's going to go for 4 in the end. I felt like he might have had a chance to pull this back. But he kind of just runs past it in the end. And that's another boundary for the Knights.
Yeah, I think he needs to stop this. He gets there, but right at last, he just misses it.
Yeah, just an air swing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Rahman there.
Disappointing from Rahman. Now, I had a couple of players on severe cautions after the semi-final from the match referee, Rob Kemming. That's,
what was that for doing?
Pretty much everyone was on it.
Aggressive behaviour towards the stumps, was it? Or something like that?
Yeah, I think the stumps were violated, weren't they? It's just one this time. Well, they're going to take it on. No, they're not. Well, Pluriel is into the side for this one. We didn't see him this morning. He's a bit of a live wire. He's a bit of an X factor with the bat. So he hasn't faced too many so far. That's the end of the power play, and it's 26 for no loss. But what do you think about, for example, George not opening? And I know he hasn't been opening during the tournament, but he did in that 3-over smash that the Knights won to get through to this final. But I think they're just throwing Pluriel in as a bit of a pinch hitting opener.
Yeah, look, I think I like that move. I mean, George is, there's no doubt he's going to get out there. And when he does, if some of those overs from Rahman, Abbas and Fayal Mughal have been used up, and he's got maybe a little bit more freedom to go after the spinners, and I think that could be useful.
Slight shower coming across the ground. Hopefully it's nothing too sinister. We start over number 4. This one seems to go down the leg side.
Well, his footballing skills weren't brilliant.
Well, Johnny Grimmer,
I wouldn't give him a penalty to take.
He's a wicket keeper, but he's not a goalkeeper because he didn't guess either direction here. You're right, I think this one has passed the post. This is where you can tell sometimes that cricketers are not footballers. Just a little to the left.
Yeah. Another one to go into the total. Arun Mughal just moving the field around. I think he can sense that Stanislaus is looking to play some big shots, and he puts himself in the good position in the field where Stanislaus looks to hit a lot of them, and this is him. He does very well. Mughal does the fielding, and good backing up there also from Gurjeet Singh. And well, you can see here now, golden ball wins, and the batting side 3, bowling side 11, and that is this year. And
yeah, so that's the amazing thing is that this year it's been really bowler heavy. Now last year it was 7-3 to the batters, and now this year it's 11-3 to the bowling side. So what a dramatic turnaround. It just shows you, I mean, it's pretty even. I wonder what it'll be like next year. We had 14 golden balls in 2021. Maybe the batters can get their revenge next year as the next ball is whipped away, and that's over the short boundary. And Maximo, 6 more to Stanislaus. Well, we didn't see him, did we, this morning? Stan saying, well, don't forget about me. And he sends this one. He probably was hitting middle to stump, but he whacks it away for 6.
Yeah, that's a top shot. I mean, it's a risky one. As you say, Vinny, it was going straight onto the stumps. And it was a slightly slower delivery as well from Marcy. But Stanislaus picks it beautifully. And look, both these teams fairly similar, aren't they? Marsa, their only concern will be the avoidables. They do give a lot of extras away. Mind you, the Knights. Oh, how does this? Well, it doesn't miss. It bowls him. I was going to say, how does this miss? Because I don't see too much of a celebration. And then when I look up, the bails have been dislodged. There you go. That just does hit the bails. And Johnny, while he's on the ground, he realises at the last minute, as I did, so they get a big wicket. Stanislaus is going across the line, and off he goes. And Fana Marcy, he's quite happy with that. One dangerous batter goes, and that means that Basil George, the strong left-hander, an all-rounder, comes in. We just have a look at this again. So look, the Knights, they've been scoring an average about 107 runs when they bat first, and they've been pretty good at putting the squeeze on, limiting teams to an average of 83. But the Marsa team, well, they're very similar to the Crusaders. They really do put the squeeze on. They're only allowing teams to score around about 79 runs off them. And their run scored is also going up, but the avoidables is the issue.
Yeah, and considering that a lot of the runs they're giving away are in avoidables,
yeah,
they're still keeping teams sub 80 on average. So, yeah, Malta looking to repeat their win 12 months ago. And guess who? Basil George, he's out there. Explosive combination at the crease now. And so, it's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it, that the last game of 2020 are the same two teams as the last game of 2021. I just realised I lost my pom-pom, so I'm going to
yeah, what's mine doing? Mine's getting a bit excited. Get down, boy, down.
I like it. That's it. So, amazingly, we had, I think it was about 696 games or something like that last year. In obviously, 2020 was a problematic year. But, yeah, we have the final here. That's what you're looking at. Atlas UTC Knights versus Marsa. As the Knights knocked off Mater Dei in their semi in a 3-over match. Marsa beat AUM by golden ball. And so we have a rematch of the last match of 2020 right here. More about that in a second. But here's Fanyan Magal, goes short. And Basil George just pulls him, but doesn't really get too much of it. Now, last year, Atlas UTC Knights, they won every single match in the tournament, but then they lost to Marsa in the final.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to say who's favourites here. I mean, they had the first match washed out in this series between these two teams, and then it was Atlas UTC Knights that won fairly comfortably in the second time that they played.
Well, this one doesn't really come up too much. It's a good opportunity for us both to wish the captain of the Knights, Sujesh Apu, all the best in the future, because he is playing his last game here today.
Yeah. Off to the UK, isn't he?
As he goes to UK. Wouldn't he love to finish with winning this, the final here? That one's too wide from Mughal and has been called.
You know, the thing is, they've never won a trophy. Yeah, that one, touch and go. Touch and go. I thought maybe stayed inside the line just. And that's the game of Russian roulette you're playing, though, when you're flirting with the wide line. Mughal. This time he does get the good movement. And this is what I like, is that it actually works from this angle, because he actually moves the ball right to left. So he moves the ball away, naturally away from the right hand. You see it there. And so he's got the breeze to help him do that at the moment. And also the breeze is behind him a little bit. So I think he's got great conditions to apply his trade. And you saw him do it in that semi-final, bowled really well. Oh, and this one could have easily gone to Kostler. But, oh, we could have had a run out, but they go to the wrong end.
Yeah, that was that slower delivery again. Just watch this. Beautifully bowled, clever.
And Kostler has sometimes been hanging out there for a catch. Instead, he finds himself in the quicksand. That's pretty good fielding.
He's done really well in that spot.
And, well, this will take us to still ball or two to come.
Going down the leg side.
This one's not coming back enough.
But interesting that, I mean, Basil, maybe he's guilty of this. He's not the best of runners, Basil George. And I think other teams, other players would be looking at taking the single there. I think that's all down to the man doing the backing up. You've got to take those. You've got to back yourself to do it. Slow delivery, and Bularial will get one here to the probably to the dissatisfaction of Basil George, because that's also the end of the over. A very good over, an excellent spell from Fanyan Mughal. Just goes for 9. Not able to pick up a wicket, but look, it's not just about picking up wickets, it's about the economy as well. 39 for 1 at the halfway point.
Yeah, so I think the Mars will be pretty happy with this so far. They have removed Stanislaus. Bularial hasn't really got going yet. He can hit some big sixes. We saw that in the limited opportunities we've had to see him so far. And Basil George, well, we know what he can do. He had probably the best 3-over match you could imagine with the bat and the ball earlier today. And they are going back to Rahman now.
Yeah, interesting. Not holding him back this time.
And I'll be curious to see the bowling options they use. Will Haroon Mughal bowl his couple of overs, for example? And if so, when and to who? Yeah. So, yeah, just going back to that series last year. I know you know it very well.
Yeah.
It's exactly a year to the day than that final, 4th of December 2020, believe it or not. And so here we are, almost exactly a year, except that this one is starting an hour later, and that's because everything was pushed back to back an hour. But on that occasion, it was Malta that batted first, and they put the runs on the board, 119 of them, and the Knights could only manage 84. So it's a quick decision from Sija Chapu in his last match as a Knight to have a bat. Well, goodbye ball. That's going big, and watch out because you're under attack down there. Well, they've got the bows and arrows out. I hope they don't shoot the arrows back because we've fired shots towards them there. Basil George goes large. Big Maximo from him.
I'm getting worried. I hope there's no retaliation here because they're firing at the archery targets, and Basil George says, I want to hit the target myself. Well, you could see a few arrows come this way after that one. That was a beautiful shot. And that came off sweet out the middle of the bat. That was a big hit. And you see there, Zishan Khan just having a little chat with the Laddu man there. Fazal Rahman. What's the comeback going to be?
Yeah, I think he wants to go that way again with the wind. Tries, misses, and, well, Pullareel wants it. Basil George, well, he could not have moved less. And so in the end it's a dot. But how does this miss the stumps, Rico?
Well, that was a big swing, Basil.
Is there an edge on that? I mean, I didn't pick it up. See, if you pick up an edge, Johnny looks disappointed here.
No.
I don't think there's any bat. Potentially flicks the pad. Does well to get down to it. The old 62-year-old.
He missed out on that, though, doesn't he, George?
Goes for it. This is higher than it is long, though. Could be a chance. It'll be a tough one, and it's put down. Swazim Abbas, who had to try and take it sideways. He was the only man with any realistic chance of catching it. And Basil George gets dropped on 8.
This is a big moment in this match. And Abbas, he doesn't get there at all and ends up flat on his back. I think more out of disappointment, a little bit distraught. That could be a big moment as George. Well, he does give a chance now and again. If you don't take him, he can really hurt you.
That's ball the over. It's driven down the ground. It'll just be 1. So 6 overs down. It's 48 for 1. And hope you're having a great time wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Look, a few thank yous. We're going to have many of them. I want to thank everyone in the office, of course, from ECN for their support along the journey as well. And particularly, I've been asked, and I think it's a great idea, I want to say a big hello to Manuela, who is Dan Weston's wife. Mookie, I hope you're going well, and I know you've had your hands full this year, and you've been a great support to Dan, and obviously that has ripple effects through the whole team. So I hope you and your family have a wonderful, happy Christmas together, and you and Casper are going well. So, yeah, very, very hearty compliments of the season from us, Rico.
Happy holidays.
To Mookie and the family, obviously, Dan as well. And, well, this isn't so good because for the Knights, they've lost their second wicket, and it's Niraj Khanna that comes on and gets immediate results. And, yeah, Pullareel just never got going in that innings. He ends up chopping one on for 15. Well, we've seen Khanna come on with some unusual bowling in this series, but this time he gets it right. Pullareel, well, he couldn't pull. And the result is stumps all over the place. No need to pull them out. They've already been knocked out, and it's 48 for 2.
Yeah, I think Pullareel, he did have to go. Now, I don't mind that really because he took the place of this man that's coming out now. And I must admit, I was rather surprised because I did like the batting of Avinash Dilip. I thought he was suited to being up in the order. Well, he's coming in at number 4 now. And you've got 2 batters that look fairly similar to each other in the build. And they can both hit it pretty well as well. The only difference is Basil George, of course, the left-hander. Avinash Dilip, the right-hander. I think this could be an important partnership. Though I must say that Dilip does prefer the pace of the ball. He's a very good cutter off the ball as well.
Yeah, true.
Khanna, wicket off his first delivery.
Khanna's been underbowled, I think, and that's because he was bowling a bunch of fruit earlier in the series, but he said he's capable. Here he is now. Oh, and Dilip gets lucky under edge. Chase is on here. Smehar is going to chase it down. And they will come back for 2. So, French cut. Dilip's off the mark.
Yeah, he's very lucky, and you can see there he does like the pace on it. Trying to create something. Niraj Khanna, he's bowling a much better line, not tossing the ball up as much as what he has done in some of the previous matches. Quicker delivery, and they're asking the question.
Johnny likes it.
Johnny G.
Johnny likes it. He's got the look of that's close, but I don't think he believes it's out. Let's see. Oh,
He's out.
No, he's gone.
Oh, he's out.
He's gone.
He's out. I think he's gone. Johnny
Yeah,
G.
he's got the big.
He's done the
Yeah,
magic.
He stays behind the stumps.
Oh, what about those gloves?
Oh,
Wow, those gloves.
oh, it's close, but I don't think you can call it because look at the line. Yeah, he's gone. I don't think that's conclusive from that angle.
Ooh, I don't know, Vinny.
It's a guess. Just look at the extension of that line. He's above the line, though, you see. So I think that when you extend the line, I don't think you can conclusively say he was in front of the
I
stumps.
think our camera angles are probably not the best, but you do see the gloves going before. But he was short. Johnny
Yeah.
G. He said, come on, that's out.
It's close. Don't get me wrong. It's close. But unless you have the camera dead in line with the stump, you can't make that call unless you're really sure. And for me, I think the angles don't give you that conclusive evidence that you'd need to call it a no ball. Instead, it's Dilip who goes. The 50's up, but they've lost the third wicket. 50 for 3. Quick work by Johnny G.
Yeah, well done, Johnny G. And well done to Niraj Khanna as well. And good from the captain as well, giving him the opportunity, even though he knows that sometimes he's been under the hammer. But he's come back well here. And not sure what's going on here. Well, there was some...
Yeah, I mean, the
Not sure
thing
what happened.
is, if his gloves are on the ground, then you can use the line as a reference. But once they get in the air and it's not completely side on, then you've got to give some tolerance for the camera angle. And I think that's a correct decision. And Khanna, 2 for 2. How's this for a start? This one will be a wide. This is a quick work by Johnny G. And tell you what, for a guy that's 62, he's made some really good stops today down the leg side. This is an awkward one because it's full as well. But just look how he gets down here. Stays pretty low, almost sneaks through the gate. But
Yeah, and we kept him up late.
yeah, he's out singing after you broke his guitar.
Oh dear, there he goes.
That's the quicker ball.
He knew it had to come. He knew it. That's for us, I think. Okay, Niraj, thank you. We've seen it. He always talks about his high balls. But this one, well, at least this one didn't get hit
Yeah,
for 6.
This is Alamin Abdul Latif, and he apologised to him. I think Latif saying, well, you can keep bowling those if you like, because I really probably should have whacked it. Instead, he will get a gift, and that's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, I think it's need to latch onto a couple of boundaries here just to stay on course for a decent score. Looks like being average rather than a big score.
Yeah, and look at that. This is a free hit. Again, smart work by Johnny G. And he says, well, I can't get a stumping because it's a free hit. So Johnny knows about it. Look at that. Golden balls all time now. And remember, the first 5 won by the batting side. And now the bowling side's overtaken them, 14-10.
Yep.
Quite unbelievable. Okay, this is in the air, and it'll be a tough one. And it just out of the grasp of Gurjit Singh. Maximo! Latif gets off the mark with 6.
Yeah, he doesn't quite time it. Gets the bottom part, the lower part of the bat. But good effort there from Gurjit Singh, but not able to get anything on it. 6 runs. Latif can hit big, we know that. But he's made a habit in this series of hitting a good shot and then getting out. Can he go a little bit better for his team here in the final?
Oh, this is going nowhere. Khanna's going to have 3, and he does. And he does it nonchalantly. So 6 and out for Abdul Latif. And 4 wickets down now. 58 for 4. Basil George, he can't get too much of the strike. He's only faced 5 balls. Latif, we went large, but this one was just on him a little bit quicker. And, well, if you ask Niraj Khanna, he'll say he's softened him up with one upstairs. But then this one, you see there, he's just not in position. And he loses the bat as well. Have a look at that. I didn't even realise that the first time. So he just lost control of the shot completely. Johnny G, probably lucky to be alive after that. After 7 overs, it's 58 for 4. Just a reminder that this is the last match of 2021. And if you've just joined us, strap yourself in for a big adventure. You can always go back and look at the full games or highlights of every match this year on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We will be back after a 9-week break with the ECL 22 starting on the 7th of February. It'll be Group A action. Rico, you and me, that'll be the next time we're in the commentary box together. Yeah. Certainly, I'll be counting down the days until that. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will as well. Here's Wasim Abbas coming back to bowl over number 8. This is a huge over because George could come off here and then, he's able to score really quickly. And if they do that, then they could get something in the kind of 90s.
Yeah.
Maybe even pushing 100 if he really gets going. But if he gets out, you worry their batting's a bit thin down the bottom.
Abbas, remember, dropped George. So he's been looking to make up for it. George hasn't really done any damage since, though. Well, he will with this one. That is big. That's his areas. That's another one that goes over. Anyone for tennis? Be careful out there, because that's going into the tennis courts. That's a big hit. Well, that one's been captured by Diana Oroz as well. And let's give her a big shout out as well.
Yeah.
Diana Oroz, I mean, it's the photos that she's taken this year for the European Cricket Network have been amazing. And this will be another one that she snapped, no doubt.
Yeah, she takes some great shots, and she's had some close-ups because the ball's almost following her. Abbas goes the journey. Going to check that ball. It's still a cricket ball. They didn't throw a tennis ball back. And George has been really powerful square of the wicket, hasn't he? Hasn't hit all of them, but when he has hit them, they've gone a long way. And this time he's knocked over, and it's 6 and out for Basil George, who goes to the well once too often. And Wasim Abbas, he knocks him over. He has a lot of respect for Basil George, no doubt about that. And he'll be very relieved. And yes, George does this sometimes. See, he's running away from the ball, and he has trouble reaching a ball that ends up hitting middle and off stump.
Yep.
And so that's a big moment in the match as George, he's got to go. And a quarter of the innings still remains. He's gone for 15. It's 64 for 5.
Yeah, it's another one that's gone. And you got to say that some of the Atlas batters, they've been getting them. They've got themselves out, which hasn't been good. I mean, you just have a look down there. Okay, Stanislaus, he went across the line. Tomasi, he was gone. Pulo Real, he just couldn't get anything going, and he was done by the first ball from Kana. And what an over that was from Kana. Took 3 wickets for 10 runs.
Yeah.
And now Wasim Abbas has knocked over Basil George. They're right in this match now.
Panic of the new batsman. And he goes leg side, another left-hander. He does find the fielder, though, so this will just be one. Look, they still got some players that can hit the odd big shot. Knights, but they haven't had much batting today, or any batting today, because it was Dilip and George that batted through the 3 overs this morning. So they're coming in for their first hit of the day.
Yeah.
And a quick hello to everyone in the chat, and a few goodbyes being thrown out there. And Shrubon's there, nice to see you, and the man as well, Morseman, and Maya as well. Gonna miss you guys. And this is Nitin Babu. He'll push and get off the mark off the first ball that he faces. Yeah, it could be a few teary goodbyes, but you know, I prefer to focus on what's to come, and it's certainly going to be a really exciting start to 2022.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, and it will be here before you know it as well. 7th of February, European Cricket League, Cardomania.
Last ball over. Oh, lucky to get away with that. Swing and a miss, end of 8. It's 66 for 5. You know, Rico, I don't often get time to go back and watch some of the games.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I will actually over the next 9 weeks. I'll go back and I'll probably go back and watch some of my favourites. I must admit, I was treating myself actually. I was in the hotel room, and I said, around a nice warm bath, because I've got a nice one actually there.
Yeah.
I stuck on the last 4 overs of the Sweden versus Belgium impossible chase, because I just wanted to see it again with my own eyes to see how it went, and it was crazy. Go back and watch that one. It's day 4 of Group A of the European Cricket Championship. If you get a chance, go back and have a look at it. And now this one is lifted up, and it is out. It is out of here. Maximo 6 to Babu. Well, he's counter-attacking now, and Kana, he's taken 3 wickets, but he goes the journey this time, and the night starts with a 6.
Yeah, good shot from Nitin Babu. He's somebody who last year was one of the key players for the Knights. They relied on him a lot to score valuable runs. They'd love him to be in that sort of form here now. In the remaining balls here to come. Gets them to 70.
Yeah. So, Kana. It goes after him, and this time goes offside, and this time it's going to be dropped over the boundary for 6 more. Maximo! Big moment. Could have been 6. Instead, it's out. And I think that's Rahman down there. He's kicking himself. You see, he had to take it sideways because he was conscious of the line. He couldn't really square himself up on it. And you can see the reaction there immediately. And that could have been a wicket, but instead it costs them half a dozen.
Yeah. 2 sixes.
All happens in the 9th. It's still happening. Hit hard. kind of can't find the handle.
Well, there should be game 2 here.
Well,
there
no
was
one's fielded
the two
that.
fielders left it to each other. The two brothers. Oh, they're going to be talking about this over pizza tonight. Well, Harry Magal is sort of saying, that's yours. And Fian says, no, it's yours. Watch this.
Yeah, look at it. And in the end, they left it for each other, and they just kind of took their eyes off the play. And are you going to get it? No, you're going to get it. And so now he gets back on strike, and he's got the hot hand. Babu pushes away, and this is good placement. Does it have what it takes? It does. That's going to be 4 more. Well, what a good knock this is from Nitin Babu, who's a good lower order hitter. He moves to 19 off only 5 balls, and now they're up to 84 with 8 balls remaining.
Yeah, that's 18 off this over already. 2 sixes. The 2 they just ran, which shouldn't have been 2.
Yeah.
And now another 4 here. So Niraj, he took 3 wickets in his first over, and now
how's the
he's
two
getting
Mugals fighting? Oh. Normally the brothers fight because they want the ball, not because they don't want the ball. And kind of tossed up, inviting it. Now, do you try it here? Well, they should be going to the keeper here. Instead, they zing it to the bowler who can't hold on. And that'll be 2.
Zishan comes charging in here. He says to Haroon, you two, you got issues. Leave it to me. He gets the ball. And well, look, if that hits, he's out.
Yeah, but
I'm just wondering if Kana could have been in a better position.
They wanted to get Babu. I think I would have been trying to get Babu at the keeper's end. You had time to do it, and he was really slow to set off for the second.
Well, from nowhere, it looks like they could.
It's an ugly 86, but it's 86.
Yeah, for nowhere
Last ball of the night.
And he goes big, and this is gone. Balle, balle, balle. Well, that over has been special. It's gone supersonic. And I was just saying what I was trying to say there, but the action is so quick and so fast. All of a sudden, from nowhere, it looks like they might put the 100 on the board.
Yeah, how did that happen? I mean, there were 26 off the over, and I said George would have to be the man to take him to this kind of a score, but Babu said, well, hold my sports drink. This one is going out of here. So 92 for 5 off 9. Now, decent over here. You're getting triple figures, and that will take some chasing in a final. And AUK know that. Knights know that because they had to try and chase 120 exactly a year ago today in the 2020 ECS final in Malta. It's been a really good turnaround, and just can't take a trick. 3 for 36, his figures. How about that? Here is Fahan Masi. 10th overtime, and it's whipped away. It's into the gap, and I think this will be 4. Yeah, it will. 3 fielders converge, but they can't do anything about it. And so Panika gets in on the act, and the left-hander starts the 10th over with the boundary.
Yeah, and it goes back to that second delivery of Niraj's second over. That catch that was dropped by Rahman, and there's Rahman there trying to stop this one. And since then, they haven't looked back.
It's a really good exercise, and just continuing to attack even when it doesn't seem like it's going your way. And Babu's been outstanding here. 5 balls remaining. Misses out. Just a bit too close to cut. Cramped him for room.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they don't want, is it? I mean, you can see what he's trying to do. He was just done by the bounce there. It bounced more than he expected. Needed to try and get a little bit of something on this just to get Babu on strike.
Well, he charges, and he's going to be dropped by Kosler. And now he's thrown it away. They could have maybe got a second, and they would have. But Babu said, no, no, no. I am staying right here. I want to be the man on strike. And he will be, as they're 97 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, this one, I think, it is dipping, but he needs to take that. Just doesn't get it right.
And that would stop them changing the strike as well. It means a new batsman would be facing.
On strike, yeah. Big moment again. So 2 drop catches by Marsa. One thing they did really well in the last match was the fielding. Let's let them down slightly here. Yeah, he's caught this. Really nice catch. Really nice catch. That's Wazim Abbas down there. And, well, they keep running, but I'm sure he's caught this. Yeah, he's caught the ball. I think they're already walking. I mean, we'll see it here. But to me, he catches it as clean as you like. Yeah, no problem. And I know it's a bit of an ice cream cone, but I think he certainly has the hands under it. And he has no doubt that he's caught it. Yeah. And so, yeah, I think he's gonna have to go. So, nice bit of fielding. They're going to have a look at it again. Yeah, they're just checking. I think it's fine. Yeah, and I don't think you can conclusively say this hits the ground. It's given out on the field. See here. I think the issue is, okay, you see a bit of the ball come out of his hands, but there's no evidence that ball ever touches the ground. No. So I think, yeah, he's been given out now. Correct decision, I think. And also, Abbas was very quick to
You can tell from his reaction that was a clean catch. So 97 for 6, but what a good innings that was from Babu. They needed something, and he provided it. 27 off only 8 balls with 3 big sixes and a 4.
Yeah, look, he's done really well. He's got his team back in this match, and you just think, well, what they need to focus on here is that you can see a new batter going in, and I think Justin Sharju will probably want to go for a big hit. I think he just needs to think a couple more runs on the board, even if it means that it's the 100 that Malta need to get for victory. Well, 100 in the mind, you know, it's going to play with them, and it's runs on the board in the final.
Yeah, exactly. 100's a good psychological figure, though, isn't it? Need a couple more. I'll get 1 here. Now, will they try for 2? It's a clean pickup, so they won't. This is an interesting one. If you get 1, I mean, do you believe in psychological targets? I mean, they're 98. At the moment, the target would be 99.
Yeah.
Do you just get 1 here and make sure they're chasing 100? Or, I mean, the game strategy would say you just try and whack it. Here's the last ball after all. Guess we'll find out. Also, they may not know the exact score while they're out there. They're probably just concentrating on what they're doing. And they will get something here, or will they? No, they won't, because it's gone straight down the throat of Rahman, who finally catches one. And so Panika, he's unlucky. If that's a few metres either side, that's 4 or 6. Instead, he holds out, so it won't be 100 to chase, but it's 1 less. It'll be 99, because after 10 overs, and the Knights, don't forget, they won the toss. They've elected to bat. They are 98 for 7 off their 10 overs. And Rico, we know these two teams, they'll both be desperate for different reasons to get their hands on the trophy, because Malta, they are trying to repeat their win exactly a year ago. And the Knights, well, they want to send off their captain with a bang. So it was match number 1,222, the final of the Malta Encore series. And it's a bit of a surprise. Nias Pulariel, he was out there opening the batting. Never really got going, to be honest, though he did hit 2 boundaries along the way in his 15 of 19 balls. Stanislaus, well, he was looking dangerous as well. He's had a pretty good tournament. He was able to hit a 4 and a couple of big sixes. And the Knights, we knew they were a powerhouse. And how about that for a cut? And that was absolutely blasted out of the ground. Let's just say, maybe sticking to cricket is a good idea for some of these guys. Masi disappeared over the leg side. That boundary's been brought in today on account of the wet surface over there. But it was a clever bit of bowling that undid Stanislaus, who had to go. That was a big man in the shed, but that brought out Basil George, and you know, he's also a really dangerous batter to bowl to.
Yeah, Basil George, he just, he did play some nice shots. He hit a huge one of Abbas, which went a long, long, long way. But well, you saw some advice being given there to Rahman to say, right, bowl to him here. This one, well, this could have really been expensive when Abbas puts that one down. Well, Nirajan came on, and well, he had on this over anyway, the magic hand here, the golden touch, because he took 3 wickets for 10 runs in the first.
Yeah.
But we won't talk too much about his second, because that one went supersonic.
Yeah, and that was a really smart bit of work from Johnny G. Well, he's flirting with in front of the stumps, but I don't think he was quite there, as far as the replays could tell anyway. So that was delete. That was the end of his series with the bat. Latif, you know that he is a big whack of a cricket ball, and he did get 6 there, but he wouldn't last a lot longer, as before you knew it, Niraj Khanna, he had 3 for the over, a simple caught and bowled, and well, let's just say the bat went further than the ball as far as that one went.
Watch out, Johnny.
Yeah, that's another good reason to wear a helmet if you're behind the stumps. That's Johnny was totally oblivious to the danger that was flying past his ear. And speaking of flying, that one was cracked out of the ground, wasn't it, by Basil George? But once again, he wouldn't last a lot longer as Abbas knocked him over. And we thought there, well, the Knights might struggle because Basil George, we thought he was the man that could take them to something near 100. But after that, you thought that they would struggle a little bit. But then enter Nitin Babu, and he provided the counter-attack that got them to this score. Very healthy score of 98.
Yeah, it's a healthy over, this one, for the Atlas Knights, and Niraj Khanna going for 26. Well, he was on 1 before the start of this over, then hits 1-6, and then that one dropped, went over for 6, and then after taking a 2, he then beautifully plays this one for 4, and he wasn't finished yet. This one, probably the biggest of the lot, straight and big. And what a spectacular over that was. And over it goes. Shaka Lunkya, and Harun Magal at that point scratching his head, because he was hoping to keep them to a score around about 80, and they were then they had the possibility of getting 100 on the board. This catch goes down.
Yeah, Kostler hasn't held too many in the slips, has he, in this series, to be fair. That was a good one by Wasim Abbas. They did check it, but I think it seemed like a clean catch to me. And that was the end of Babu, but really good knock from him. Got them up in their 90s, and you thought that the target would go up to 100, but this one drilled to Rahman, who held on to the catch the last ball of the innings. So they did finish 98 for 7, and that means that the master team, if they're going to defend their title of a year ago, they will need 99 in the second innings of this one. As we see the scorecard, and once again, we've seen no one really going on with it, and Nitin Babu was the high scorer with 27 off 8, 20 from Stanislaus, but he'd go no further. He was bowled by Farhan Masi. Pair of 15s for Pluriel and Basil George, who got out at a crucial moment. But really, it wasn't the prettiest 98 you'll ever see, but it still is 98 on the board in a final. I do think that'll take some chasing down by Masa. They'll have to hold their nerve, and they're going to have to bat well.
Yeah, they're going to have to bat well, and it'd be interesting. I mean, we're pretty sure that they will go with Farhan Mughal and also Zishan Khan to open up with, and they need to give them a good start, because one thing we know about the Atlas Knights is that they will be plucky. They'll be working away at you all the time. And if they pick up a couple of early wickets and they keep Master, say, to something like 20, 24 in the power play, they'll feel that they've got what it takes to defend them.
Yeah, Master have to try and go at 10s, I think, all the way through. They don't want to leave it too late. See there, 3 wickets to Masi and 3 wickets to Niraj Khanna, but he was really expensive in his second over. It went for 26, as we saw. And the other wicket takers were... And the other wicket taker was Wasim Abbas, who got the big wicket of Basil George. But also, Fanya Mughal, only 9 off his 2 overs, bowled really well. You see the 9th there, really sticking
What
out.
happened in the 9th?
Big skyscraper. As we will rejoin you soon for the final time, the final innings of the year. And it's going to be a real cracker. I'm just going to throw this one out there, Rico. Back-to-back golden balls. Imagine that.
Now you're getting greedy.
That would be all time if we did. Never seen that before.
Listen, I know you get the tingle, but I think you're getting a bit of the jingle bells now.
Early. You know, I haven't gotten the eggnog yet. But anyway, join us for the final innings of 2021. When we return, it'll be Masa. They need 99 runs for the trophy. Will they do it? Or will the Knights be able to send their captain, Sujesh Apu, off with a bit of ECS silverware? Find out soon. Mr. Maximo here. Vinny Sandhu along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the year. You're watching ECN. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to you for the final time this Malta International Cricket Ground. It is the final, and well, you've seen the Atlas Knights put 97 on the board. The runs on the board in the final are massive, and well, it was a very good knock from Nitin Babu, 27 of just 8 deliveries. He went ballistic at the right time for his team, and well, now it's all about whether they can defend it. This man, he bowled very well this morning in that 3-over bash. And also Basil George. So they're going with Asif Shah. Gets a good movement on the ball. I think these conditions will suit him. Gets the ball to swing away. But he does bowl a few wide deliveries as well. And that's one thing that the captain and Sujesh Apu will be hoping to avoid. He'll be hoping that they're tight and they don't give too many runs away. And he got a guard of honour as he took the field. Did the captain, Sujesh Apu, playing his last match here in Malta. Get ready for the first delivery of the reply. See that rate, just under 10. And a good time to welcome back Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Let's dance. 99 to win. McGall starts carefully. Yeah, it was a really nice moment, wasn't it, for Sujesh Apu, who got the guard of honour when he came onto the ground, and you could see how much he meant to everyone really here, even the AUM guys in the background, everyone wishing him well on his journey. They'll take him to the UK now, so this will be his last match in Knights colours. Oh, a little shot down. Zishan's lucky to survive his first ball.
Yeah, this could so close to playing it onto his own stumps. Certainly not there for this shot at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a nerdly shot for Zishan first ball. I like to see him trying to hit straight down the ground there. I think he's thinking about that because he knows there's no third man. There's a short kind of second man, and there's a backward point, but a big gap between them. This time he hits it with a full-blooded cut shot. He finds the man at deep point. So Zishan Khan is off the mark.
Yeah, nice shot. He'll feel better about playing that one as well. It's the one that's given him some troubles.
Keanu says he wants a golden ball for the final. We are not the only one. I mean, that'll be mayhem. We already knocked out the last ball of the semi-final of 2. Already knocked out all the computers for some reason. That's how powerful it was. Now the shot of McGall. He thinks about it, thinks against it, and he gets a wide. There's been movement for the bowlers all day, right to left. That's the way the breeze is going. It's also assisting the bowlers. It's kind of behind them. So the breeze at the moment is kind of mid-on to third man. Yeah, kind of 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock or 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock as you look at the screen. So it's a little bit shorter, just turns around the corner. We'll get one. They think about a second. Now they're going to go. Oh, and there's a little fumble from Nitin Babu. Otherwise, I think McGall might have been in trouble. That's really alert running from Zishan Khan, but maybe slightly risky.
Yeah, it was a bit risky. But
he gets the jump on it, see? He knows straight away it's not going to hit the stumps. But then there was a slight fumble from Babu. Otherwise, I think McGall might have been in some strife there. People reacting to Keanu saying he wants another golden ball for the final. This is sharp. Loses this down leg side, doesn't move. This will be a wide. He looks back at the footing. I think it's just maybe front foot didn't really land well there. You see him looking down at the ground. I think just slipped a little bit. Lost it down the leg side for a wide. Let's have a look at these two teams. And the Knights, they've put 98 on the board. Masters' highest successful chase is only 76. Although they do have a 3-1 record chasing, so they're fairly comfortable chasing. Now this is short, and it's going to go the journey. Maximo! Funyan having some fun. And the AUM guys, they're watching. And that's Bill Al-Khan as well. He's looking pretty cool in his leather jacket. This is a pretty cool shot, 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Plays that really well. Gets right under it. That's the key. Keeps his body upright, keeps his head nice and still, and he nails it. 6 runs.
Yeah, just too short. And with that extra short boundary on the leg side today, it's just a risk that's not worth taking as far as I'm concerned. Last ball, the over. Goes short again. This is hit in front of square. Hit pretty well. And it has not gone to the boundary. Puller-Eel, well, he fires it in. Makes some hustle, but that's good running from Zishan Khan as we get to the end of the first over. Pretty good one for Malta. It's 14 for no loss.
Yeah, that's what they need to do, don't they? I think if they can get a good power play in and they're ahead of the rate, maybe take it from, well, just under 10 to maybe if they can get it to 8, 7, and they'll be able to, breathe a bit of sigh of relief. And then really, you know that even if you get one really good over against you, well, you're still in the match. It's not going to go over the 10.
Yes, exactly right. You don't want to fall behind in this chase, especially in a final. Malta won the final exactly 1 year ago today, 4th of December 2020. And they did that by putting a big score on the board and defending it. So they know that it's difficult to chase runs in a final. They certainly watched an interesting chase in the semi-final number 2 against AUM. They successfully defended 83 after it went to a golden ball. Sarath Babu with the ball now. And this is an uppercut, and this is off the middle. See you later. And that one's gone to the tyre fire. Maximo! What a shot from Zishan Khan. This time, he doesn't miss out on the cut.
Yeah, this one is too much width, isn't it? And it's a nice height for Zishan. And once again, he's got that little back kick, hasn't he? Little kick, comes back.
And this is wind assisted. I mean, that's a really clever shot. I think that's why he's targeting that area as well, because the wind is going pretty much right in that direction. So that means if you get it up in the air, it's going to fly. And see the ball already got a few mud marks on it. It was powerfully struck. You don't want to give Zishan too much width. Steps away, steps back. I'd love to know, because I do this, I love a fake charge, right? You know, on the spinners, you fake charge and then you step back and you bowl a quick one or a short one. I think 98% of Zishan's back away is a fake. he always puts, so it just one's, I think he becomes anyone.
It's become sort of a habit, isn't it? It's like a little habit he has.
Some goes across. This one probably was cuttable, but in the end it's more of a dab, as it wasn't that far away from him in the end, but he does get a single. And the good start continues for Malta. They've reached that 20 mark, which they want to be at the end of the second over, and they still have half an over in hand.
Just watching the fielder gingerly moving across the
quicksand.
Oh no! Is that Basil they've sent in there? I think it might be.
I love the quicksand.
Oh, this is so close. Oof. This is so close.
Well, in the words of James Bond, I like to live dangerously, and he's just made up his mind. He wants that short boundary. He doesn't care where it is, Miguel. That wasn't the ball to play that shot to. I think you got to try and bowl him out. I think balls at hitting the stumps the order of the day. Oh, so he goes straight and he goes high and it flies out of the ground. Maximo! Sixtefania Miguel. Well, that was a stand and deliver job. That was a side screen killer.
Yeah, look, it's another short delivery. Short, wide, is begging to be hit, and it has been thumped. And Zishan opted to go outside the off. Fine Mughal just bludgeons it straight over. Captain Caveman style. 6 runs.
Got a nice friendly bit of backspin the way he hit that, which makes the ball fly a bit further as well. Made it comfortably. Last ball of the over. Oh, this time he wants it and he's going to get it. It's going to be 6 more back-to-back Maximos. Finishes the second and Miguel is heating up. Malta well ahead of this right now. They are 33 for no loss after 2.
Yeah, well, he doesn't miss this one. That was very similar to the one that went straight through. I mean, he knew he was looking to hit it to the moon. Well, he's made contact with this. Lovely little swivel on his back foot. That has been hammered. 6 more. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. And Malta are flying 33 without loss after 2.
Sure are. Well, we'll be flying to Spain in early February as we get ready for the first tournament of the year, thanks to our partners at Bizaway Travel. And we will have 5 group weeks and then a championship week. 6 weeks in total. The Bet to Ball European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, and you can catch the action right here on ECN on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and FanCode in India, and various other big stations around the world. I'm sure we'll be picking that one up, and it all starts in 9 weeks' time on the 7th of Feb. Here's Basil. First ball pushed away. They don't run here.
Don't run yet.
Fanya Magal,
Surprise.
he's holding his head there. I think he knows that was a bad call. Now I thought Zishan would have pushed and run here. Does he call yes? He looks keen to go. And Fanyan was just sitting on his bat. And Fanyan, I think, just saying, look, sorry, that was my bad. I should have responded. I should have gone. And next ball, Zishan pushes. Sujashapu can't find the handle. So they do get a single this time. Fanyan's back on strike, and he certainly has the hot hand at the moment. Let's have a look at these two teams, and both of them have had their struggles with wides. You see the avoidables both in double digits, and look pretty similar now when you see it. But Masa, I'll just give you a stat. You can see it right there. Their average runs and over is 9.8. Well, that translates to 98 per 10 overs. And if they were to achieve their regular 9.8, you know what we're going to have here? Golden ball.
Golden ball.
Back-to-back golden balls. But
It'll make a few people happy. I'd have to pick you up off the floor. I think we get another golden ball here.
Worry about my heart if we get another one. I mean, it wasn't just the golden ball. It was the ball that led to the golden ball was absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. And especially it coincided with our technology just completely blowing up at the same time. All right, so this one is cut away in front of point. Well, this is a nice shot as well, and the wind helps this one run across the outfield. Zishan Khan, he's cut pretty well so far in this innings. And with that shot, Masa moved along to 39. A ball that probably would have been a wide, but Zishan says, don't worry about that, I'll take 4.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be a wide. And what we're seeing from Zishan, hasn't he got better and better as this series has progressed? And the sort of shots that he was missing out on, he's getting it right. You can see Basil George, he's not very happy with that delivery.
Fake step away. This time he drills it, but he does pick out the man at deep point, so just a single. And that's the thing, both these two, they're both hitting the ball pretty well. They're not too fast. Who's facing? And I think UK, the Knights, they need a wicket. They need one soon. And they'll be hoping Basil George is the man that can do it. He picked up 2 wickets in his over, in that 3-over smash earlier today. This time slightly slower ball, just worked away. They'll take 1. That's the end of the power play. Really good one for Masa. They are 41 for no loss. So now they're essentially kind of an over ahead of where they need to be. They'd be happy to be 40 after 4. They're 40 after 3. And so now we move into the middle overs. But the Knights, they will have the protection of some extra outfielders as we have a look at the overs so far in this match. And just have a look at that 9th over for the Knights. That's the reason, actually, Masa are chasing this many. 26 came off Gunner's 9th over.
Yeah, and that was all courtesy of Nindamar. But look, I think this one, taking a huge risk here, I feel. I mean, you've got other bowlers that could bowl here. I think the captain for me, Sujashapu, doesn't come on to bowl soon enough for me. He holds himself back. Again with Stanislaus, both these batters, well, they're going at a good rate. No wickets down. So with 40 on the board after 3, they're going for Stanislaus, the spinner Stanislaus straight away. And they're going to go after him here.
Yeah, they sure will. But it might work as well. Calculated gamble. Taking the pace off the ball with Stanislaus with his slow mediums. And it does take it on, and he hits it pretty well, and he hits it into the gap. It's 4, and that is the short boundary today. And Miguel's made up his mind. He says, wherever this is, I'm whacking it to the leg side. He does, and he gets 4 carreras.
Yeah, absolutely motoring along at the moment. Look at them, they're loving it. And Johnny G, look, give it up for Johnny G. Not only is he playing, but he's operating the scoreboard as well. Oh, well, that's a dedication for you.
Shorter, hit pretty well. And this one is cut off, but at what cost? They'll come back for 2. You almost think about a 3rd. But they won't get a good return. That was an excellent piece of work, and that's Pulariel. Who stops that one?
They're making a change here. And Sujashapu swap places.
Yeah, they've got nobody in the circle now on the leg side. Apu goes to cover. It's kind of 6.5 a dozen field, this one. And this one, he might have some action straight away. In fact, no, it won't even reach him. It'll be dropped. On that one, you got to say it was a sitter. And that's Manoj Panika. Well, he did panic a bit under that high ball. And they had a chance to get rid of Magal, but he's dropped on 31.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. And Panika puts it down, and you can see Dilip there, so frustrated.
And now this will be 6, and it's just a little bit too much length. And at that pace, you can't give that to Zishan Khan, who goes Maximo, as this one brings up the 50 for Marsa. They are 54 without loss.
Yeah, top shot, too short. And Zishan, the way he's hitting at the moment, well, watch out there. Well, that's gone towards the umpires and the scorers' marquees.
They need something to happen soon. The Knights, this game is drifting away. This will be, well, I'm going to say a rare dot, but it won't be. Just nothing going the way of the Knights at the moment. Yeah, I really thought Marsa might struggle to kind of get their mojo back, because often what will happen is you have a real high-intensity semi-final or a big finish, and then, you know, it's hard to recreate that energy, but they've done really well, firstly in the field, and now with their batting showing no signs of nerves. They're playing their shots, and they've got it down to around 7 and over required. They're looking good. 50 partnership came up this over as well between these two teams. So it is 56 for no loss after 4. Just a reminder, we do have a 9-week break from now until Monday the 7th of February. So hopefully you can find some other things to do over that break. Catch up on a bit of stuff that maybe we've been stopping you doing. I know there's a lot of high-quality cricket going on around the world, as well as the Ashes starting, of course, this week. I know the Big Bash is getting underway, the men's Big Bash in Australia. And interesting test series between India and New Zealand at the moment as well. But, you know, you're always welcome here at ECN, and hopefully we can have your company in 2022. And speaking of 22, what a good time for Sujesh Apu to come in his last game for the Knights. Let's see if he can change the momentum. Oh, it's a little bit short, hit hard. And look, they're protecting their boundary as well as they can. They've got three outfielders there, but the problem is it is significantly shorter. If you hit it into the gaps and you hit it well, then it could be trouble. And also, you can still clear those guys if you get a ball that drops short.
Yeah, for sure. So can the captain, playing his last match for the Atlas Knights, can he get a couple of wickets here and try and find a way back into this final?
Zishan walks at him and he gets it behind point, and this is going to be 4 more. Now this innings is a runaway train at the moment, and even Sujesh Apu can't do anything to stop it as Zishan moves to 25. And with that shot, Marsa past 60.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big gap there, isn't there? And once it gets through there, it's going to go all the way. And Sujesh Apu just, well, he does the double teapot as he stands and watches it go to the boundary. 4 more. And shoulders and head starting to drop here. Something needs to happen, and it needs to happen now for the Knights.
Apu. Well, this is going to be 6, and you can forget this one. This one is gone out of here. Maximo. Zishan Khan is lighting it up. He had a horrendous start to the series with the bat, and he wasn't in an army of one there. Marsa, they were slow starters, but they are getting their revenge at the moment, and they're doing it sweetly as that one takes the rate down to below a run ball for the first time.
Yeah, they're absolutely cruising as Andrew Nowdy gives another 6.
He wants more. He might get it. It's an excellent piece of fielding down there. And it's Justin Sharju, who is a good fielder. That one was motoring, but he stops it, keeps it to 1.
And the sun is starting to shine on this magnificent Marsa International Cricket Ground late on in the day on the final. And it looks like it's shining on Marsa at the moment. Marsa are cruising to victory here. What a return back to form this has been for them.
Full toss, and he picks this one up, and oh, he's taken that. What a catch!
Unbelievable! That is out of here. Well, we've got Superman on the ground at the moment. He's taken this flying in the air. Well, is it too late? Well, that is Sarath Babu who takes an absolute sensational catch. Look at this. It's a full toss, is at the middle of the bat, and this is heading for 6. How does he catch that? Unreal.
Oh.
That is just unbelievable.
And he has to brace for impact as well. And how well has he done this?
Oh.
And that is climbing the ladder. That's turning off gravity by Sarath Babu. And, well, the good catches, they just keep on coming. Doesn't matter who you're supporting, but that is a piece of cricket that you'll remember for a long time. Sarath Babu, he's had the ball following him in this series. He's got leather poisoning. This one, look at the way he grabs it and goes to ground, but he stays inside the field at all times. So is there a glimmer of hope now That's the wicket they needed, but there's plenty more work to do. Gurjit Singh, who's an intelligent cricketer, he's coming out at number 3. The score was 68 for 1. Last ball of the over, and what a way for Sujesh Apu to get a wicket in his final game as a Knight. Driven away, and they do go straight away.
Nobody's behind the stumps.
That's really good running to pitch 2 here, and well, they've thrown it away.
No.
It's going to be 6 unless this gets stopped. That is going to be 6. 2 plus 4 overthrows. Double overthrows. What a disaster. A non-boundary Maximo to finish. Non-Maximo 6, whatever you want to call it.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Massa get half a dozen in the most unlikely of ways. 74 for 1 after 5.
Well, the first one, Apu's not there. Then he gets there. It's a terrible throw. And then, well, Basil George can't get to that. That is 6 runs. We were just saying what a memorable wicket it was that Sujesh Apu will remember in his last match here at the Malta International Cricket Ground, captaining the Atlas Knights. And then, well, he's got something else to remember it by. It's 6, but it's not 6 of the bat. It's 6 courtesy of overthrows. Oh, well, they really are throwing it away.
Yeah,
74 for 1 after 5.
Don't have much to play with, and then you get 6 that way. Yeah, that hurts. So, what can you say about that?
Seen it all. We have seen it all here today. We really have. So Justin Sharju has been asked to come back. He was expensive in the second.
The man in the chat saying, can you put that on your accident and emergency entrance form? Why are you here? Leather poisoning. He has had so much of the ball. Well, he gets to really know the cricket balls. Does Sarath Babu. How about that? I mean, I think that might have been out, to be honest. Zishan Khan trying to pinch the strike back on that overthrow. But we'll never know. That ball was absolutely haunted. It's what I call secondary backup. Yeah. You have to anticipate the second throw to back it up. And then, yeah, the outfielder just caught out of position. So Justin Sharju is going to have a go. 25 to win. This one starts with a dot.
Yeah. Better area, isn't it? We haven't seen too many of these sort of deliveries.
That's perfect there. You don't have too much margin for error.
Because you know that Zishan, anything that's pitched up to him, he's going to have a go. If it's short, he'll clobber it as well. And now he's seeing the ball so well. He must be seeing it the size of the football. And
he's loving it, isn't he? And he's got a certain freedom about him. He doesn't seem to be tightening up. They're going to get Zishan. Remember Massa, they've had some pretty lackadaisical batting performances as well. This isn't one of them so far. He whacks this one. This could be a catch as well, but he puts this one down. Well, that one, it wasn't easy. I think it was easier than one he took. It was low. He came in, and unfortunately he grasses it. Zishan gets a life.
Yeah, and he does well. Does the hard work, as you say. Makes it into a catch, but goes straight in, straight out. Zishan lives to fight. Another ball.
Gurjit gets knocked over, and Sharju gets the wicket. Well, there's still a little bit of life in this. They got to slow things down as well. They do take the wicket of Gurjit, who scored 6 off the only ball that he faces before this. That was courtesy of 4 overthrows. And, well, 5 overthrows, really, when you think about it. As he just swings across this one, he's upset with himself. It wasn't a great shot. He was going after that short boundary, and watch the bails fly. So 2 wickets down now, 75 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, 24 required, so it's they could do it to run a ball. And the only way you know that the Atlas can get back in this match is to take wickets. Now, would you take a gamble? Would you bring mid-wicket up into the ring? I would. The new batters come in. You gotta try and you got to be hungry to take the wicket. You've got to be hungry for the win. To do that, you can't be too defensive. Look at the leg side field. There's nobody in a catching position in close. It's a dot ball. So I really do believe you need to have 2 men back, but you've got to get the mid-wicket in there. You've got to have 2 men close because they can do it in singles. You've got to stop those singles. You've got to put the pressure on.
You've got to try and get it back to runs being more than balls remaining. And then always feel that you've got a chance because you're just a wicket or 2 away from getting new batters in and maybe sneaking a few dots on them. You basically need a collapse here, I think, if you're the Knights. And this doesn't help. Loses this one down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, just quite happy just to allow that to go by him because, well, Kana, you know, he doesn't have to do anything spectacular. He'd love to be there at the end, and what an important part he's played in this match.
Yeah.
He's been the hero and the villain. One over of his only went for 10, but he picked up 3 wickets, and the second one went for 26. But that's all forgotten about, or will be forgotten about, if they go on to win this final. In comes Sharju once more. And Raj gets a fair bit on this. It's going to be 4 runs. And he split the field there beautifully. A little bit too short, Sharju. And Kana says, yep, I'll have this. He just gets the room, you see, to get the swing in.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a risky shot. Had to go fetch it from outside the off stump. He does get 4. Kana, he's a pretty good player. Coming off a golden, isn't he? Sharju, last ball of his over. It's been a good one. Kana just happy to keep this one out. And it does take us to the end of the 6th over. The score is 80 for 2. Zishan will be facing up the first ball of the 7th.
Yeah, Zishan will, I don't think he's going to change the way that he's been batting. He's still going to go for the big shots for sure. And you see there, a number of bowlers have been used. Seen 6 bowlers, everybody's bowled the 1, but nobody really has been too effective.
Spare a thought for Sujay Shapu. Got that amazing catch taken off him.
Yeah.
Now his figures look terrible. You know why? There were 5 overthrows off that last ball that he bowled.
Yeah.
Should have been a single, plus 1 overthrow, plus 4 overthrows, and suddenly your over's gone for 18. He'll be scratching his head. And then Manish Panika is going to bowl over number 7. They're just trying a bunch of options here. This is going to be their 7th bowler in 7 overs.
Yeah.
I would think that Justin Charger will come back and bowl the 8th after 1 for 6 that he took in that last over. Will we even get to an 8th? We'll find out. Zishan on strike. Flicks it away to the leg side. Clean pickup. Just a single. You are watching match number 1222. The final match on ECN in 2021. The Malta Encore final. What an adventure it's been. So thankful that we've had so much support from around the world as Kana pushes, gets one. We don't talk about it enough, I don't think, but you know, the amount of support that people have shown us personally, I'm really humbled by it from around the cricket world. Some people obviously have watched quite a lot of us, and some people just kind of turned on. But you know, I just want to thanks on behalf of me and Rico myself, of everyone that's been positive to us. And well, this is positive as well for Zishan. It flicks this one over the short boundary. Once again, it's 6 more. Maximo. Zishan, match-winning innings, it seems, at this stage. He's engineered this chase. He's done it very well, and he moves to 40.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Look at the way he gets his wrists into play there. Beautifully played. He's enjoying himself out there, Zishan. I think he's enjoying being back in form. He's been in the doldrums, hasn't he? Things haven't worked for him. And now he's looking the part. He's looking every bit of the player that I remember the first time I saw him.
He's had a run of outs, didn't he? Earlier in the series. I know struggling a bit for runs at the domestic level as well this season, but I think you said it before. You said form is temporary, but class is permanent.
Absolutely,
and he's looked a very, very classy player. Kana swings and misses at this. It's just angles across him from Panika. But thanks to Jay Wild and everybody else in the chat for your lovely comments. But we are really fortunate, and we know we're fortunate to be able to do what we're doing here.
Yeah,
some replay. Yeah,
no, but I'd like to echo what you said there. It's thank you to everyone for all the support. Thank you for all the lovely comments. It's so nice, and you know, it's lovely to when we travel and when we turn up to new locations for people to speak to us and tell us how much they've enjoyed not just what we do, but what the European cricket is all about. How we've taken cricket to different countries, how we've got people playing cricket. We're making these European cricketers' dreams come true. They're playing on the big stage, they're performing and doing the magic. And talking of magic, you know, like that catch we saw taken there by Sarath Babu. These sort of things, these magical moments are really putting a big smile on millions of people's faces. And when you think about the horrible things that have happened in the world over the last 18 months, 2 years. We need good things to happen as well. And European cricket, well done to you. Well done to people like Daniel Weston and Roger Finer, because they put this magical product together. And we've made a lot of people really happy. And when people have been stuck indoors because of the COVID pandemic, you know, they had nothing to keep them entertained sport-wise. Well, we kept going. So, look, thank you for all your best wishes. And we promise you one thing, that we'll be doing it all again starting on the 7th of February.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. This will be a wide. So that'll make it 7 for victory. And the only question now is, can Zishan find a way to manufacture a half-century out of this? Certainly deserves it. Striking it over to a ball. It was Magal and Zishan Khan that set this up. Fanya Magal. And this one will be 4. And he might just get there after all. He moves to 47. And now 3 required for victory for Marsa. Basil Joy was the last roll of the dice, bringing him back. And this isn't a good ball. Shin high full toss. But Zishan's seeing it so well now. That was the kind of ball he was probably missing out on earlier in the tournament. But this time the timing is spot on. Absolutely.
It wasn't a good delivery. It was a gundy ball from Basil George. Gets put away. So Zishan looking to finish it with one big blow. And that would be fitting, I think. He gets his own 50 and the victory for Marsa.
Well, he tries, and he does, and that is game over, season over. A half-century for Zishan Khan off the last ball of match number 1,222 on ECN in 2021. And it's Marsa who are champions a year to the day after they knocked over the Knights in the 2020 series. They've done it again, and the Knights still find themselves without an ECS trophy. And Zishan, he brings up his half-century, a match-winning innings, 53 not out of 22 balls. That was his 5th big 6 in the innings. And look, credit to the Knights. They fought all the way. They played a good tournament, but ultimately it was Marsa who timed their run perfectly. And the men in green, they are your ECS Malta Encore champions.
Yeah, and congratulations. Both badaiyan Marsa Cricket Club nu champions ban gaye a European Cricket Series de vich, Malta de vich. And both badaiyan batting nu a batsman nu apna Zishan Khan ne apni 50 bana li, 53 22 ball the bit. So he's the champion, isn't he? He's been through the wars. Things weren't happening for him at the beginning there. We all know it. Everybody was talking about Zishan and wondering what's happened with Zishan. Well, Zishan said, well, hang on a minute. There's plenty of matches to come. I will come good. And I think he has to give a lot of credit to his captain as well, because the captain never gave up on him. The captain kept him up there in the batting order. And, well, when they needed him to come good, he does come good. I think that's his second 50 in the series as well. But, well, they don't come any better than that. And look at that. They're loving him. They want to lift him up. Oh, they'll throw him on the floor. Don't damage him. Oh, no. Well, here we go. He is their hero, Zishan. And, well, he's going to enjoy every moment of that, because at the beginning of this series, nothing was working for him. I'm loving these scenes here. This is brilliant. But look, it all started with, let's not forget also Sujesh Apu, the captain of the Atlas Knights. He's playing his last match. Unfortunately for him, he's going to finish second best in this final. But still, it's been a memorable journey for him, and he's got his team to the final as well. And he's going to have something to take away with him when he moves back to the UK. So, well, we wish him all the best. As we see this, well, it was all about the boundaries, wasn't it, early on? And Zishan, well, look at that for a shot. He absolutely hammered the ball to all parts of the ground, and that's no exaggeration. Yeah, no doubt about it. Just a reminder, we do have the trophy presentation to follow, so stay with us. And it was Fanya Magal and Zishan Khan that set this up, needing 99 for victory. It was an opening partnership of 68, which got them off to a really, really good start. And ultimately, it was Zishan who found form square of the wicket. Magal had slightly different tactics. He tried, and successfully tried quite a few times, to whack the ball on the leg side and target that short boundary. That was the one that went down. That was Panika, who had the chance to catch Magal, but missed out. Zoomed on 31. He wouldn't make too many more. That one was just worked through the third man area, near the end of the quicksand. And how about this for a catch? Sarath Babu, let's wait for it from Apu.
who came on in his last game as a night. He needed a bit of magic, and this was it. Bang! And brace for impact as he was able to hold on to that one. I don't think he could believe it. He would get another opportunity before too long. You see, this is the one where Guruji found a way to get 6, including 5 overthrows off the first ball that he faced. And Basil Joy just didn't get in the right spot to back up the second throw. And ultimately, it was going to be Master's day in the final. And a bit of luck for Master there. That one going down. Guruji swinging across this one. But he just knew the rate they were going, that unless they got Zishan, they were going to do it with time to spare. Niraj Khanna came out and helped finish things off. It's what a great finish to this one. And I think we'll get a chance to speak to Haroon Magala, maybe even Zishan Khan shortly, Rico. But it was Masa in the end who do it with plenty of time to spare. They only took 3/4 of the innings in the end. They win it with 15 balls to spare. And let's have a look, see if we've got the moment here. There it is. And Zishan brings up his 50, the final ball of the season. And we've had something like 200,000 deliveries, something approaching that, between 150,000, 200,000 deliveries. That's the last one of the year. Zishan hits it out of the ground. And fittingly, season 2021 finishes with a Maximo. And I tell you what, Masa, they've caught some, they've dropped some. They dropped Zishan at the end. And I'm glad that one made the highlights. Oh, well, I'll be very careful. Don't let Noel Kostler anywhere near the winning batsman, Zishan Khan. They put him down. Anyway, look, I'm going to step out. I'm going to get ready for the trophy ceremony. Right. But why don't we get Haroon in here?
Yeah,
Haroon Magal, the winning captain. And Zishan, you can come in as well when you get a chance. And there's a great chance you can come and take over my spot. Haroon, I'm going to leave you with Rico. Stay with us. The trophy ceremony isn't so far away. But I'm sure, Rico, you'll enjoy having a chat to Haroon Magal.
I certainly will. Look, I mean, while we get Haroon ready, Haroon, we put the headsets on for us. But first of all, I mean, what a final that was. And I think it's we remember the way that Marsa started. They only had that 1 point from that one abandoned game. Then they lost 3 matches on the spin. And they didn't look in any sort of form at all. And everybody was asking questions, you know, are we going to see the best of Marsa and are we not? Well, I know the man next to me who was probably thinking the same thing. But first of all, can I just say congratulations to the winning team captain, Haroon Magal. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, look, what does this mean to you?
Well, it's mean a lot for us, actually. Unfortunately, we didn't have a great start of the tournament, actually. And since a few of our boys were not playing regular cricket. And it cost us, I mean, quite few games to get back into momentum, actually. And once we are back into momentum, and then we kept building on that momentum. Yeah. And it was a great form. I mean, our boys, they did unbelievable, I mean, in the final, actually. Excellent game. I mean, batting performance, especially from Zishan and Fanian. And they are capable of doing that. I mean,
yeah, I think one thing that worked well was that you knew that those it was getting the runs that was the issue, wasn't it? I think your bowling and your fielding all the way through has been great. And I have to say, I think that the way that you fielded and bowled in the semi-final is probably the best fielding performance from a team. We saw an excellent run out. We saw some great catches as well. I think it was a great performance. It was the batting that you needed to come good. And I think what you did is you stuck with your brother. I mean, when I've seen Marsa play, normally he's coming into bat number 6 or 7, but you knew that there was an issue with the openers. You promoted him up the order, and you stuck with Zishan as well. And in the end, they did come good for you because I think in terms of opening partnerships, I think those two, Zishan and Fine Magal, I think they were the most consistent performers in this series.
Yeah, well, they did great even in the summer league, actually, both Zishan and Fanian, and we kept them in an opening spot, actually, both of them as an opener batsman. But unfortunately, in our first, opening games, couple of games, Zishan didn't click, actually. Yeah. And we kept doing some experiments until we got the, right momentum for these batsmen. When Zishan was back into his form, and then we kept him in the opening position, actually. Yeah. And Fanian was very consistent, and still he proved it. Even in the final, he delivered it when we were really required. And yes, we were really pumped up in the semi-final. It wasn't even a high score. We were defending like 88, 84 actually. But all around it was a great great bowling performance from except me actually. Unfortunately, I couldn't defend 16 runs actually, and we went to the golden ball, and luckily when we managed to win it in the golden ball.
Look, you mentioned the golden ball, so I'm going to go back to that. Actually, said first of all, I got to say, I mean, you said not thanks to me, but the Corton bowl that you took. That was out of this world. That was on another level. I mean, I didn't think you were going to get anywhere near it. How did you get there?
But to be honest, it was, I think, credit goes to the wind, actually. To be honest, it was far, far away from me, and I just gave up. And then I suddenly realized that it's on me, actually. And then, I just a fraction of a second, and I just put my hand under the ball, and then it just stuck in my hands. Yeah. And I didn't believe myself, honestly, because I gave up. I thought maybe someone from the boundary will come and catch it. But it was our day, actually, let's call it. We were a bit lucky, to be honest, with the field and the bowling. But honestly, our credit goes to our bowlers. They did a very, very great job, and they kept it. A bit of loose balls, I mean, in the final, but our batsmen, they covered up, I mean, nicely. I mean, great performance, I mean.
Look, the way, I mean, go back to that semi-final, because that was always going to be the crunch game. I think when I was speaking to you earlier, you did say to me that the semi-final is the final. Exactly. Because that match against American University, and they've been strengthened as well with Bikram Arora and also with Varun Prasad. But to get Aurora without scoring a run, that run out, that really set you up, right?
That was the game changer, actually. And from that moment on, we were just really pumped up, honestly. We thought, we knew that the game is over now, since we got Bikram out, because he is in a really, really nice form, actually. He's been doing great. Yeah. I mean, batting display, I mean, throughout the tournament, I mean, only a couple of three innings, he made around 150 something runs.
That's right, just 3 innings, he was 140 odd.
And that was a wicket which we were really, really looking for, and we got it very early. I mean, we weren't expecting we will get it within a couple of balls, but we thought maybe we will get him within the power play. And we were lucky enough. I mean, Gurjeet with an excellent fielding performance. And for a couple of seconds, I thought, what just happened? I mean, I couldn't believe that. I mean, for just in a couple of balls, we got Bikram, and it was a really, really, I mean, great wicket for us. I mean, honestly.
But I mean, credit to the university. All good teams. They fight right to the death. Like you said, 16, I think it was, needed at the last.
Yeah, last.
Okay. You came on to bowl.
Yeah.
And, well... What happened?
Actually,
come on. What about? did you bottle it with those wides, or did you have a plan?
No. What I was saying, I wouldn't blame to the wind actually this time. I mean, it was my fault. I was keeping him on the offside. I mean, whatever I was, pitching on the stump, he was just, swinging it away on leg side, and it was difficult to bowl the left-handed, honestly. And he was actually playing it very nicely. Yeah. And what I was trying to do, keep him very, very offside on the offside, and I couldn't pitch it on the right spot, and it was just on the line, and it was umpire's call, wide. A bit of pressure as well, and I thought maybe we required. I was defending 18 runs, but then I got to know suddenly that no, the last ball they required only 3 runs.
Yeah.
And a bit of pressure from both sides.
You knew that only 3 runs, but I don't think anybody gave the message to Johnny G, because Johnny G gets the ball and he has a shot at the stump, and then all sorts happen. I mean, we had players pulling the stumps apart, and it should have been Johnny did it. It would be every time we come to Malta, we always have something to remember, and I think we're going to remember that golden ball for a very, very long time. Look, before you go, is there anything that you want to say? Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, especially to the ECN team, especially for coming over and give us this opportunity to play this beautiful tournament, and we really thankful to all the teams who did participate in this tournament, especially the guy Sujesh, who's leaving, and the Rahul. We wish them all the best for their future. I mean, they will be moving from Malta. Excellent team efforts from all around. I mean, all the teams did play really excellent, nice cricket. And at the end, we were just lucky enough to win this tournament. I mean, thank you to everyone, whoever was involved, management, MCA especially, to organizing this tournament. And thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, and of course I echo that. Thank you to all the players. Look, I know you need to get ready for the presentation ceremony that's coming off, so I'm going to say once again, congratulations to you. You must be a very, very happy and proud captain. And while I switch you off, we're going to do a quick change around, because I think everybody would love to hear from the man of the final, and the man who really made things happen for you. And we're going to have a quick chat with Zishan Khan. So stay with us.
Thank you very much.
So Zishan, scoring another 50. So, Haroon will get your headsets on. First of all, I want to say a massive congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Well done. Now, look, you've been in the wars. You've got to admit it yourself. You haven't been in good form. Things haven't been happening with you. but you've managed to find a way to come back. Now, first of all, talk us through what was going on in your mind when you were out of form. Did you feel you're going to come good again?
So, well, actually, I will start with my grandfather.
Yeah.
My grandfather passed away 5 days ago back home.
Oh, look.
So I was willing, and talk with my family to support them,
You have our condolences from everyone from Louisiana.
I was actually out of my mind, and the weather conditions was not good, so the pitch was wet. So, but I believe in myself, So for today, the strategy was clear with Fanya, and I just told him, it's a famous saying by Tipu Sultan that one day life of a lion is better than 100 days of jackal. So I just told him we have to play like a lion, play on the merit. And we need to finish this with open. We don't have to lose the wicket.
Yeah.
And I just told him, play your natural game. Don't take any pressure. And we know how they ball, and just we keep changing slots, play with the bowler mind, and we have to bang, and that's what we did.
Yeah, I mean, look, you stayed positive all the way through, and I think credit to Haroon, the captain. He stuck with you as well. And I like to think, in my mind, that I don't think you became good because you stuck with the batting. I think other things came good for you first. I seem to remember, top of my head, one match where you had 2 direct hit runouts.
Yeah.
You also took a catch in that match as well. And I think that changed your whole mindset. And I think with that, your batting came good as well. I mean, in the field, you've taken some amazing catches. I don't think you dropped one. I think your catches you've taken all around the field have been brilliant. But your batting was great. You hit the ball well. You found your form again. And it was a joy to watch you play, and it's a joy to see you back in form. And I'm sure not only are Mars happy about that, but of course, so is Malta, because you also represent Cricket Malta as well, aren't you, a national team player?
True. What I personally believe, T20, T10 format, people all over the world, they really focus on batting and bowling, but I genuinely believe that T20 and T10, you will win 70-80% of the matches on fielding.
Yeah.
So I love to field, even in the practice, I take it serious. I go to the gym regularly, I keep my fitness, I really work hard when we have the national training, so that's all matters,
Yeah.
And I strongly believe in my fielding, and I motivate my players to field because anybody can do that. So that was a strategy.
Look, you've been outstanding. Your performance has been great. I'm pretty sure you were the player of the match in that tournament, and I'm pretty sure that you're ready to join your team as well for the presentation. You are the champions once more, and you were a star performer in the final. So let's hear it once more. Well done.
Thank you very much.
You've been absolutely brilliant. It's been great talking to you.
Thank you very much.
Well, we look forward to seeing you again. And just very quickly, the opportunity to say hello to everybody. Anyone you want to say anything special to?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks to all ECS team. We love you guys. Because of you guys, cricket is going up day by day. We love that, and we want to see you more and more in future. And we are we are all thankful from the whole Marsa and Malta cricket team, even from the national team, that you guys are coming in, take your time, leave here, and then give us a platform to perform and show the world that Malta has a good cricket teams.
Thank you very much. I couldn't say it any better myself. Well, there you have. We've just heard from the player of the match there. And, well, maybe he's got could be perhaps the MVP here as well. He's certainly done really, really well, scored loads of runs. And I think, well, it's time for us to go for the last time to the last presentation ceremony of the year as well. But first of all, before we go over that, let's have a look at some of these highlights. Let's see how it was done first.
The cup up high, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in but the shaka 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
The turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come. 4, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tick ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying on the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Has gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hello to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to the trophy presentation ceremony for the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore. Thank you so much for having us once again in your wonderful country. It's been a great experience, and it's not often we do get to go to the same place for a second series in a year, but I tell you what, you guys were so popular the first time we had to come back. Obviously the weather for the most part has been pretty good. There's been a few challenging days, and I just want to thank everyone here for their hospitality, and I think the cricket was amazing as well, and that's something that I know that we've noticed in the just over a year since we've been showing Maltese cricket on ECN, is how much the game is progressing and how competitive it is, but also the spirit that it's played in. And I think today we saw some highlights and memories that will last a lifetime. That's what it's all about. So firstly, big hand for all of you guys for making it such a wonderful experience. Now this is a little bit cooler than last time I did the trophy ceremony when it was about 42 degrees. So this time I'm actually quite happy I'm wearing the suit. But look, I do want to talk about some of our partners, and partnerships are so important in cricket on the field, of course off the field. We have partnerships that keep us going, and I want to thank the support of our partners Biostrath as well as Local Lifestyle, who provide the medals and trophies that you see right here, as well as Norcane, our time partners. And look, we're very, very lucky to have Bizaway Travel as well that get us around Europe. I think I've been to 26 different cities for cricket this year, so it's something quite crazy. The fact that we're able to get around and it's done so seamlessly is fantastic. It's a crazy schedule, but we've really enjoyed it, and we can't believe it. At the end of 43 weeks of consecutive cricket, we ended up broadcasting 1,222 games. So it's something quite amazing. Thanks to everyone at ECN, and thanks to all you guys for being a part of this European cricket adventure. And I do have some other thanks, of course, and I'd like to thank Lee and everyone from Cricket Malta for their support of ECN and the project, and for spending a lot of time. I know a lot of things that go unseen. So thank you so much for your hospitality and for your contributions to making this happen. Also, I want to thank the Master Sports Club as well, once again for hosting the tournament. I think the ground was put to the test, wasn't it, with some of the rain we had last week, but the fact we were able to get so much cricket, I'd just like to thank Master Cricket Club as well for being very good hosts. So thanks so much to you guys. And look, I also want to thank all the teams, and the reason is that quite a lot of the time when the weather was an issue, it required a lot of hands to get the ground ready for play. And I'm talking about scooping water off the covers, I'm talking about some of the parts of the ground like the quicksand. I'll actually miss the quicksand. And the innovation and the application that you showed allowed us to get so many games on the park, and I think that's fantastic. So thank you so much to everyone that helped make that happen. I do want to talk about the Blue Crew, and some of them are behind me. There they are over there. But not only these guys, but I suppose everyone that helped out with the European Cricket Network this year on the ground. We had so many series, obviously, something like 30 series, day and night cricket. The fact that you guys know there's such long days, and they're very thankless sometimes to be out there. I know you guys will play maybe 2 games in a day, but these guys, they're put under pressure constantly, but you constantly keep delivering. So I want to say a big thank you to all of the ECN, to the Blue Crew. Again, the first ones here trying to drain puddles and all sorts of things this week. So it was an outstanding effort, guys. Thank you so much. It doesn't go unnoticed. Look, I do want to thank another bunch of people which have a huge part to play in the product that we put out on the European Cricket Network, and that is Spring Productions. So to Kirians, to Valentines, and to Andis, the Latvians, well, they are something else. They take the magic that you guys do out there and they turn it into a cricket product that goes out and it's consumed by millions all around the world. And I think you'll agree, if you compare this series to, say, 12 months ago, we're always leveling up in the coverage, and hopefully that continues in 2022. So thanks to all the guys at Spring. Thank you so much. And long after this trophy ceremony is going, they will be packing up everything. They never rest. So, guys, you'll have a little bit of a break for cricket, but we look forward to partnering with you in 2022. Now, I also want to mention one man. I constantly forget to thank him at these things, but I really couldn't do what I do without him. He's been a really great support for me this year, and I've really enjoyed the bond that we've shared, and we've had some laughs along the way. And today was no exception. So thank you so much to my co-commentator, Rico Full. Thank you, Rico. And there he is. Rico looks like he's in witness protection now, but Rico, enjoy your break with your family. Thanks again for all the hours you've put in this year. I think you've done something like between 600 and 700 games this year for ECN, so that's been a huge effort. So to you and all your family, I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and we'll see you at ECL in 2022. So yeah, thanks to Rico and the other group of people I do want to mention, and so often they get noticed for the wrong reasons, if there's something you don't agree with or something like that, but they are in a real pressure position. And I think if you've ever had this role, you know how action-packed and how pressure-packed it is. And I'm talking about the umpires. So I want to say a big thank you to all the umpires that helped out. And I know that is wonderful that we actually saw quite a few umpires. And I think that's a great thing for Maltese cricket, because we're all about trying to improve everything about European cricket, including the umpiring. It's great to have Sir Rob Kemming here as the match referee, and he's just evergreen, isn't he? Benjamin Button. And I know, Rob, even though you've lost the moustache, hopefully we don't lose you next year, because we need you again. So don't even think about retiring. Well, Rob, I know you've got a birthday coming up in a couple of weeks as well. Who turned 73, I don't mind saying that. So, Rob, have a happy birthday, and hopefully we'll see you again in 2022. Yes, so yeah, Rob's still amazed that we have colour television. So I think it's fantastic that he sees it all happen. And look, I know you've had to deal with some crazy situations. I think the way you've handled it and been able to get so many matches on and looked for ways to make cricket happen. It's been sensational. So thank you to you, Rob. Now look, we are going to get to the trophy ceremonies. I know we're running out of sunlight, and I do want to start just for mentioning all the teams. I won't mention them by name, but I do want to thank all the teams. And we've seen teams that didn't quite make it to the finals. They have been improving. We saw teams make the finals that hadn't made the finals before, and that was really exciting. To the losing semi-finalists, to AUM and to Malta Day, well, you guys had fantastic series in your own right to top your group. I mean, I had to feel for Malta Day. It was a bit of a lottery in the 3-over match. And then, well, I got to feel for AUM as well with that golden ball madness in the semi-final. But like, hopefully you guys did enjoy the experience. I'm sure you did. I'm sure that you love being part of the circus, and we'd love to have you back next year. And obviously we want to play more cricket in Malta. But now it's time to get to the second place trophy. And this is a team, unfortunately, a year ago today, we played the final match of 2020. And they were the bridesmaids that time because they actually won every match in that 2020 series, lost the final. Now this time, I know you didn't have it all your own way, and you had your ups and you had your downs. You played some great cricket though, have to say, and I'm really proud of you guys, the way you went about it. I know it didn't quite work for you in the final. It didn't happen, but still, I do want to congratulate you. And well, we'll talk a bit more about Sujesh in a second, but first I want to invite all of the second place winners, Atlas UTC Knights, to collect your silver medals. And I'd like you guys to distribute them. Thanks so much, guys. The Atlas UTC Knights. Sujesh, that's it. You stay here, but if you guys can walk around the back and you can go back. There you go. Okay. Congratulations, mate. Sorry, you took a good catch off your bowling, no?
Yeah.
That was a good catch. For the goal, yeah. There you go. Now, Sujesh, I want you to come out the front with here. Now, of course, we've talked a little bit about Sujesh. It's his last game for now, I suppose, because you're going to the UK. And look, hopefully you get back and we might see you in a Knights shirt in the future. But for now, I know it's probably a bit of an emotional day for you. And actually, Haroon Magal, the Master Captain, is going to come forward and he's going to make a special presentation to you before you receive the trophy. And Johnny G has also, so that's a beautiful little plaque that says it was a pleasure having you. And Johnny G has something special for you as well.
Thank you very much. I was the captain of the club when Sujesh joined us, and it's been a pleasure meeting you on and off the field. I would like to present you guys with a souvenir.
That's really nice.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, Sujesh, I know you've got your hands full, but there is something else we want to present you with. And looks like it'll be Andy Nowdy to present the trophy, the silver trophy, and the runners-up of the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta Encore. Atlas UTC Knights. Congratulations. And that really does show you the character and the spirit between the teams. And I know that you guys are really excited the way that cricket has been growing slowly but steadily. The fact you have more opposition, and you do want good opposition as well, don't you? You want an even competition. You want to be tested, and that's something that I think everyone was tested during this tournament. And Sujesh, we certainly wish you all the best in wherever life takes you next. Now we're going to talk, before we go to the gold trophy and the winner's trophy, we do have the MVP award. And this was never an easy one, as per usual. A lot of debate about this, and a lot of people were unlucky to miss out. And I think it was a sign of how the series was pretty well contested, that we could have said probably half a dozen names. I'm thinking of people like Bikram Arora and Varun Prasad, of course, for AUM. Vidash Patanka as well from them. Basil George had a great series. Samuel Stanislaus, of course. Avinash Dilip, I thought, had a great series. But in the end, it was narrowly decided that the MVP of this series is from Malta, Fanyan Magal. Mr. Rob Kemming will present the trophy. Congratulations. Great series. See you again. So, well played, Fanyan, and your contribution in the final was invaluable. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention Zishan for his performance in the final and the way that you delivered when it counted the most. And that brings me to the champions. Well, a year ago today, they were standing right here, and it was such a coincidence that the last two teams to play the last game on ECN in 2020. They were the last two teams to play the last game in 2021. It was a rematch of the final from the 4th of December last year. In fact, if we hadn't pushed the final back 1 hour, it would have been to the minute that you played again. And well, this time it was slightly different in the lead up, of course. Now, Master, you didn't have a good start to the tournament. I know that you weren't playing to your capabilities. You had some issues with personnel and some of your big guns weren't really clicking. But I tell you what, after you lost those first 3 games, you never looked back and you gained confidence every time. I think some of your big guns came into form. And one thing was for sure, you certainly brought it on finals day, and just walking around the ground, listening to that intensity, that camaraderie between you guys. You play hard, but you play fair, and I love the way you play your cricket. I think you're a real team, and you've got a lot to be proud of in your season, and this should be the cherry that tops it all off. So congratulations. So I'd like to invite you individually to come up and receive your gold medals. The winners are Malta Cricket Club. There you go. Yeah, stay there. Walk with me at the end. All right, so without any further ado, I would like to invite Lee Tuck to come and present the trophy to the winning captain, Haroon Magal. Congratulations, the winners are Malta Cricket Club. And you can take that back and enjoy it. Come on, boys, get in there. Kawazi's going to take it away. Well, look at me. So, what a fantastic season it's been. And I tell you what, we will be back. Myself, Rico will be there as well after 9 weeks off. We will be back for more cricket in 2022. And we're really looking forward to bringing you more action-packed cricket like nothing else in the universe. That is what ECN does. Thanks again for everyone for their support, everyone in the office that has backed us up, all the Blue crew, all the players, all the officials. We hope you have a happy and safe holiday season. We will be seeing you for more cricket. February 7th, tune in because that is our first game of the new year. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network, this is Mr. Maximo Vinisandu, as well as Rico Full. We'll see you next year for some more action on the European Cricket Network. Goodbye and good night. Happy holidays. Hey, hey.